Chapter 174. Who dares to cause trouble at the city lord's residence? Die. The city lord's residence was filled with experts. Groups after groups of Origin Realm martial artists rushed out. The leading veteran was actually a first-level Earth Realm martial artist. He let out a shout, drew his sword and thrust it at Li Fuchen. This thrust was as fast as lightning, giving off the feeling of a crossbow. Using 2 fingers, Li Fuchen easily caught the opponent's sword and said, "Such a vicious move. I shall start with you." As he spoke, Li Fuchen circulated his chi and broke the opponent's sword. The foot-long sword in his hand was like a divine weapon, piercing through the opponent's throat. "Whoever dares to come forward, don't blame me for killing without mercy," Li Fuchen said coldly. Hearing this, many of the Origin Realm martial artists couldn't help but take a step back. Even the Shintu clan's guest was killed, how would they dare to come forward? They were all waiting for the city lord to arrive. The city lord, Shintu Jianhe, was a 5th-level Earth Realm martial artist. If he were to make a move, this young man in front of him would definitely die. The Shintu clan had plenty of Earth Realm martial artists. There were foreign guests and also the clan's upper echelons. In just a short moment, 5 Earth Realm martial artists rushed over. Looking at the corpse of the guest that was killed by Li Fuchen, they were all enraged. How many years has it been since someone dared to kill in the city lord's residence? Such audacity and death was not to be regretted. Who are you? How dare you kill in the city lord's residence? Surrender now and we will leave you with a complete corpse. An Earth Realm martial artist yelled out. Founder, he is Li Fuchen, the former young clan head of the Li clan. One of the Origin Realm martial artists suddenly whispered into the ears of the oldest Earth Realm martial artist. This old man is Shintu Changfeng. You are Li Fuchen. Shintu Changfeng had a change in expression. He knew a little about Li Fuchen's achievements in the Azure Water sect and knew that this child's identity wasn't simple. Since he could easily kill Elder Liao, he was probably at the 9th level of the Origin Realm. Every Azure Water sect disciple was strong. For a 9th level Origin Realm martial artist to kill a 1st level Earth Realm martial artist wasn't a difficult task. Get Shintu Lang to come out and see me. I have no interest in getting to know you nobodies. Li Fuchen, so what if you are an inner sect disciple of the Zhanglan sect? This is the city lord's residence. Even if an outer sect elder of the Zhanglan sect is here, he would have to be polite. Don't bring trouble to your Li clan. Surrender now and we will deal with you leniently. Shintu Changfeng was fuming with rage. Had it not been for the fear of Li Fuchen's inner sect disciple status, he would have already slain Li Fuchen in a single blade. Li Fuchen sneered, your Shintu clan doesn't have the qualifications to make me surrender. Oh. Who says my Shintu clan doesn't have the qualifications? Li Fuchen, seems like being an inner sect disciple has inflated your confidence to the point where you dare to come to my residence to kill. You are challenging my prestige. Even if I cripple your martial arts, the upper echelons of the Zhanglan sect wouldn't do anything to me. A dignified voice rang out. It was the Shintu clan's patriarch, Yunwu City's city lord, Shintu Jianhe. As the city lord, Shintu Jianhe's status was equivalent to an outer sect elder and was 1 level higher than an inner sect disciple. Under normal circumstances, as the city lord of Yunwu City, he naturally wouldn't be able to do anything to Li Fuchen. But if Li Fuchen provoked him for no reason, he had the authority to punish Li Fuchen. Now that Li Fuchen killed his Shintu clan's guest elder, it could be a big or small matter. Even if he crippled Li Fuchen's martial arts, the Zhanglan sect would at most punish him. After all, Li Fuchen offended his superior first, which was definitely a heavy crime in the Zhanglan sect. Li Fuchen lifted his head and saw a middle-aged man walking over from a distance. It was Shintu Jianhe. Shintu Jianhe was 50+ years old this year. He had a tall and sturdy body and was considered handsome. But his aquiline nose and sharp eyes ruined his good looks, giving off a shrewd vibe. Li Fuchen, do you know your crime? Shentu Jianhe's tone was stern. What crime have I committed? What crime have I committed? Barging into my city lord's residence is a crime. Killing my Shentu clan's guest retainer is a crime. Not bowing upon seeing me is also a crime. Going against your superiors is even more of a crime. With so many crimes stacked on top of each other, today, I, Shentu Jianhe, shall let you know what crimes you cannot commit. Kiki, so these are the crimes? But in my opinion, there is no need for the Shentu clan to exist. There is also no need for you to exist as a city lord. Audacious. Shentu Jianhe's chi presence burst forth violently. The chi presence of a fifth-level Earth Realm martial artist caused everyone to feel breathless. Li Fuchen replied, blind fool. I am not some inner sect disciple, I am a direct disciple of the Azure Water sect. Revolving the true Inferno technique, Li Fuchen's chi presence burst forth too. Boom! As the two chi presences clashed, Shentu Jianhe's face turned pale. First level of the Earth Realm? That's right. You, the city lord of Yunwu City, is nothing in my eyes. Can you call Shentu Lang out now? Li Fuchen spoke coldly. Within the city lord's residence, everyone was flabbergasted. Direct disciple. Li Fuchen was actually a direct disciple. Living in the Azure Water region, they naturally knew that the status of a direct disciple was even higher than a regular city lord. If Shentu Jianhe was the sky of Yunwu City, then Li Fuchen was the sky above. Those Earth Realm martial artists who were clamoring earlier were now trembling in fear and didn't dare to make a sound. This was a confrontation between a direct disciple and the city lord. They didn't have the qualifications to interfere. Taking a deep breath, Shentu Jianhe was after all the city lord of Yunwu City and was extremely shrewd. He ordered, go get Shentu Lang out. He knew a little about the incident with Shentu Lang, but he didn't care. Li Dajiang wasn't an important figure in the Li clan. If he was killed, so be it. What's more, he had already sent 5 yellow class, high-tier pills as compensation. It was enough to compensate for Li Dajiang's life. But Shentu Lang was his cousin brother after all. He had to protect his life no matter what. Li Fuchen, give me some face and let this matter go. As for Shentu Lang, I have already punished him severely and locked him up in seclusion for a month. Shentu Jianhe felt extremely sullen in his heart. He was the dignified city lord of Yunwu City. When had he ever spoken to someone in such a submissive manner? In Yunwu City, no one had ever dared to defy his words. This was the first time he had lowered his head, and he swore that this would be the last time. Li Fuchen didn't speak. In just a short moment, Shentu Lang arrived. With Shentu Jianhe's support, Shentu Lang didn't show any signs of fear and put on a sanctimonious look. Seeing Shentu Lang, Li Xiaodai was agitated and her eyes were filled with hatred. You are Shentu Lang? Li Fuchen inquired. That's right. I was at fault for this incident, but it was unintentional. Furthermore, she was the one who seduced me and wanted to cheat me of my wealth. There are plenty of people in Yunwu City who can testify. You cannot believe her one-sided words. Shentu Lang quibbled. Die. Li Fuchen didn't want to waste his breath. He unsheathed his sword and slashed across Shentu Lang's neck. Pfff. A head fell to the ground. Shentu Lang died with his eyes wide open. Even at death's door, he couldn't understand why Li Fuchen dared to kill him in front of his cousin brother, Shentu Jianhe. Was there still any law? Everyone was stunned. Li Xiaodai was stunned too. Li Fuchen didn't ask anything and killed Shentu Lang just like that. Chapter 175. Shentu Jianhe's body was trembling. This was too much. This was too much. He already asked for Shentu Lang's respect, but Shentu Lang didn't even question him and killed him with a single blade. So what if he was a direct disciple? A direct disciple shouldn't trample on his dignity. What's more, he had some background in the Zhanglan sect. You dare kill my clansman? Shentu Jianhe roared and drew his sword. So what if I killed him? This kind of person should have died 1,000 times. Leaving him alive is a scourge. Of course, your Shentu clan is also a scourge. Li Fuchen didn't give any face. Bastard. Revolving the 14th rank Scarlet Flame Mystic Technique, Shentu Jianhe's body emitted a blazing scarlet fire chi. With a shake of his sword, layers of sword lights surged towards Li Fuchen. Mystic Class, Low-Tier Sword Art, Stacked Cliff Sword Style. This sword art was cultivated by Shentu Jianhe for 30 years and was already at the perfection stage. Once executed, even a high-leveled Earth Realm martial artist would be killed without any resistance. Break! Li Fuchen's sword pierced into the middle of the sword lights. Rumble! Sword chi crisscrossed, creating a sword chi storm on the empty ground of the city lord's residence. The ground was filled with holes. Amidst the storm, a figure flew out and crashed into a large tree, breaking it. Worthy of being a 5th-level Earth Realm martial artist, and he even cultivates the Scarlet Flame Mystic Technique. Li Fuchen wasn't surprised. Even with the 13th rank True Inferno Technique, Scarlet Fire Intent, and Meteor Sword Intent, he still wasn't a match for Shentu Jianhe. Shentu Jianhe was after all at the 5th level of the Earth Realm, 4 levels higher than him. He was repelled. The city lord's residence was overjoyed, while Li Xiaodai was terrified. Li Fuchen, today, I shall let you know the difference between us. Shentu Jianhe tiptoed and shot towards Li Fuchen like an arrow released from a bow. Shentu Jianhe, don't celebrate too early. I have yet to go all out. Activate. Activating the Mystical Dragon Secret Technique, Li Fuchen's True Inferno Chi was quickly converted into Mystical Dragon Chi. The Mystical Dragon Chi was extremely condensed, like magma, surging within Li Fuchen's body. At the same time, a substantial aura erupted, enveloping Shentu Jianhe. Shentu Jianhe had a shocked expression. He could feel a surging heat wave erupting from Li Fuchen, causing his chi presence to crumble. Under the envelopment of the heat wave, Shentu Jianhe felt his body becoming a few times heavier. He wasn't as light as before and felt a burning sensation on the surface of his skin. How can his aura be so strong? Shentu Jianhe could not understand. The aura was made up of 2 parts. One was the aura, and the other was the spirit will. One's aura was related to one's shenqi. The higher one's cultivation and the stronger the cultivation technique they practiced, the more terrifying one's aura would be. One's spirit will was related to one's cultivation level. The higher one's cultivation level, the higher one's spirit will. Of course, some people were born with a strong spirit will. Li Fuchen's spirit will was originally normal. But that year when he lost his talent, every time he cultivated, his soul spirit would feel like it was being torn apart. It tempered his spirit will to be like steel. Then, with the golden amulet transforming his soul spirit, his spirit will turn from a normal steel to a precious metal. Not only was it indestructible, it was sharp and had a strong, killing power. Apart from that, the Mystical Dragon Secret Technique also contained the dragon's prowess. With the multiple layers, Li Fuchen's chi presence was even more superior than his own ability. Defeat. A dazzling sword light pierced through Shentu Jianhe's chi protection and penetrated his body. Spitting out a mouthful of blood, Shentu Jianhe was sent flying and got stuck in the thick wall. The tables turned too quickly, no one could react in time. By the time they reacted, Shentu Jianhe was already severely injured. Everyone from the city lord's residence was disappointed. At this moment, they realized that from now on, the Shentu clan was no longer the sky of Yunwu City. It was unknown if the Shentu clan could continue to exist in peace. But no one dared to say anything. No one dared to glare at Li Fuchen with anger. Direct disciples were not to be disobeyed. Disobeying a direct disciple was the same as disobeying the Azure Water sect. Many thanks, Big Brother Fuchen. Li Xiaodai murmured in her heart. In the eyes of others, Li Fuchen was unreachable. But in the eyes of Li Xiaodai, Li Fuchen was like the morning sun, bringing her endless warmth. Even her sorrow seemed to lighten up. Retrieving the gold-class direct disciple token from his waist, Li Fuchen declared, "I am a gold-class direct disciple of the Azure Water sect. From today onwards, Shentu Jianhe shall be relieved of his position as Yunwu City's city lord. Within 3 days, all Shentu clansmen shall move out of the city lord's residence. Anyone who disobeys shall be killed without mercy." Direct disciples had a prestigious status, but gold-class direct disciples had an even more prestigious status. Out of the hundreds of thousands of Azure Water sect members, there were only 31 gold-class direct disciples. As a gold-class direct disciple, Li Fuchen had the authority to temporarily remove Shentu Jianhe from his position as city lord. This was the authority given to him by the sect. Of course, the upper echelons of the sect would send someone to investigate. If it was just Li Fuchen's unreasonable actions, Shentu Jianhe would still be reinstated as the city lord and Li Fuchen would have to receive a heavy punishment. Gold-class direct disciple. Shentu Jianhe, who was still conscious, fell into a daze. Li Fuchen wasn't actually a silver-class direct disciple, but a gold-class direct disciple. For a moment, he felt the world spinning and fainted. Reaching out his hand to suck Shentu Lang's head over, Li Fuchen said to Li Xiaodai, "With Shentu Lang's head as a sacrifice, I believe uncle's spirit will rest in peace. Let's go." Li Xiaodai nodded lightly. In just a day, the news of Li Fuchen removing Shentu Jianhe from his position as Yunwu City's city lord was like a storm that swept across the entire Yunwu City. At the same time, other news about Li Fuchen were also spreading. Direct disciple. Gold-class direct disciple. Removing the Li clan's patriarch, Li Taizhan, and supporting his father, Li Tianhan. Killing his way into the city lord's residence, killing a Shentu clan's guest, killing Shentu Lang, severely injuring the city lord, Shentu Jianhe, and finally removing him from his position as city lord. No matter which piece of news it was, they were all soul-stirring. It was like a divine thunder from the 9 heavens, causing everyone in Yunwu City to be in a daze. Those who were persecuted by the Shentu clan all had tears in their eyes. As for the majority of the people, they started to worship Li Fuchen. To be Li Fuchen, to be able to remove the city lord just like that. How awe-inspiring and domineering was that? As for those who offended the Li clan and Li Fuchen, they were all terrified. Especially the Guan and Yang clans. These two clans had conflicts with the Li clan, and it wasn't a small conflict. The Yang clan was in dead silence. The Guan clan was also in dead silence. The upper echelons of the two clans were frowning. The Guan clan's patriarch, Guan Yu, was regretting so much that his intestines turned green. The Guan clan's founder, Guan Tong, was in a daze. During the genius contest, he sent a message to threaten Li Fuchen. What should he do now? Chapter 176. The Guan, Yang, and Shentu clans weren't having a good time, but the Li clan was in a celebratory mood. Their young clan head was now a gold-class direct disciple of the Azure Water sect. Who would dare to provoke or oppress the Li clan in the future? For the past 10 years, the Li clan was considered one of the 4 major clans, but it only existed in name. Even though Yunwu City was just a small city, it had a population of over 200,000 and 1 million people within its borders. With a decent population base, the 3 major clans had a combined annual income of over 1 million gold coins. Of which, the Yang clan accounted for half of it, with an annual income of around 500,000 gold coins. The Guan clan was second with 400,000 gold coins. But the Li clan had less than 200,000 gold coins. The reason why it was so low was due to the combined efforts of the Yang and Guan clans, as well as the secret suppression from the Shentu clan. 10 years ago, the Li clan had 70 to 80 shops in Yunwu City. But today, there were only 30 over shops. As for the Shentu clan being the City Lord's clan, the sect rules stated that the City Lord's clan was not allowed to do business. But to do business, they had to pay taxes. In addition, every clan had to pay taxes too. In addition, with the fawning from various factions and secret income, the Shentu clan's income was undoubtedly the highest. As for the exact amount, only the City Lord, Shentu Jianhe, knew. Now that the Li clan had Li Fuqian, not only could they return to the peak, they could even surpass it. Silver Rich City, City Lord's residence. Uncle, that Li Fuqian is too arrogant. You have to seek justice for me. Xiang Jiayu pleaded with Silver Rich City's City Lord, Xiang Tianqiong. Xiang Tianqiong's expression was unsettled. Tomorrow, I will bring you to apologize. Alright, what? Xiang Jiayu subconsciously nodded, but quickly reacted. Not only did her uncle not seek justice for her, he wanted to go with her to apologize. Hearing this, Li Yunhe was dumbfounded. He was worried that something might happen to Xiang Jiayu, hence he brought along 2 bodyguards and followed her. Why, uncle? Is our Xiang clan afraid of a direct disciple? Cousin brother is also a direct disciple, and has been since a few years ago. Xiang Jiayu couldn't accept it. Jiayu, you are too reckless. From outside the hall, a youth walked in. Xiang Jiayu and Li Yunhe turned around. Xiang Jiayu said, Brother Tianqiang, why are you back? It is fortunate that I am back. Do you know that direct disciples are also separated into different grades? I am only a silver class direct disciple in the Azure Water sect, while Li Fuqian is a gold class direct disciple. Xiang Tianqiang was resentful that Xiang Tianqiang didn't live up to his expectations. Gold class direct disciple. Xiang Jiayu was stunned. A gold-class direct disciple has the authority to dismiss an ordinary city's city lord, but a silver-class direct disciple doesn't have this authority. Not to mention my Xiang clan, even a large city's city lord clan wouldn't dare to provoke a gold-class direct disciple. They would try to curry favor with them, but you actually offended a gold-class direct disciple. Dismiss the city lord. Xiang Jiayu and Li Yunhe gasped. A gold-class direct disciple had too much authority to actually be able to dismiss a city lord. Xiang Tianqiang continued, don't even mention that Li Fuqian is a gold-class direct disciple, even if he was a silver-class direct disciple, we still wouldn't dare to provoke him. A 19-year-old silver-class direct disciple has a much higher status than me. Do you really think that just because our Xiang clan is glorious, we can casually offend anyone? Let me tell you, if we provoke someone we shouldn't provoke, the Xiang clan might lose its glory in a single day. Then what should we do? Xiang Jiayu panicked. She was indeed pampered, but it didn't mean that she didn't have any brains. If the Xiang clan lost its glory, she as a Xiang clan's descendant would truly be worthless. This wasn't the life she wanted. Apologize, and it has to be sincere. Other than that, just apologizing isn't enough. We can allow the Li clan to open a shop in Silver Rich City. Xiang Tianqiang spoke without any hesitation. He had just returned from the Azure Water sect a few days ago, hence, he knew everything about Li Fuqian. Li Fuqian might only be a normal bone frame, but from his current potential, he probably surpassed most of the gold-class direct disciples. Even if he had 10 times the guts, he wouldn't dare to provoke Li Fuqian. Xiang Tianqiang nodded, Tianqiang is right. Just apologizing isn't enough, we have to support the Li clan's business. Uncle, cousin brother, I was wrong. Xiang Jiayu's heart had a trace of fear. She was afraid that Li Fuqian would bear a grudge against her and the Xiang clan. Xiang Tianqiang laughed, Jiayu, this incident might have brought a crisis to our Xiang clan, but it isn't without benefits. If this Li Fuqian is magnanimous, our Xiang clan can just happen to have a good relationship with the Li clan. Having a good relationship with a gold-class direct disciples clan would have a huge impact on the future. Your cousin brother is right. This is a crisis, but also an opportunity. Xiang Tianqiang nodded. This was also the reason why he didn't get angry, if not he would have already berated Xiang Jiayu. Xiang Jiayu's mind was in a daze. At this moment, she suddenly felt how insignificant she was. This world was too complicated. She had only been living under the Xiang clan's glory and didn't understand much about this world. Li clan. There were too many people who came over these few days. All the big and small factions of Yunwu City came one after another. Even though they knew that giving gifts now was just icing on the cake and the Li clan might not remember their kindness. But if they didn't give any gifts, the Li clan might suspect them. They didn't seek to ascend to the next level, they just wanted to maintain their current status. Tianhan, there are too many people coming over these few days. Shen Yuyan felt helpless and proud at the same time. When a man achieves greatness, even his chickens and dogs rise to heaven. Their son, Li Fuqian, did well and they benefited from it. It would be a lie to say that they weren't happy or proud. Li Tianhan said, "This is how the world is. If you are strong, others will come to curry favor with you. But we cannot separate ourselves from this world. If they come to give gifts, then let them do it. It would be a waste to reject them." After being the patriarch for a few years, Li Tianhan understood the ways of the world. Since they couldn't change this world, they could only adapt to it. Stubbornness would only lead to self-destruction. I understand. Shen Yuyan nodded, how could she not understand this logic? Patriarch, Silver Rich City's city lord, Xiang Tianqiong seeks an audience. A Li clan's martial artist entered the meeting hall and informed Li Tianhan and Shen Yuyan. Xiang Tianqiong. Li Tianhan and Shen Yuyan looked at each other. In the past, people like Xiang Tianqiong were high above them. Not to mention their Li clan, even the Shen Tu clan wasn't worthy of Xiang Tianqiong's attention. Who would have thought that Xiang Tianqiong would take the initiative to seek an audience today? Let us go out and welcome him. Shen Yuyan said. All right. Li Tianhan felt that it was reasonable. Outside the hall, Xiang Tianqiong, Xiang Tianqiang, and Xiang Jiayu were all there. Seeing Li Tianhan personally coming out to welcome him, Xiang Tianqiong spoke with fear and trepidation, Patriarch Li, how can I trouble you to personally welcome me? I am here today to bring my niece to apologize. Li Tianhan sized up the timid Xiang Jiayu and said, City Lord Xiang, please come in. No matter what, let's go in first. Chapter 177. I, Xiang Tianqiong, have failed to discipline the disciples of my clan well. When I heard that my niece had offended the Li clan, I specially came over to apologize. Jiayu, what are you waiting for? Come and apologize to clan leader Li. Xiang Tianqiong shouted at Xiang Jiayu. Jiayu walked over with fear and trepidation. She bowed, Patriarch Li, Jiayu is insensible. Please forgive me. Li Tianhan glanced at Jiayu, then back to Xiang Tianqiong, waiting for his next words. If he forgave the other party with just a simple apology, then his Li clan would be worthless. Xiang Tianqiong replied awkwardly, Patriarch Li, I, Xiang Tianqiong, actually have a request for your Li clan. Our silver-rich city has been in a slump for the past few years. I would like to invite your Li clan to enter our city and open a few shops to help our city regain its prosperity. I wonder if Patriarch Li can help me. Of course, I won't ask for nothing. Your Li clan's shops in Silver Rich City can be exempted from taxes for 5 years. Offering gifts and apologizing was a form of knowledge. If he directly gave gifts or asked the Li clan to open a shop in Silver Rich City, it would be too vulgar and would easily arouse the other party's disgust. But if Xiang Tianqiong did the opposite and asked the Li clan to help Silver Rich City, the effect would be much better. One had to know that Silver Rich City's industries had been declining for the past few years, but this was a normal phenomenon. It didn't mean that Silver Rich City needed external help. Letting the Li clan open a shop in Silver Rich City was a great thing. Li Tianhan replied, if it's just opening 1 or 2 shops, then forget it. My Li clan's energy is limited. Seeing that Li Tianhan had relented, Xiang Tianxiong's eyes flashed with joy. How can 1 or 2 shops help Silver-Rich City? We need at least 50 shops. I wonder how much funds your Li clan has. If it's not enough, my Xiang clan can lend some to your Li clan. Hearing this, Li Tianhan was tempted. 50 shops wasn't a small number, it was a huge number. Normally speaking, a shop's annual net income would be at least 5,000 gold coins. It had to be known that this was a net income of nearly 300,000 gold coins. If it was tax-free, it wouldn't be difficult to reach 500,000 gold coins. Men, quickly served the 3 of them tea. City Lord Xiang, please take a seat. Li Tianhan gestured with his right hand. To be honest, Li Tianhan didn't want to fall out with the Xiang family unless it was absolutely necessary. There was a saying that went, nothing can be done to the extreme. One had to leave a path of retreat for oneself. Right now, the Li family was in the limelight, but making too many enemies was not a good thing. Patriarch Li is too polite. Xiang Tianxiong heaved a sigh of relief. This matter had finally been settled, and he had even established a relationship with the Li family. As long as the Xiang family managed this relationship well, there would only be benefits. Li Tianhan said, for City Lord Xiang to personally pay a visit to our Li family for such a small matter is our Li family's honor. Although our Li family has declined in recent years, we still have sufficient funds. Opening 50 shops won't be a problem. During this period, I hope City Lord Xiang will take care of us. After all, the Li family had more than 50 years of history. It was not difficult for them to transfer millions of gold coins. Of course, of course. Xiang Tianxiong nodded repeatedly. As the servant girl served the tea, the atmosphere in the conference hall was extremely harmonious. Both parties were chatting and laughing. At this moment, Xiang Tianxiang cupped his fist and said, Patriarch Li, I am Xiang Tianxiang, a direct disciple of the Azure Water sect. I have heard of Li Shidi's name before, but have never met you before. I wonder if Patriarch Li can introduce me. Li Tianhan had long noticed Xiang Tianxiang. Hearing that he was a direct disciple, he was surprised and thought, it seems like this person is the Xiang family's greatest reliance. But Fuchen didn't like to entertain guests. As his father, he didn't want to force him. He couldn't help but speak with difficulty. Fuchen is currently practicing his sword. I'm afraid he doesn't have the time. Xiang Tianxiong didn't want the situation to be too awkward. He laughed, since he doesn't have the time, then forget it. Tianxiang, there will be plenty of opportunities in the future. There is no need to rush. I see. Tianxiang was too impulsive. Xiang Tianxiang didn't reveal any dissatisfaction. Gold-class direct disciples were all cultivation maniacs and would always do as they pleased. In his opinion, Li Fuchen should be the same. If not, how could he have achieved such accomplishments? Guan Clan, Patriarch, I received news that Silver-Rich City's city lord, Xiang Tianxiong has personally visited the Li clan to apologize. A Guan clan's martial artist knelt on one knee and reported. Guan Yu's expression was extremely unpleasant. Ever since Li Fuchen stood out in the Azure Water sect, he had some regrets. Not only did he regret breaking off the engagement. He regretted that the Guan clan was too ruthless all these years. They didn't even leave a path of retreat for themselves. What should he do now? Li Fuchen was now a gold-class direct disciple of the Azure Water sect. With just a word from him, the Guan clan would never be able to make a comeback. Guan Shui was only an inner sect disciple and couldn't help the Guan clan at all. You may leave. Guan Yu waved his hand and looked as though he had aged a lot. Li Fuchen, you are truly the bane of the Guan clan. Guan Yu muttered. Back at the genius contest, Li Fuchen caused the Guan clan to lose everything. Had it not been for Guan Shui, no one from the Guan clan would have been able to enter the Azure Water sect. Who would have thought that it was just the beginning of a nightmare? Now, the real nightmare had arrived. Guan Yu, go to the Li clan and offer a humble apology. Afterwards, move the entire clan out of Yunwu City. An elder walked in. It was the Guan clan's founder, Guan Tong. Founder, I'm afraid this isn't appropriate. Move the entire clan out of Yunwu City. Where to? Every city was intertwined with each other. As an outsider, it would be too difficult for them to settle down. Back when the Guan clan came to Yunwu City, they received a lot of help from the Li clan. Guan Tong, do you still not understand? The Guan clan can no longer develop in Yunwu City. Only by leaving Yunwu City can we have a chance to make a comeback. But the prerequisite is that the Li clan will let the Guan clan off. Asking for forgiveness was to prevent the Li clan from killing them. If not, they wouldn't even have the chance to leave Yunwu City. Yang clan, the Yang clan's founder and patriarch were having a headache. After a long discussion, there was only one best choice, which was to move the entire clan out of Yunwu City. The Li clan was too powerful now. Even if they didn't have a good relationship with the Li clan, they wouldn't have any chance to develop in Yunwu City and would only continue to decline. Of course, the prerequisite was for the Li clan to let the Yang clan off. They didn't know the attitude of the Li clan yet, so they had to test it out. If they wanted to test it out, they would have to ask for forgiveness. On this day, the upper echelons of the Guan clan and Yang clan went to the Li clan to ask for forgiveness. Half a day later, the upper echelons of the Guan clan and the Yang clan left. No one knew what happened inside. They only knew that after the two clans left the Li clan, they began to move. This matter couldn't be concealed even if they wanted to. Gradually, the news spread throughout the entire Yunwu City. The citizens of Yunwu City were in an uproar and were all filled with emotions. The Guan clan moved, the Yang clan moved. Yunwu City was left with the Shintu clan and the Li clan. If everything went according to plan, the Shintu clan would also leave Yunwu City. By then, the Li clan would be the only one left in Yunwu City. This was the true domination of the world. From now on, the Li clan would be the sky of Yunwu City and no other forces would be able to go against them. Of course, whether or not this situation could be maintained depended on whether or not Li Fuchen could continue to grow. If Li Fuchen stopped growing, in the future, there would definitely be new forces coming to Yunwu City to fight with the Li clan. Since ancient times, it was unknown how many times this had happened. Chapter 178. Half a month later, a representative from the sect arrived. It was an inner sect elder with the surname Sung. Elder Tsung came under the orders of the Grand Elder. Before he came, he had already looked through the information on the Shintu clan. He knew that this clan was rather tyrannical in recent years. They bullied men and women, embezzled money, and forcefully accused smaller clans. If it was under normal circumstances, the Azure Water sect wouldn't bother. After all, any clan that stayed in the city lord's position for a long time would degenerate. As long as they didn't degenerate to the point of being unscrupulous, the Azure Water sect would usually turn a blind eye and send someone to warn them. But this time was different. It was a gold-class direct disciple who deposed the city lord. Since even the gold-class direct disciple couldn't stand it, then the Azure Water sect had to take this matter seriously. Yunwu City's city lord and a gold-class direct disciple. It was obvious who was more important. In the skies above Yunwu City, Elder Tsung's voice echoed throughout the city. During Shintu Jianhe's reign, he allowed his clansmen to bully men and women, murder for wealth. From today onwards, he is relieved of his position as Yunwu City's city lord. The substitute city lord will be temporarily appointed by Patriarch Li Tianhan. The new city lord will arrive in a few days. The Azure Water sect had at least 8,000 Earth Realm martial artists. Those that wanted to be the city lord could be easily found. There was no need to worry about the city lord candidate. The Shintu clan's reign of Yunwu City is finally over. If I remember correctly, Shentu Jianhe has been in power for about 18 years. That's right. Ever since Shentu Jianhe took over, the Shentu clan leapt from being one of the 4 major clans to the head of the 4 major clans. In a flash, 18 years have passed and the Shentu clan has finally come to an end. Their rise and fall are all due to the city lord. The 200,000 plus citizens of Yunwu City all heard Elder Tsang's voice and were in a heated discussion. Li clan, Elder Tsang specially paid a visit to Li Fuchen. Elder Tsang. In Li Fuchen's courtyard, the two of them sat on stone chairs and conversed. Elder Tsang laughed. In the entire Yunwu City, no one has the ability to challenge the Li clan. Congratulations. Li Fuchen replied, I have let Elder Tsang laugh at me. These are all small matters. After settling these small matters, I will wholeheartedly pursue the pinnacle of the martial Tao. Elder Tsang nodded his head and said, It's rare that you haven't been disturbed by the worldly fame and fortune. There are many geniuses who could have achieved even greater things, but they have been tied down by too many things and have gradually lost their devotion to the martial path. Those who are truly able to achieve great things are those who can resist temptation and loneliness. Li Fuchen was much calmer than he imagined. He was so calm that he didn't seem like a 19-year-old youth, but more like a sage who had seen through the rules of the world. Drinking a mouthful of tea, Elder Tsang said, Work hard. You are able to become a gold-class direct disciple, which means that you have great potential. But you must not be arrogant and complacent. The East Unicorn continent is extremely vast. The 4 regions that the 4 sects occupy are just the tip of the iceberg. There are many more regions outside, like the regions that are governed by the sects, the chaotic 100 battle region, the demonic 10 regions where demons roam freely. A regular martial artist can only travel around 70% of the regions in the East Unicorn continent. The rest of the regions are impossible to enter. So compared to the entire East Unicorn continent, my Azure Water region is just an ordinary region. In order to protect ourselves, we have to constantly develop. In the history of the East Unicorn continent, there have been 3 sect wars. In every sect war, many sects would be annihilated. And those sects that were annihilated, without exception, were all the weaker sections. My Azure Water sect has never experienced a sect war, but we have to make preparations for the 4th sect war. I am not saying all this to give you pressure. You are only at the Earth realm now. These matters that involve the entire continent have nothing to do with you. I just want you to know that the Earth realm is only the initial stage of self-defense in the East Unicorn continent. If you want to dominate the East Unicorn continent, it is still far from enough. Elder Tsang was a member of the Grand Elders faction. He had to remind Li Fuchen to always maintain a high fighting spirit. Li Fuchen replied, Elder Tsang, don't worry. I understand what you are saying. Arrogance and complacency will not happen to me. With the golden amulet, his horizons were broader than anyone else. He suspected that the golden amulet wasn't an object of this world, but a treasure from a higher realm. In order to not let the golden amulet down, the only thing Li Fuchen could do was to constantly improve and surpass himself, until he completely understood the secret of the golden amulet. After chatting for 2 hours, Elder Tsang left with Shentu Jianhe. Shentu Jianhe was after all a middle management member of the Tsanglan sect. Removing him from his position as city lord was a punishment, and he still had to arrange other matters for him. Dad, Mom, leave the clan matters to others. You have more important matters to attend to. On this day, the Li Fuchen family of 3 gathered together. Li Tianhan asked curiously, what other important matters are there? Li Fuchen took out 3 storage bags and said, these 3 storage bags contain some herbs and elixirs. Storage bags? Li Tianhan and Xin Yuyan's breathing quickened. They had only heard of such items, but had never seen them before. It was said that a single storage bag could be auctioned for a few 100,000 gold coins. If one's background wasn't strong enough, they wouldn't even be able to buy it or keep it. Li Fuchen took out 3 storage bags in one go. This was too much. Opening the storage bag, Li Tianhan and Shen Yuyan were once again dumbfounded. The herbs inside were all stored in jade boxes. Opening the jade boxes, they saw that they were all high-tier yellow class herbs and peak-tier yellow class herbs. There were even a few low-tier mystic class herbs. As for the pills, it was even more frightening. Stacked together, they were basically all yellow class, high-tier, or peak-tier pills. If these pills were to be auctioned, it would be worth at least 1 or 2 million gold coins, which was equivalent to decades of savings for the Li clan. Fuchen, you need these more than we do. We cannot accept them. Li Tianhan said. Li Fuchen shook his head. I obtained 10 million sect contribution points from the 100 Herbs hidden domain. I can have as many of these items as I want, so you don't have to worry about me. Finishing his sentence, Li Fuchen took out another storage bag. This time, he personally opened the storage bag and took out the Origin Return Herb and Earth-Shattering Fruit. Dad, Mom, this Origin Return Herb can allow you to advance one level quickly without any side effects. Dad, you are now at the 7th level of the Origin Realm. With just 2 stalks of Origin Return Herb, you will be able to reach the 9th level of the Origin Realm. Mom, you are at the 2nd level of the Origin Realm. In a short period of time, you might not be able to break through to the 9th level of the Origin Realm. But within a few years, it shouldn't be a problem. Even though the Origin Return Herb didn't have any side effects, it still had its limits. As for how many levels it could increase, it would vary from person to person. Li Fuchen didn't stop and opened the jade box containing the Earth-Shattering Fruit. This is the Earth-Shattering Fruit. One day, when you reach the peak of the 9th level of the Origin Realm, you can consume the Earth-Shattering Fruit. It will allow you to break through to the Earth Realm in one go. One after another, important news shocked Li Tianhan and Shen Yuyan so much that they felt dizzy and couldn't even breathe properly. But at this moment, the real important news arrived. Li Fuchen took out the 7-color glazed grape and a yellow class, peak-tier cultivation technique manual. P.S. A little stuck, the first chapter is late. Chapter 179. This stalk of herb is an Earth-class low-tier herb, rainbow glazed grape. Martial artists who are below the 3-star bone frame would be able to upgrade their bone frame by 1 rank after consuming it. Father, you are a 1-star bone frame and after consuming one, you will be able to upgrade to a 2-star bone frame. Mother, you are the same as me and have a normal bone frame. After consuming one, you will be able to upgrade to a 1-star bone frame. Li Fuchen pointed at the 7-color glazed grape. Looking at the 7-color glazed grape that was revolving with rainbow radiance, Li Tianhan and Shen Yuyan looked at each other. Li Tianhan said, Fuchen, what if I consume 2 of these 7-color glazed grapes? Li Fuchen laughed and said, the second pill is useless. Each person can only consume 1 pill. As expected. Although it was a pity, Li Tianhan and Shen Yuyan quickly immersed themselves in excitement. The root bone was a person's foundation. Other pills were only temporary, but the root bone was for life. It was more important than anything else. What kind of concept was it to upgrade the 1-star bone frame? Even the strongest expert in the East Unicorn continent couldn't do it. It contained the mysteries of the world. Here are 3 rainbow glazed grapes. Father, Mother, you can have 1 each. I hope to give the last one to Li Xiaodai. There were a total of 7 pills. He took 1 for himself and gave 1 to Li Tianshi, Li Jinxiu, and Li Xuantu. Other than him, these 3 were the ones with the greatest potential in the Li family. Finally, Li Fuchen pointed at the manual. This is a yellow class, peak-tier technique manual, the triple element technique. I obtained it during a mission and it doesn't belong to the sect. Yellow class peak-tier skill. Li Tianhan and Shen Yuyan's emotions were no longer as intense, because they were almost numb now. But when Li Fuchen told them that this was a peak-tier, yellow class technique manual, their eyes lit up. Even if it was a 2-star bone frame, if the cultivation technique wasn't good enough, it would be impossible to advance to the Earth realm in this lifetime. The importance of the cultivation technique was second only to the bone frame. Li Tianhan and Shen Yuyan spent the day in excitement. They didn't fall asleep until late at night. 3 days later, with the help of the Origin Return Herb, Li Tianhan advanced to the 9th level of the Origin Realm. Shen Yuyan had also advanced to the 5th level of the Origin Realm. The two of them could see the strong will to fight in each other's eyes. As long as one was a martial artist, there was no one who did not want to pursue a higher realm. As long as there was a glimmer of hope, they would not give up. What was in front of them now wasn't just a glimmer of hope, but absolute hope. If they didn't have any fighting spirit, then they would really be a pile of mud. The Li family had a lot of things to do, and it was impossible for Li Tianhan to break away from them. After all, he was not only the Li family patriarch, but also the acting city lord of Cloud Fog City. Li Tianhan might have to wait for the real city lord to come before he could relax a little. Half a month later, the new city lord arrived. This city lord was called Lian Jinshui, an inner sect deacon of the Zhanglan sect. Now that Yunwu City's city lord position was vacant, he was promoted by 1 rank and became the city lord. His status was equivalent to an outer sect elder. When Lian Jinshui arrived at Yunwu City, he didn't go straight to the city lord's mansion. Instead, he went straight to the Li family. He was very clear in his heart that even though he was the mayor of Cloud Fog City, the Li family was the actual ruler of Cloud Fog City. As for the Li clan's Li Fuchen, he was an existence that even the outer sect elders had to look up to. The Li clan warmly welcomed Lian Jinshui, and even Li Fuchen personally came out to meet him. No matter what, Lian Jinshui was still the city lord of Cloud Fog City. He was the link between the Li clan and the Zhanglan sect. If Li Fuchen wasn't around, the Li clan could contact the upper echelons of the Zhanglan sect through Lian Jinshui. Seeing that the Li clan was on the right track and Yunwu City had a new city lord, Li Fuchen decided to return to the sect. Back at the Zhanglan sect, Li Fuchen immediately immersed himself in cultivation. After leaving the Zhanglan sect for 2 months, Li Fuchen didn't waste any of his time. The Radiant Sword style had already been pushed to the perfection stage and was just 1 step away from the trance stage to comprehend the Radiant Sword intent. At the same time, Li Fuchen felt that his soul spirit was about to metamorphose again. 1 month ago, Li Fuchen's soul spirit was already 99% pale blue. Just a sliver more and it would truly metamorphose. But this sliver was exceptionally difficult to metamorphose. Had it not been for the throbbing of his soul spirit, Li Fuchen would have thought that it would take another 1.5 years to metamorphose. Without intentionally waiting for his soul spirit to metamorphose, Li Fuchen did whatever he was supposed to do. On this day, he went to the Martial Hall to redeem a large amount of yellow class, mid-tier sword art manuals. He began to cultivate them one by one. Another half a month had passed. In the spacious courtyard, rays of radiance shot out. Li Fuchen had a decent sword Dao foundation and had already comprehended the meteor sword intent. Furthermore, the meteor sword intent was similar to the radiance sword art. In less than 3 months, Li Fuchen had comprehended the radiance sword intent. With the support of the radiance sword intent, the radiance sword style speed was too fast. It was even faster than the meteor sword style by a huge margin. When brandishing the sword, Li Fuchen couldn't feel any resistance. Too fast. Li Fuchen took a deep breath. After comprehending the initial stage of the radiance sword intent, he almost couldn't control it. Once the sword intent was released, the sword had to be brandished, or else it would be extremely uncomfortable. This feeling wasn't like a man controlling the sword, but the sword controlling the man. I can release but not withdraw. It seems like I have to practice more. Li Fuchen thought to himself. On the morning of the 2nd day, Li Fuchen, who was preparing to practice his sword, suddenly froze in place. His lifeless eyes suddenly released a resplendent pale blue brilliance. In his mind, his spirit soul had completely turned pale blue. Once the pale blue spirit soul was formed, Li Fuchen's mind was instantly absorbed into his mind. The pale blue spirit soul was like a pale blue crystal ball, magnificent, without a trace of impurities or flaws. In the originally empty and chaotic mind, there were inexplicably many threads appearing. These threads were all in a mess, there was no way to understand where they were connected or where they were connected. Only a few of the threads were connected together to form a complete circuit. Crackle, crackle. The pale blue electric current exploded and all the threads were stained with electric current. The electric current was very brutal, connecting the threads one by one, causing the number of circuits to increase. Not knowing how much time had passed, when the electric current completely dissipated, the threads were hidden as well, as though they were never there before. Is this the pale blue spirit soul? Only now did Li Fuchen regain his consciousness. Looking at the magnificent pale blue spirit soul ball, Li Fuchen couldn't use words to describe its beauty. Huff. Taking a deep breath, Li Fuchen's mind retreated from his mind. I wonder how is my perception now? Drawing his sword, Li Fuchen began to practice the radiant sword style. Li Fuchen was shocked in the next moment. The previously uncontrollable radiance sword intent was now as gentle as water. The degree of gentleness instantly reached the level of the meteor sword intent. With an intense light in his eyes, Li Fuchen began to comprehend a yellow class, mid-tier sword art. Half an hour passed. 1 yellow class, mid-tier sword art reached the trance stage. 2 hours, 3 yellow class, mid-tier sword arts reached the trance stage. 4 hours, 7 yellow class, mid-tier sword arts reached the trance stage. Chapter 180. The light blue soul spirit's comprehension ability is obviously several times higher than the green soul spirit. I wonder if it will allow me to comprehend the wind shadow true meaning, iron smelting hand true meaning, and shadowless leg true meaning. When one's perception reached a certain realm, one could forcefully comprehend martial Tao true intent. First was the wind shadow true meaning and the shadowless kick true meaning. These two true meanings were related to wind and could be used as references. On the vast mountainside, an illusory figure was shuttling back and forth. It was hard to describe how fast he was. He seemed to be faster than the wind and more agile than a bird. His movements were silent and as fast as lightning. With the wind shadow true intent combined with the shadowless leg true intent, my speed will far surpass the divine movement leg. Furthermore, it will be countless times more agile than the divine movement leg. The speed of the divine movement leg was extremely fast, but that kind of speed was in a straight line. As for the true meaning of wind shadow combined with the true meaning of shadowless leg, be it in a straight line or a curved line, it had reached the pinnacle. It simply didn't seem like something a human could achieve. A leaf flew up. Li Fuchen jumped on the leaf and danced along with it. Innate bone improves all aspects of one's attributes, but all of this seems to be meaningless when compared to perception. Having a high level of comprehension wasn't scary, but having a ridiculously high level of comprehension was scary. When there was no difficulty in comprehending martial arts, it was a wonderful feeling, as if he was about to touch upon the mysteries of heaven and earth. After comprehending the wind shadow true meaning and shadowless leg true meaning, next was the iron smelting hand true meaning. The true meaning of iron smelting hand was related to fire. With the completion stage of the iron smelting hand, it was able to melt metals and purify the impurities in ores. Li Fuchen didn't know what would happen after comprehending the intent of the iron smelting hand. In order to comprehend the intent of the iron smelting hand, Li Fuchen specially found a stove and threw in charcoal to ignite it. Whoosh! The fire burned more and more fiercely, releasing the intent of burning itself and illuminating the world. Fire consumes fuel. The more fuel there is, the fiercer the flame will be. There is no limit to the fierceness of a fire. It seems that it can keep increasing, provided that the support is strong enough. Li Fuchen opened up his right hand and the true inferno chi poured into the palm of his right hand and was constantly compressed. Gradually, Li Fuchen's right hand started to distort. In the next moment, a green flame was released and covered Li Fuchen's palm. Finding a piece of wood, Li Fuchen held it in his right hand. In the blink of an eye, the wood was burned to ashes. Retrieving a piece of yellow glass, peak-tier black iron from his storage bag, Li Fuchen held onto it. Not long after, the black iron began to melt, and the molten iron dripped down. It's too destructive. Li Fuchen was shocked at the destructive power of the iron-smelting hand intent. Or rather, he was shocked by the destructive power of the flames. Of course, the reason why the iron-smelting hand had such a strong destructive power was largely due to the true burning chi. After all, both were fiery martial arts. With a flash of light in his eyes, Li Fuchen activated his scarlet fire intent and clashed with the iron-smelting hand intent. Whoosh! The cyan flame turned into a dark cyan flame. As soon as a piece of wood came into contact with the flame, it immediately shone brightly. After a breath, the wood turned into a pile of ashes. When he held the dark steel in his hand, the dark steel melted at a speed visible to the naked eye, like magma. Smelting iron with my bare hands. I wonder if those sword-forging elders also cultivated the iron-smelting hand. The Azure Water sect was a sword Dao sect and had a sword-forging hall. Be it the disciples, deacons, or elders' swords, they were all forged by the sword-forging hall. Of course, other than the sword-forging elders, there were also a large number of sword-forging disciples. Every time they forged an artifact sword, they would receive a corresponding amount of sect contribution points according to the grade of the artifact sword. With such a strong perception, Li Fuchen naturally didn't want to waste it. 1 month later, Li Fuchen had reached the trance stage for 350 types of yellow class sword arts. There were 100 types of yellow class low-tier sword arts, 100 types of yellow class mid-tier sword arts, 100 types of yellow class high-tier sword arts, and 50 types of yellow class peak-tier sword arts. With the sudden increase in his Sword Dao foundation, Li Fuchen's Sword Dao perception became even stronger. In just a week, Li Fuchen had reached the trance stage for the Mystic class low-tier Soaring Sky Sword style and comprehended the Soaring Sky Sword intent. In just 5 days, he had reached the trance stage for the Mystic class low-tier Soaring Cloud Kill Slash and comprehended the Soaring Cloud Sword intent. Then came the Sunset Sword intent, Flint Fire Sword intent, and Earth Scarce Sword intent. After returning to the sect for 2 months, Li Fuchen had mastered a total of 7 types of sword intents. At the same time, Li Fuchen's True Inferno technique had progressed from the 13th rank to the 14th rank and was progressing towards the 15th rank. It is time to redeem a Mystic class mid-tier sword art. A Mystic class mid-tier sword art was something that even high-leveled Earth Realm martial artists would struggle to master. Among the direct disciples in the Azure Water sect, there were less than 10 who had comprehended a Mystic class mid-tier sword intent. Amongst them were Gold class direct disciples like Sword Maniac, Sword Tiger, and Emotionless Sword. Arriving at the martial hall, Li Fuchen began to choose his first Mystic class mid-tier sword art. Mountain River Sword Style, Forceful Sword Presence. White Cloud Sword Style, Solitary and Emotionless. 9 Revolution Sword Style, 1 blade with 9 revolutions. Rotating Flow Sword Style, Ferocious Sword Presence. Starfire Sword Style, 1 blade with Starfire. A Mystic class mid-tier sword art was worth at least 30,000 contribution points. With half price, it was only worth 10,000 or 20,000 contribution points. Li Fuchen had close to 10 million contribution points and naturally didn't mind these points. When he realized that there were a few sword arts that were suitable for him, he decided to redeem more. After some time, Li Fuchen chose 3 sword arts. They were the 9 Revolution Sword Style, Rotating Flow Sword Style, and Starfire Sword Style. When the Martial Hall Elder saw Li Fuchen redeeming 3 Mystic class mid-tier sword arts, he frowned and thought to himself, is this child arrogant or greedy? He naturally knew who Li Fuchen was. But in his opinion, an Earth Realm martial artist who could cultivate a mystic class, mid-tier sword art to the extremity was already considered fortunate. To cultivate 3 sword arts, it wouldn't take 3 times as long, but at least 10 times as long. Shaking his head, the Martial Hall elder didn't say anything. Gold class direct disciples were all stubborn. Once they decided on something, no one could change it. Holding on to the 3 sword art manuals, Li Fuchen returned to his courtyard. After some consideration, he decided to study the Starfire sword style first. This sword art was also related to fire and should be much easier to comprehend. During the cultivation process, Li Fuchen sighed in his heart. A sword art was indeed a sword art. In terms of lethality, it wasn't something cultivation techniques could compare with. He might have cultivated the Scarlet Mystic Flame technique to the highest rank and comprehended the Scarlet Fire technique intent. But Li Fuchen had a feeling that if he could grasp the Starfire sword intent, its power would be a few-fold stronger than the Scarlet Fire technique intent. The Starfire sword style was an extreme sword art, even more extreme than the Meteor sword style. The Meteor sword style pursued penetrative power, while the Starfire sword style pursued extreme destructive power. Chapter 181. When cultivating a mystic class, low-tier sword art, Li Fuchen only needed a few days to comprehend sword intent. But when cultivating a mystic class, mid-tier sword art, Li Fuchen spent 10 days to reach the completion stage, sub-perfection stage. Li Fuchen understood that just having perception wasn't enough. His cultivation level had to keep up. The higher the grade of the martial arts, the higher the requirement for cultivation level. Just like a rapid river, it could easily form a whirlpool. But for a shallow stream to form a whirlpool, it would be 10 times or even 100 times more difficult. Unless this stream was 10 times or 100 times more rapid than a large river. A pity that there was only so much water in a small stream. To make it extremely rapid, the height required wasn't just 1 or 2 points. Among them, a large stream was the cultivation level, a whirlpool was the martial arts, the speed of the flow was the perception, and the height was the foundation of the martial Tao. Perception and martial Tao foundation had similar effects. Perception itself had its own height, while martial Tao foundation could increase this height. They complemented each other and couldn't be lacking. Spending another half a month, Li Fuchen cultivated the 9 revolution sword style and rotating flow sword style to the sub-perfection stage. It wasn't that Li Fuchen didn't want to continue researching the Starfire sword style. He was truly unable to continue studying it. A mystic class mid-tier sword art required at least a high level of the Earth realm to be able to execute it to the extreme. If one had to forcefully push it to the extreme with their superior perception, it would probably take at least a few months. Seems like I have to make a trip to the Sword Monument. Within the Sword Monument, it contained the sword intents of the Zhanglan sect's past experts. If anyone could comprehend all of these sword intents, it would be the same as comprehending all the sword arts of the Zhanglan sect. Such a foundation was the foundation of a sect's sword Tao, enough to support the birth of an absolute expert. Returning the Starfire sword style, 9 revolution sword style, and rotating flow sword styles handwritten manuals, Li Fuchen headed towards the Sword Monument. The Sword Monument was located in a canyon, which got its name from the monument, hence the name Sword Monument Canyon. The canyon was very spacious, but there were plenty of people, at least 30 to 40. Li Fuchen took a glance and saw that most of them were inner sect elders, only a few were outer sect elders and direct disciples. No one disturbed each other and quietly comprehended. Occasionally, there would be a breakthrough and they couldn't help but practice their sword arts. Li Fuchen's arrival didn't attract anyone's attention. As expected of a sword steel. Even from a distance, Li Fuchen could feel the sword intent that was diffusing from the Sword Monument. Some of these sword intents were gentle like water, some were violent like fire, some were swift like thunder, some were like 100 flowers blooming, some were illusory, and some were like decadent music that could disrupt one's mental state. There were too many sword intents. These sword intents interweaved with each other like a dense net. It was not an easy task to capture a complete sword intent from within. Li Fuqian chose a rather spacious area and sat cross-legged while staring at the sword monument. On the sword monument, sword scars crisscrossed. As Li Fuqian concentrated, it was as though he could see sword moves flashing in front of his eyes. Every sword move was so exquisite, so unconstrained, and so untraceable. As compared to these sword arts, Li Fuqian's sword art was definitely like a toddler learning to walk and was very immature. Time flew by. On this day, Li Fuqian's heart was moved. He stood up and executed a sword move. This sword move was the Starfire sword style's rapid like starfire. In the air, a spark sputtered. It was tiny and inconspicuous. Crackle, but in the next moment, a burst of flame erupted and the power of rapid like starfire was fully released. Shortly after, the sky was filled with starfire. Unknowingly, Li Fuqian's starfire sword style had reached the perfection stage. Due to Li Fuqian's low cultivation level, which was far from the high levels of the Earth realm, his control was far beyond the high levels of the Earth realm. The exquisiteness of his sword moves was unparalleled. 9 revolution sword style, 9 revolutions in a single blade. Previously, Li Fuqian could only achieve 8 revolutions in a single blade. After staying beside the sword monument for a few days, Li Fuqian's sword art had actually achieved 9 revolutions in a single blade. With 9 revolutions, it was enough to neutralize any force and return all the force back. To a certain extent, the stronger the opponent's attack, the more force he had to withstand. Lastly was the rotating flow sword style. This was an extremely ferocious sword art. It could be propelled by soft yin qi or blazing qi. In the air, the flames swirled like a stream of water, forming rings of flames that devoured and destroyed everything. Not enough, still not enough. Even though he had pushed all 3 mystic class, mid-tier sword arts to the perfection stage. But Li Fuqian wasn't satisfied. A mystic class, mid-tier sword art that was at the perfection stage was only slightly stronger than a mystic class, low-tier sword art that comprehended sword intent. It wasn't able to increase his ability by a large margin. Focusing his attention, Li Fuqian stared at the sword monument, trying to find the sword scars and sword intents that were compatible with these 3 sword arts. What sword art is this? Li Fuqian unintentionally noticed a pile of strange sword scars. This sword scar was like a pile of ashes, drifting with the wind, with sparks flickering. Everything in the world, turn into ashes. A voice echoed, and Li Fuqian saw a flash of a sword move. This sword move was fearsome to the extreme. With a swing of the sword, everything in the world would be incinerated into ashes. Could this be one of the Azure Water sect's 3 major sword arts, the Ash sword style? Li Fuqian thought to himself. The Azure Water sect had 2 absolute techniques, 3 major sword arts, and 1 sect-defining secret technique. The 2 absolute techniques were the true Azure Water technique and the true Inferno technique. One of the 3 major sword arts was the Ash sword style. As for the sect-defining secret technique, it was naturally the sect origin swords. If any of these 6 absolute techniques were to be pushed to the extremity, it would be enough to dominate the world and look down on all heroes. Noticing the similarities between the Ash sword style and the Starfire sword style, Li Fuqian began to study them seriously. Days passed by. Li Fuqian could feel it more deeply. A sword intent that was hidden in the depths of his heart was being nurtured. Sitting cross-legged on the ground, Li Fuqian couldn't help but draw his black gold sword. A sharp and blazing intent was emitted. The surface of Li Fuqian's black gold sword had traces of undulations that spread out. Shortly after, tiny sparks were scattered. Go! Opening his eyes, Li Fuqian brandished his sword. The sword light couldn't be seen, only a spark could be seen flying out and landing on a large boulder. It was obviously filled with explosive power, but didn't emit any sound. The boulder was blasted open with a large hole. Magma was flowing within and there were even bits of magma splattering. With the emptiness in his eyes gone, Li Fuchen regained his complete consciousness. So this is the Starfire sword intent? Looking at the boulder that was melted into magma, Li Fuchen narrowed his eyes. This sword art was too dominant. Compared to the penetrative power of the meteor sword style and the destructive range of the radiant sword style, it was unknown how many folds more dreadful. It was just like killing when the sword was drawn. Taking out the water bottle from his storage bag, Li Fuchen took a look. 15 days had passed and it was much faster than he imagined. His consciousness felt that only a few days had passed. There are still 15 days left. I might as well use it all. In a flash, another 13 days had passed and Li Fuchen had comprehended the 9 revolution sword intent. Perhaps he was addicted to this feeling. Li Fuchen added another 1 million contribution points and comprehended the rotating flow sword intent as well. As of now, Li Fuchen had a total of 10 sword intents. 7 Mystic Class, Low-tier sword intents. 3 Mystic Class, Mid-tier sword intents. Chapter 182. In the courtyard, at the stone table, Li Fuchen was enjoying his tea. The tea was the Clear Heart tea, which cost 10,000 contribution points per kilo. Li Fuchen redeemed a few kilos and brewed a pot of it every day. I have less than 9 million contribution points left. I have to make good use of these points and not spend them recklessly. Even though he had a large amount of contribution points, Li Fuchen didn't feel like he had an endless supply of points. The 100 Herbs hidden domain was a one-time opportunity and there wouldn't be another one in the future. As his ability increased, every time he passed a floor of the direct inheritance tower, he would be qualified to redeem a true inheritance. Those that could be considered as a true inheritance would require a few 100,000 contribution points to redeem. Especially secret techniques. A 3-star secret technique would only require around 500,000 contribution points. A 4-star secret technique would increase by 10 folds and would require 5 million contribution points. A 5-star secret technique would require 50 million contribution points. The Grand Elder, Zhao Wujin, had saved for decades before he had enough contribution points to exchange for the sect origin swords. Of course, if he wanted to exchange for the sect master and Grand Elder's secret technique, he would have to obtain the approval of the sect master and Grand Elder. Clang clang clang, a knocking sound could be heard from outside the courtyard. Come in. Li Fuchen was a little curious as his courtyard never had any guests. The door was pushed open and a youth walked in. Is this Li Shidi? I am Xiang Tianxiang, a clansman of the silver-rich city Xiang clan. Xiang Tianxiang looked at Li Fuchen and revealed a smile. Have a seat. Li Fuchen gestured with his right hand. Thanks. Xiang Tianxiang sat opposite of Li Fuchen. Swish, swish. Li Fuchen poured a cup of tea for Xiang Tianxiang. The tea was like amber, crystal clear and had a trace of solidification. Xiang Tianxiang lifted the cup and took a sip. This is indeed the Clear Heart tea. It clears the mind and makes me forget all my worries. He had never entered the 100 Herbs hidden domain and had limited contribution points. It wasn't even enough to redeem cultivation resources, let alone tea leaves. He had only drunk this Clear Heart tea a few times. Li Fuchen poured another cup for Xiang Tianxiang and asked, I wonder why Xiang Shixiang is looking for me? Li Fuchen knew that the Li clan and the Xiang clan were related. Xiang Tianxiang replied, inner sect disciples need to go on a mission once a year. Direct disciples don't have this rule and can stay in the Tsang Lan sect all the time. But I think there are only a few of them. This time, I am here to ask Fuchen Shidi if he is interested in heading to the Divine Wind Hall or Iron Blood Hall to hunt for Demon Dao martial artists and eliminate the remnants of the Evil Fist sect. Demonic martial artist, Evil Fist sect remnant. Li Fuchen was in deep thought. Demonic Dao martial artists were martial artists who cultivated martial arts that were devoid of humanity. Although the Heaven Fiends sect was both righteous and evil, they were not considered demonic Dao martial artists. The cultivation techniques and martial arts that they cultivated only looked terrifying. They did not need to harm living beings. But demonic path martial artists were different. The cultivation methods they cultivated were extremely cruel. Like the blood-sucking technique. The more blood sucked, the faster one's skill would increase. If they sucked the blood of an expert, their skill would increase even faster. It was a fast speed technique. There were also some demonic path cultivation methods that required harvesting yin to nourish yang. It was unknown how many women had been harvested to death. There were even some cultivation methods that required the blood of a baby born in a yin year, a yin month, and a yin day. In short, demonic path cultivation methods were inhumane. Even the most gentle demonic path cultivation methods were extremely cruel and could not be accepted by ordinary people. As for the Evil Fist sect, this was an extremely terrifying sect. During the Third Sect War of the East Unicorn Continent, there was the shadow of the Evil Fist sect. After the Third Sect War ended, the Evil Fist sect fell apart, but it was not destroyed. It was just scattered, and almost every region had the shadow of the Evil Fist sect. Some were worried that if the Fourth Sect War broke out, it might be instigated by the Evil Fist sect. Sure, let's go to the Divine Wind Hall. The Tsang-Lan sect had many halls. Among them, the Divine Wind Hall and Iron Blood Hall were in charge of maintaining the stability and prosperity of the Tsang-Lan region. They were mainly responsible for hunting enemies and eliminating demonic Dao organizations. Sure, let's go to the Divine Wind Hall. Xiang Tianqiang smiled and drank the tea in a single gulp. The Divine Wind Hall's main hall was located in the Tsang-Lan sect. If the two of them wanted to go to the branch hall, they had to first obtain the main hall's approval. The main hall had no reason to reject a direct disciple's request. Just like that, the two of them obtained the Divine Wind Hall's 7th branch token and chose a day to head to the 7th branch. The 7th branch was located in the north of the Tsang-Lan region. On the second day, the two of them rode on Class 2 demonic blood horses and headed north. TSK, such a tragedy. This village was almost massacred. As they got closer to the north, the two of them could feel the chaos. Compared to the south, it was like heaven and earth. Why is it so chaotic here? Li Fuchen didn't understand. Xiang Tianqiang explained, to the northwest of the Tsang-Lan region is the Heaven Fiend sect, and to the northeast is the Spirit Hidden sect. Hence, in the north, Demon Dao martial artists are the most active. Once they are surrounded, they can escape to the Heaven Fiend region or the Spirit Hidden region. Our Tsang-Lan sect's men wouldn't dare to chase with great fanfare and can only do it in secret. To a certain extent, we are greatly restricted. Out of 10 times, the enemy will escape. Of course, during this period of time, the Demon Dao martial artists are probably too active. It just so happens that we caught up with them. It is rare to see such a situation. Xiang Tianqiang knew quite a bit and explained. Li Fuchen nodded with a serious expression. These were all innocent lives. Because they didn't have a strong enough martial strength to protect themselves, they could only be slaughtered and didn't have any ability to resist. He didn't dare to imagine if Yunwu City was in such a situation, how could they protect themselves? These Demon Dao martial artists deserve to die. Li Fuchen's body involuntarily released a killing intent. Xiang Tianqiang sized up Li Fuchen in astonishment and thought to himself, Fuchen Shidi has such a heavy killing intent. But one cannot be reckless when dealing with Demon Dao martial artists. One has to take it slow. If one overestimates himself, he will only lose his life. A few days later, the two of them arrived at the 7th branch of the Divine Wind Hall. The 7th branch was a large-sized manor that was built with giant boulders. Outside the manor, groups of branch disciples were patrolling. These branch disciples were all at the Origin realm. None of them were at the Qi realm, but they were all older. In the Tsang-Lan sect, there were countless of inner sect odd job disciples who felt that they were unable to become official disciples. They would either choose to join the Zhanglan army or become a disciple of one of the factions. If they could contribute to the faction, they would still be able to climb up the ranks and earn contribution points at a much faster pace. Who goes there? This is the 7th branch of the Divine Wind Hall. A group of branch disciples blocked their path. Xiang Tianxiang took out the 7th branch token and his own direct disciple token. We are direct disciples of the Zhanglan sect and are here to report. So it is direct Xixiang. These branch disciples had expressions of reverence. Direct disciples had an esteemed status and weren't inferior to the branch master. Of course, when they arrived at the branch, they still had to listen to the branch master's orders. With 2 tokens, the 2 of them had a smooth journey and soon entered the branch hall. On the way to the branch hall, the 2 of them saw a giant stone tablet. On it were names and behind the names, there were numbers. This is the hunting tablet. It only lists direct disciples. Those at the front are basically all gold-class direct disciples. Xiang Tianxiang explained. Li Fuqin nodded and didn't pay much attention to it. P.S. I don't think I will be able to update on time for the next 2 days. When I can update on time, I will inform everyone. It should be within the next 2 days. Chapter 183. Branch Master, 2 direct disciples are here to report. In the branch hall, a branch deacon came in to report. Another 2. The branch master was called Wang Gan and was a low-leveled Heaven Realm martial artist. Regarding the true disciples, he had a headache. These true disciples were all very powerful, but they were also a little too reckless. They would rush to wherever there was danger. It must be known that the sect had given the branch halls a death quota. Only 1 true disciple could die a year. Unfortunately, this year, a silver-grade true disciple had his blood essence sucked dry. If another one died, he, as a branch hall master, would lose a lot of points. Once his points fell below the passing line, he would be removed from the branch hall master position. Let them in. Wang Gan said helplessly. Although it was a headache, he also knew that true disciples needed to experience battles in order to grow. Since he was sitting in the position of a branch hall master, he had to worry about these things. Li Fuqin and Xiang Tianxiang entered the branch hall. Direct disciple Li Fuqin, direct disciple Xiang Tianxiang, greets branch master Wang. The 2 of them greeted in unison. You are Li Fuqin. Hearing Li Fuqin's name, Wang Gan was shocked. He had long heard of Li Fuqin's name. During the trip to the 100 Herbs hidden domain, Li Fuqin used his own strength to slaughter the disciples of the 3 sections. He was even stronger than Sword Maniac. Yes. Li Fuqin replied. Wang Gan frowned. You have only been a direct disciple for a few months. Why are you in such a hurry to hunt Demon Dao martial artists? Besides, you don't lack contribution points, right? Li Fuqin's cultivation level was too low. If Li Fuqin was at the mid-levels of the Earth Realm, Wang Gan wouldn't have stopped him. With Li Fuqin's combat strength, he could easily go against high-leveled Earth Realm martial artists. As long as Heaven Realm martial artists didn't appear, he wouldn't be in any danger. Li Fuqin said, only with danger can I better hone myself. If not, there would be no meaning for me to come here. If Li Fuqin cultivated step by step, he would be able to progress step by step to the peak level of the Earth Realm, Heaven Realm, Reincarnation Realm, or even beyond the Reincarnation Realm. But it would be too slow. Perhaps by the time he reached that stage, it would already be decades later. Apart from that, the world was changing too quickly. Who knew if the Azure Water sect would face a crisis of sect annihilation? Who knew when the 4th sect war would occur? He didn't want to be defenseless when the time came. Even if Xiang Tianxiang didn't invite him this time, he would still come out to train after a period of time. Wang Qian shook his head. He already knew that his persuasion was useless. It's your first time here. How about this, I'll assign you to Group 10's 3rd and 5th teams. It just so happens that they're both lacking members. The seventh branch had a total of 10 groups. Every group leader was a peak stage Earth Realm martial artist. In comparison, the 10th group's mission was the lightest, and he had arranged for quite a number of direct disciples to be assigned to it. Thank you, Hall Chief Wang. Li Fuqian and Xiang Tianqiang cupped their fists. Group 10 was located in the northwest of the villa. The two of them walked over. After a while, the two of them arrived at a large courtyard. This courtyard was divided into a large hall, a large courtyard, and 5 small courtyards. Each small courtyard had 5 small courtyards. Outside the hall, direct disciples Li Fuqian and Xiang Tianqiang report for duty. In the hall, a burly man like a bear raised his head. Come in. Greetings to Group Leader Chen. Hearing the introduction, Li Fuqian and Xiang Tianqiang entered the hall and greeted the burly man. This burly man was the group leader of Group 10, Chen Daxiong. He was at the peak stage of the Earth Realm and had a higher status than regular outer sect elders and city lords. He was considered a high-class outer sect elder. What arrangements does Hall Chief Wang have for you? Chen Daxiong yawned and asked. Li Fuqian replied, Hall Chief Wang asked us to join the 3rd and 5th teams. Oh, then you will join the 3rd and 5th teams. Chen Daxiong nodded. Group Leader Chen, we still don't know the leaders of the 3rd and 5th teams. Xiang Tianqiang said. Chen Daxiong waved his hand, don't worry, you will get to know them in a few days. Anyway, our Group 10's mission is the lightest. Li Fuqian and Xiang Tianqiang looked at each other. After Li Fuqian and Xiang Tianqiang left, Chen Daxiong muttered to himself, my Group 10 is about to become a collection point for direct disciples. This won't do. I have to discuss with Hall Chief Wang to let me be the group leader of the other groups. Li Fuqian was a member of the 3rd team and went to the 3rd courtyard. Xiang Tianqiang was a member of the 5th team and went to the 5th courtyard. Just like what Chen Daxiong said, a few days later, they got to know their respective group leaders. The leader of the 3rd team was called Su Qinghai and was at the 7th level of the Earth Realm. He was originally an outer sect elder but couldn't stand the peaceful life in the Azure Water sect and came to the Divine Wind Hall's 7th branch. You are our group's 2nd direct disciple. Our group originally had 2 direct disciples, but one of them died. In Li Fuqian's courtyard, Su Qinghai and Li Fuqian were drinking tea and chatting. Didn't you say Group 10 is rather free? How did he die? Li Fuqian inquired. Su Qinghai laughed bitterly. This direct disciple felt that Group 10 was too free, so he sneaked out and wanted to hunt a demon Dao martial artist by himself. As a result, he was sucked dry of his blood essence by a demon Dao martial artist who cultivated a blood-sucking technique. By the time we found him, he was already a dried-up corpse, even his hair and teeth had fallen off. Li Fuqian went silent. This was fate. Since he came to the Divine Wind Hall, he had to be prepared for death. Of course, he wouldn't be like this direct disciple and hunt demon Dao martial artists by himself. It wasn't necessary. He believed that there would always be a chance to hunt demon Dao martial artists. That's right, Jiang Ruohai is currently in seclusion. Once he is out, you can get to know each other. The Jiang Ruohai that Su Qinghai mentioned was the other direct disciple. All right. Li Fuqian nodded. Days passed by and in the blink of the eye, Li Fuqian had already been at the 7th branch for a week. The other groups would have missions every few days, but only Group 10 had not made any moves. Li Fuqian wasn't in a hurry. During the day, he cultivated the true Inferno technique in his courtyard. At night, he would head to the outside of the 7th branch to cultivate the Black Wind 3 clones. The Black Wind 3 clones was a mystic class, mid-tier light body technique. When cultivated to the sub-perfection stage, 1 clone could be formed. When cultivated to the perfection stage, 2 clones could be formed. Including the main body, there would be 3 clones, hence why it was called the Black Wind 3 clones. You are Li Fuqian. On this day, Li Fuqian, who was cultivating the true inferno technique in his courtyard, was awakened by a voice on the wall. Li Fuqian frowned slightly. Jiang Ruohai. He could feel a trace of hostility from Jiang Ruohai. If it was anyone else, they would have knocked on the door first, but Jiang Ruohai stood on the wall. You better stay away from Chen Fanghua Shimi in the future. Jiang Ruohai spoke indifferently. Based on what? He didn't know what relationship Jiang Ruohai and Chen Fanghua had, but it had nothing to do with him. Based on the fact that you aren't a match for me now. That might not be the case. Li Fuqian didn't have any interest in Chen Fanghua. At this current stage, there wasn't any woman that could make him fall in love with her. But this didn't stop him from becoming friends with Chen Fanghua. Since they were friends, they would naturally visit each other frequently. You want to try? Chapter 184. You aren't a match for me. I advise you not to make a move. Jiang Ruohai was only at the 3rd level of the Earth realm. Li Fuqian had absolute confidence in defeating him. Boasting shamelessly. Jiang Ruohai made his move. Like a gust of wind, Jiang Ruohai arrived in front of Li Fuqian and executed a dense cloud palm style. The densely packed palm shadows covered all of Li Fuqian's space to evade. I said it before, you aren't a match for me. Li Fuqian's figure had long vanished, like a phantom. Jiang Ruohai's pupils shrank. When did he break through the palm technique's blockade? Scanning his surroundings, Jiang Ruohai spotted Li Fuqian. Executing his light body technique, Jiang Ruohai quickly chased after him and struck out with both palms. His figure suddenly rotated. 1, 2, 3, a series of afterimages appeared and Li Fuqian vanished from Jiang Ruohai's sight again. You comprehended light body technique intent? Jiang Ruohai's pupils shrank. The Azure Waters sect was a sword Dao sect. Sect disciples focused more on sword arts, and other martial arts were just supplementary. There were very few who could cultivate martial arts other than sword arts to the trance stage. In Jiang Ruohai's opinion, one must at least be at the heaven realm in order to cultivate a mystic class, low-tier martial art to the trance stage and comprehend the intent. Li Fuqian didn't speak and stood on the big tree in the courtyard. So what if you comprehended light body technique intent? I don't believe you can be faster than my sword. Jiang Ruohai unsheathed his sword and slashed out 3 times in a row. The surging sword intent made everyone feel as though they were looking at a lake. Crackle. The big tree was split into 3 and immediately turned into dregs. I see you, don't even think of escaping. With his sword intent locked on, Jiang Ruohai saw a shadow leaping into the sky. He let out a cold smile. Being in the air, there was no way for him to borrow strength. He wanted to see how his opponent was going to dodge. Clear water sky. The surging sword intent rushed into the sky and a straight sword chi was shot at Li Fuqian. Are you sure you can see me? Li Fuqian appeared behind Jiang Ruohai and sent him flying with a punch. Landing awkwardly on the ground, Jiang Ruohai had an unpleasant expression. Li Fuqian's light body technique was too incredible. From start to finish, he didn't even touch the corner of Li Fuqian's clothes. Admittedly, he still had some trump cards that he hadn't used yet, but so did Li Fuqian. Gather! Quick, everyone gather! Just when Jiang Ruohai was about to fight again, Su Qinghai's voice sounded. Just as Jiang Ruohai was about to make another move, Su Qinghai. Gathering now. Did something big happen? Li Fuqian didn't care about Jiang Ruohai. In the main hall, all 25 members of the 5 squads of Group 10 were present. Including Chen Daxiong, there were 26 of them. Li Fuqian took a glance and noticed that there were 7 direct disciples. The reason why he had determined that these people were true inheritors was because of their age. The others were all above 40 or 50 years old. Feng. Long Li, Tian, I Feng, I, Li, now the chance is here. According to the scouts, a branch of the Devil's Hand Guild has been discovered in the eastern outskirts of Black Mountain City. Since Group 1, 2, and 3 are out on missions, the remaining 7 groups will set off together to eliminate the Devil's Hand Guild branch. That's great. I have been here for 2 months and have only completed one small mission. I haven't even met a true Demon Dao martial artist. One of the direct disciples was excited. Chen Daxiong glanced at the person and said, "The Devil's Hand Guild is one of the top 10 Demon Dao organizations in the Azure Water region. Even if it is just a branch, it is not to be underestimated. Do not be careless or you may lose your life." He was afraid that these direct disciples would be rash and rush to the front line. "All right, gather with the other 6 groups now." Chen Daxiong waved his hand and walked towards the plaza. At the plaza, the other 6 groups had already arrived. "Fuchen Shidi, look. That is a motionless sword Xixiang." Xiang Tianqiang came to Li Fuchen's side and pointed at a stern-looking youth on the plaza. "Emotionless sword." Li Fuchen looked over. During Sword Maniac's batch, those who were on par with Sword Maniac were Sword Tiger and Emotionless Sword. The 3 of them were older than Li Fuchen by quite a bit. It was obvious how strong they were. At least Li Fuchen didn't think that the current him would be a match for the 3 of them. He reckoned that he would be instantly eliminated by them. Seemingly sensing Li Fuchen's gaze, Emotionless Sword looked over. The instant they exchanged glances, Li Fuchen felt a slight sting in his eyes. The opponent's chi presence was too sharp. Even Chen Daxiong's gaze didn't have such killing power. What's more, Li Fuchen could faintly feel that the opponent's spirit will was extremely formidable. It was much stronger than any sect disciple he had seen before. It was almost on par with a Heaven Realm martial artist. No wonder he is called Emotionless Sword. Li Fuchen was shocked. What a terrifying gaze. Xiang Tianqiang's body shuddered. His spirit will was far inferior to Li Fuchen's. Even though Emotionless Sword wasn't looking at him directly, but the corner of his eyes made him feel extremely uncomfortable, causing his entire body to feel a stinging pain. Wang Gan walked out from the hall. "This mission will be led by Group 4's leader, Luo Hui. The rest of the group will follow his orders and set off immediately." "Yes." Everyone replied in unison. A total of 182 men rode on 182 Class 2 demonic blood horses and left the 7th branch at lightning speed. At the same time, thousands of branch disciples rode on Class 2 demonic blood horses and followed behind. Encircling the Devil's Hand Guild's branch was a battle of experts against experts and soldiers against soldiers. No one was to be spared. The purpose of the branch disciples was to kill those Origin Realm members of the Devil's Hand Guild. The eastern outskirts of Black Mountain City wasn't too far from the 7th branch. 3 days later, everyone arrived. From afar, an ordinary-looking manor entered everyone's vision. Luo Hui waved his hand, "Kill." According to the intel, this ordinary-looking manor was a small clan on the surface, but it was already under the control of the Devil's Hand Guild. "Kill." Thousands of men got off their horses and surrounded the manor from all sides. Inside the manor, damn it, the branch must have been leaked. "Everyone, rush out." The leader of the Devil's Hand Guild's branch was a peak-level Earth Realm martial artist. Beside him, there were 5 to 6 other peak-level Earth Realm martial artists. "Kill." The Devil's Hand Guild members rushed out like a tidal wave. There were more than 2,000 Origin Realm martial artists and more than 100 Earth Realm martial artists. It was a formidable force. So many Earth Realm martial artists. This was Li Fuchen's first time witnessing so many Earth Realm martial artists in a fight. The spectacular scene made the blood in his body feel like it was on fire. Boom, 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 the first to clash were the Earth Realm martial artists. Earth Realm martial artists were already able to release their chi. Before both sides even made contact, the horrifying chi forces had already clashed. In an instant, sand and pebbles were sent flying, a violent gale was created, and there were even patches of blood. There were members of the Devil's Hand Guild and also the 7th Branch's Earth Realm martial artists. Die! Li Fuchen executed his Meteor Rain sword. One of the Devil's Hand Guild's Earth Realm martial artists was pierced to death by the sword chi. The rest of them were strong enough to block Li Fuchen's Meteor Rain sword. Chapter 185. After a few waves of long-range attacks, the Earth Realm martial artists from both sides started to engage in close combat. Li Fuchen's opponent was a 5th-level Earth Realm Demon Dao martial artist with a scar on his face. This Demon Dao martial artist's cultivation technique should be a Mystic class cultivation technique. Furthermore, it was a corrosive Mystic class cultivation technique. His chi had an intense corrosive nature. Before Li Fuchen's sword chi could even get close, it was corroded by the opponent's chi and dissipated. Kid, after corroding your body, it should be able to increase my corrosive spirit chi by quite a bit. Zhao Dakue sneered. The corrosive spirit chi that he cultivated was a Mystic class mid-tier technique. It was able to corrode the enemy's body and convert the enemy's life essence into corrosive spirit chi for absorption. The degree of tyranny far surpassed most of the blood-sucking techniques. Under normal circumstances, even the 6th-level Earth Realm martial artists in the sect wouldn't be a match for him. They would be easily infected and corroded by his corrosive spirit chi. With a palm strike, a black palm strike was launched at Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen's body flashed and dodged the palm strike. Your light body technique isn't bad, but your cultivation level is too low. Zhao Dakue shouted and burst out with his corrosive spirit chi, enveloping a radius of a few dozen meters. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Li Fuchen could hear the hissing sound of the true Inferno chi. The true Inferno chi was a blazing hot chi that naturally countered corrosive chi. What's more, Li Fuchen's true Inferno chi was of a high grade. With the true Inferno technique at the 14th rank, the quality of his chi was comparable to a 2nd or 3rd level Earth Realm martial artist. But Zhao Dakue was still a 5th level Earth Realm martial artist and his cultivation level was much higher than Li Fuchen's. As the true Inferno chi resisted against the corrosive chi, it was rapidly depleting. Mystical Dragon Secret Technique, activate. Li Fuchen activated the Mystical Dragon Secret Technique. In a split second, a large amount of true Inferno chi was transmuted into Mystical Dragon chi. The Mystical Dragon chi was like magma as it surged out and protected Li Fuchen. Right now, his opponent's chi was no longer able to do anything to Li Fuchen. Once it got near him, it would immediately evaporate. A secret technique that increases one's ability. Zhao Dakue was extremely jealous. He might have cultivated a Mystic class, mid-tier technique, but the Devil's Hand Guild didn't have many secret techniques. He only cultivated a 2-star secret technique, and it was an escape-type secret technique. Spirit Corrosive Claw. Extending his right hand, Zhao Dakue clawed at Li Fuchen. Die! Without the need to execute a Mystic class, mid-tier sword art, Li Fuchen dodged the claw light and used the meteor sword style to penetrate Zhao Dakue's body. These demonic Dao cultivators all cultivate profound cultivation techniques. Furthermore, they are extremely evil. Ordinary sect cultivators are probably no match for them. Even though he easily killed a 5th-level Earth Realm Demon Dao martial artist, Li Fuchen wasn't complacent. All the Earth Realm Demon Dao martial artists here were all at least at the 3rd level of the Earth Realm, and most of them were at the 6th level of the Earth Realm. In terms of cultivation speed, demonic Dao martial artists were much faster than righteous Dao martial artists. Transform. The number of demonic Dao martial artists was much lesser than the members of the 7th branch. But after a round of killing, the demonic Dao martial artists did not fall into a disadvantageous position. One of the demonic Dao martial artists struck out with a palm strike and an Earth Realm martial artist from the 7th branch was forcefully turned into a bloody skeleton. A layer of skin and flesh was melted away. This was also a corrosion-type technique, but it seemed to be even more tyrannical and lethal than Xiao Dakuei's corrosion-type technique. A pity that this demonic Dao martial artist didn't stay arrogant for long. A swift sword light flashed by and his head flew into the sky. The one who made the move was a motionless sword. His sword was extremely fast and ruthless. Up till now, he had made 3 moves and instantly killed 3 people. All of them were killed with a single blade. Let me try you. A 7th level Earth Realm Demon Dao martial artist charged at Emotionless Sword. Emotionless Sword shot out and circled around his opponent a few times. The next moment, the body of the 7th level Earth Realm Demon Dao martial artist was split into pieces. Such a terrifying sword art. Not only were the members of the 7th branch shocked, but the members of the Devil's Hand Guild were also terrified. Emotionless Sword's sword art seemed to be specially made for killing. Every move and stance was extremely vicious and merciless. It was fine if he didn't draw his sword, but once he did, the enemy could only pray. Incredible. This was Li Fuchen's first time seeing a true expert in action. Maybe in a few more years, Dominion Sword Lu Wuhuang and Yuan Tian might not be inferior to Emotionless Sword, or maybe not by much. But at the current stage, be it the two of them or Li Fuchen himself, there was still a huge gap between them and Emotionless Sword's class. The slaughter was getting more and more intense. On the battlefield, apart from Emotionless Sword who had the absolute advantage in killing his enemies, the others were in a bitter struggle, including the various group leaders. Demonic Dao martial artists weren't regular martial artists after all. Their chi was very strange, it was either corrosive, poisonous, or hallucinogenic. In short, when martial artists fought, speed and attack power were important. But apart from these two, there were other factors that would affect the outcome. Which was why even though the 7th branch had the advantage in numbers, it was impossible to turn the advantage into a victory in a short period of time. If they weren't careful, they might even fall into a dangerous situation. Li Fuchen personally witnessed one of the 7th branch's Earth Realm martial artists who thought he had the absolute advantage but got poisoned by a careless mistake. His combat ability was greatly reduced and he was slashed by his opponent in a single slash. Apart from that, there were plenty of direct disciples from the 7th branch who were also dragging their feet. Their cultivation levels were too low. They might be able to skip levels to fight, but how much could they skip? Had it not been for 1 or 2 high-leveled Earth Realm martial artists protecting them at all times, they would have been long dead. In this encirclement, only direct disciples who were at the 3rd level of the Earth Realm and above could barely protect themselves. Only direct disciples who were at the 5th level of the Earth Realm and above could bravely kill their enemies. Emotionless Sword's instant kill didn't last for long. After he killed 7 or 8 Demon Dao martial artists, he was intercepted by a 9th level Earth Realm Demon Dao martial artist. Emotionless Sword's cultivation was at the 5th level of the Earth Realm. This cultivation level wasn't low, but it wasn't high either. To instantly kill a 9th level Earth Realm Demon Dao martial artist who cultivated a mystic class cultivation technique was rather difficult. After all, the higher the cultivation level, the higher the probability of comprehending a martial art intent or a cultivation technique intent. The difficulty of skipping levels to do battle wasn't just a small matter. Li Fuchen met an opponent as well. It was a Demon Dao martial artist who was at the 6th level of the Earth Realm. Li Fuchen had already comprehended an intent and his ability wasn't just average. He wasn't someone that the previous Demon Dao martial artist or the previous city lord of Yunwu City, Shentu Jianhe, could be compared to. Comprehending an intent and not, the difference in ability was at least 2 folds. Hehe, your body is quite tough. You actually managed to exchange a blow with me without any damage. I wonder if sucking your blood will allow my cultivation to rise by a level. This was a demonic path martial artist that practiced a blood-sucking cultivation method. He stuck out his tongue and licked his lips. The blood of a body refinement martial artist contained an extremely pure life essence. It had always been the favorite of martial artists who cultivated blood-sucking techniques. Let's see if you have the life to increase your cultivation level. Urgent as the Starfire. Li Fuqian used the Starfire sword style to attack his opponent. It's useless. I have comprehended an intent too. No, this demonic Dao martial artist had a look of horror on his face. His protective true energy had directly melted away, and a large hole had appeared in his chest. Chapter 186. Emotionless sword intent is obviously a mystic class mid-tier sword intent. The biggest difference between me and him should be our cultivation level. Li Fuqian thought to himself as he killed his opponent with a single blade. For sword arts and sword intent, every increase in grade would result in a huge difference. It was almost a crushing effect. If someone with the same cultivation level was to face someone who comprehended a mystic class high-tier sword intent, Li Fuqian would definitely be killed in a single blade. There would be no suspense. Li Fuqian was like an anomaly. With his first-level Earth Realm cultivation, he won consecutive battles. The number of Earth Realm Demon Dao martial artists that died in his hands was no less than 6 or 7, catching up to a motionless sword. Although there were people in the 7th branch that were stronger than Li Fuqian and emotionless sword, their cultivation levels were too high. They were immediately targeted by the higher-level Demon Dao martial artists and didn't have the chance to slay the weaker Demon Dao martial artists. Go kill that kid for me. The Devil's Hand Guild's branch leader was abnormally valiant. He was fighting one against 2 7th branch leaders and was still able to divert his attention to transmit a message to the other Demon Dao martial artists. Hearing the command, a Demon Dao martial artist with a strange movement technique scuttled towards Li Fuqian. Light body technique intent. Li Fuqian's senses were sharp. He could feel a ghostly shadow that was approaching him like a fish. Martial artists had their own specializations. Sword Dao martial artists naturally focused on sword skills, which was why they could comprehend sword intent faster. Saber Dao martial artists focused on saber skills and were able to comprehend saber intent faster. This was obviously a Demon Dao martial artist that focused on light body techniques. A cold light flashed. A short sword pierced Li Fuqian's body. The Demon Dao martial artist frowned slightly. From the feel of the blade, it seemed like he missed. Li Fuqian immediately stopped revolving the True Inferno technique and switched to the Wind Shadow Steps. Using the mystical dragon chi to push the Wind Shadow Steps, the speed was unparalleled, allowing him to evade his opponent's assassination. Starfire Sky. When he reappeared, Li Fuqian was already behind his opponent. Executing the Starfire Sky, the sky was filled with sparks. My life is over. This demonic path martial artist, who was proficient in Qigong, was horrified. The sparks splashed onto his body, and his Jin Qi, which was not weak at all, was easily burned through like paper. Then, his body melted, and he didn't even have time to scream. Mystic class mid-tier sword intent is enough for me to look down on those in the Disha realm. I just need to keep increasing my cultivation level and my cultivation techniques realm. The first level of the Earth realm was still too low. Had it not been for the mystical dragon's secret technique, Li Fuqian wouldn't be able to achieve such glory. Damn it, what kind of freaks are the Azure Water sect? The leader of the Devil's Hand branch saw everything and was furious. These sect freaks were completely unfathomable. Others could use their cultivation to determine their strength, but the sect freaks couldn't. Everyone from the Devil's Hand Guild, listen up. Break out of the encirclement with all your might. Don't get caught up in the battle. The Devil's Hand branch leader roared. Everyone from the 7th branch, listen up. Don't let a single one of them escape. Group 4's team leader Luo Hui roared. He didn't expect a Devil's Hand branch to be so hard to deal with. They obviously outnumbered them, but their combat strength was so formidable. It seemed like he had underestimated these Demon Dao martial artists. One side was trying to break out of the encirclement, while the other side was desperately trying to encircle them. The battle was much more intense than before. Primary Clear Hand. After exchanging dozens of moves, Emotionless Sword finally activated his secret technique. The secret technique he cultivated was a 3-star secret technique called Primary Clear Hand. When the chi flowed to the hand, the power would instantly increase by more than 2 folds. A single blade was enough to sever the opponent's left arm. After 3 blades, the opponent was slain. The Devil's Hand branch might have a formidable combat strength, but their overall strength was still inferior to the 7th branch. As time dragged on, the casualties increased rapidly, and the further it went, the more casualties there were. The Devil's Hand branch leader panicked and shouted, "Elder Scorpion, please make a move. It's easy for me to make a move. 5 million gold coins." A hunchbacked elder walked out from the manor. "I agree." The Devil's Hand branch leader replied anxiously. "Hee, then I shall thank you." The hunchbacked elder grinned and released a terrifying chi presence. Within a radius of a few hundred meters, no one could move. Low-leveled Heaven Realm martial artist. The members of the 7th branch were shocked. The Devil's Hand Guild actually had a low-leveled Heaven Realm martial artist. This was completely out of their expectations. The Devil's Hand Guild branch leader felt pain and malevolence in his heart. Elder Scorpion is one of the upper echelons of the 5 Poison Gang. The 5 Poison Gang is one of the top 3 Demon Dao organizations in the Azure Water region. There are plenty of experts within. This time, Elder Scorpion is here to invite the Devil's Hand Guild to join the 5 Poison Gang. Because he doesn't know where the headquarters is, he specially looked for me and asked me to send a message to the headquarters. With Elder Scorpion's help, killing all the members of the Azure Water Sect's 7th branch would be as easy as blowing off dust. Low-leveled Heaven Realm martial artist. Li Fuchen's eyes widened. Heaven Realm martial artists were on another level. Any one of them could instantly kill a large group of Earth Realm martial artists. "It is your honor to die in my hands. Go to hell." Elder Scorpion waved his hand and shot out blue needle-shaped chi forces. "Seems like Lu Kuan's luck isn't bad. I actually caught a big fish." Right at this moment, a giant palm descended from the sky and covered the needle-shaped chi forces. Boom, boom. A series of horrifying chi explosions echoed. Within 100 meters, be it the 7th branch's Earth Realm martial artists or the Devil's Hand Guild's Earth Realm martial artists, they were all sent flying by the chi forces. Each of them vomited fresh blood and had a pale expression. It's Vice Faction Leader Lu. The 7th branch members were all delighted. Lu Kuan, the 7th branch's Vice Faction leader, was also a low-leveled Heaven Realm martial artist. Interesting. Seems like I won't be able to earn these 5 million gold coins. But if I can kill a Heaven Realm martial artist from the Azure Water sect, I think leader will not treat me badly. Elder Scorpion grinned and suddenly crouched down. He bent his right calf and lifted it up like a scorpion's tail. Swish! Elder Scorpion shot towards Lu Kuan. His right calf extended forward and shot out a blue chi force. At the same time, both of Elder Scorpion's hands were like 2 giant pincers, one on the left and one on the right, viciously clamping down on Lu Kuan. Mystic Class, High-Tier Cultivation Technique, Blue Scorpion Technique. No one knew where Demon Dao techniques originated from. All they knew was that it originated from a mysterious source. At the same time, there were countless formidable techniques. Generally speaking, the stronger the Demon Dao organization, the more Demon Dao techniques they would possess. The Evil Fist sect that was flourishing for a period of time was a Demon Dao sect. A pity that Demon Dao sects weren't accepted by the world. Once they appeared, they would be surrounded and annihilated. If not, there would be countless Demon Dao sects in the East Unicorn continent. Bang, 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 the 2 Heavenly Dipper Realm martial artists were fighting in the sky. This battle was very fierce. Everyone could not see the movements of the two. They could only see the two figures crisscrossing from time to time. The sound of the explosion was like rolling thunder. Li Fuchen calmed his mind and killed one Earth-realm martial artist after another from the Devil's Hand Guild. 15 minutes later, the Devil's Hand Guild had suffered heavy casualties. Initially there were over 100 Earth-realm martial artists, but now there were only over 20 left. Those who block me shall die. The Devil's Hand Guild's branch leader abandoned the others and escaped alone. With his formidable ability, not even the two 7th branch leaders could stop him. Go back. A dense sword light forced the Devil's Hand Guild's branch leader back. PFFF, PFFF. With two sword chi penetrating his body, the Devil's Hand Guild's branch leader was killed by the two leaders who caught up. The one who intercepted the branch leader was a motionless sword. He acted as though he did something insignificant and turned around to continue killing the other Earth Realm martial artists from the Devil's Hand Guild. This child is truly terrifying. Group 4's leader, Luo Hui, sighed. Group 5's leader nodded. How can a gold-class direct disciple be so simple? That gold-class direct disciple named Li Fuchen killed close to 10 Demon Dao martial artists by himself. Chapter 187. Even after all the Devil's Hand Guild members were executed, the battle in the sky had yet to end. The higher the rank of the martial Dao, the more impossible it was to determine the victor within a short period of time. Lu Kuan, as the vice branch master of the 7th branch, cultivated a mystic class, high-tier technique just like Elder Scorpion. In the Azure Water sect, not everyone could cultivate a mystic class, peak-tier technique. Only direct disciples, inner sect elders, and a few others could redeem a mystic class, peak-tier technique. Of course, to Lu Kuan, a mystic class, high-tier technique was enough for now. Up till now, he had only cultivated his mystic class, high-tier technique to the 17th rank and had yet to reach the highest rank, the 18th rank. The two of them had similar techniques and cultivation levels. The only thing they could compete on was their martial arts. Martial arts were ever-changing and varied. It all depended on who was using it. After a few hundred moves, Lu Kuan and Elder Scorpion were still evenly matched. I'm not going to play with you anymore. You made me lose 5 million gold coins. I shall kill 5 of your men then. Elder Scorpion's figure shot down from the sky. His speed was so fast that many couldn't even react in time. You dare. Lu Kuan's eyes were wide open. PFFF, 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 bursts of blood exploded. 5 of the 7th branch's Earth Realm martial artists were blasted into smithereens. Among them were the group leaders of the 4th and 5th group. Elder Scorpion originally wanted to kill Emotionless Sword, but Emotionless Sword's senses were sharp. The moment Elder Scorpion descended from the sky, Emotionless Sword darted to the side. Li Fuchen was in the vicinity too, but slightly further away than Emotionless Sword. He saw the scene of Elder Scorpion killing the 5 men clearly. A difference in cultivation level. The two group leaders were at the peak level of the Earth Realm, but they died just like that. Li Fuchen felt a chill in his heart. If Elder Scorpion targeted him, he wouldn't be able to escape death. You are courting death. Lu Kuan chased closely behind Elder Scorpion. You don't have to send me off. If there is a chance, I will take your head. Elder Scorpion increased his speed, as though he activated some kind of escape technique and shook off Lu Kuan. Damn it! Lu Kuan stopped his chase, his face ashen. Group leader Luo and group leader Liang are dead just like that. The other 5 team leaders grieved for the loss of their own kind. We can only blame our bad luck for encountering a Heavenly Dipper realm-level demonic Dao martial artist. AI, this is fate. Yes, if it were us, we wouldn't be able to escape death either. Everyone was in low spirits, and the excitement from wiping out the Devil's Hand Guild's branch had faded. 3 days had passed since the extermination of the Devil's Hand Guild. On the 7th branch's hunter's board, Li Fuchen's name suddenly appeared, followed by a number, 9. This meant that Li Fuchen had killed 9 Earth Realm Demon Dao martial artists. That doesn't sound like much. But in terms of ranking, Li Fuchen had already reached the upper middle tier. On the hunting board, there were a total of over 400 direct disciples' names. Li Fuchen was ranked 198. It must be known that the hunting monument of the Divine Wind Hall and the Iron Blood Hall's branches was the same. In other words, this was the overall ranking, not the branch ranking. Of course, the hunting tablet would be updated. And there will be a delay. Every other month, the hunter's monument would only be updated once. For now, the other branches wouldn't have Li Fuchen's name on it. It would only happen at the beginning of the next month. By then, Li Fuchen's ranking would definitely not be 198. After all, the information of the other branches would be updated as well. More than 400 people. More than 400 of them have killed less than 20 people. Only the first 20 people have killed more people. Li Fuchen looked up and saw Xue Feng's name. And Xue Feng was a motionless sword. The total number of kills was 98, ranking 5th. Above that were Sword Maniac and Sword Tiger's names. One was ranked 3rd and the other was ranked 1st. One of them had killed 105 people, while the other had killed 145 people. Sword Tiger was a battle maniac, which was why he had more kills than Sword Maniac. But it didn't mean that Sword Tiger's ability was superior to Sword Maniac. All in all, over 400 direct disciples have actually killed over 1,000 Earthrealm demonic Dao martial artists. This is truly a horrifying number. 1,000 Earthrealm martial artists. What kind of concept was that? During the era of Yunwu City's 4 major clans, there were only a dozen Earthrealm martial artists. But in the mid-sized Silver-rich city, there were about 20 to 30 Earthrealm martial artists. Of course, this wasn't just the number of kills within a year, but the number of kills over a decade. If direct disciples didn't break through to the heaven realm before the age of 40, they would automatically become high-class outer sect elders. Some of them became direct disciples at the age of 20, and before the age of 40, they would have been direct disciples for over a decade. It was still acceptable to kill over 1,000 Earthrealm Demon Dao martial artists over a decade. But what Li Fuchen didn't know was that for the past decade, the number of Earthrealm martial artists killed by direct disciples wasn't just 1,000, it was more like double. Many of those who were no longer direct disciples would have their names erased from the hunting tablet. Many of those who were already dead would have their names erased from the hunting tablet. Including the number of people killed by that group of people, the number of people killed was at least double. What Li Fuchen didn't know was that direct disciples didn't just kill Demon Dao martial artists, they also killed Earthrealm martial artists from other sections. Like the remnants of the Evil Fist sect. Like the Heaven Fiends sect, Spirit Hidden sect, and Violent Saber sect's Earthrealm martial artists. It was impossible for there to be no friction between neighboring sections. But friction didn't mean war, but small-scale wars were common occurrences. 2 years ago, the Azure Water sect and the Heaven Fiends sect had a war. There were over a dozen Heaven Realm martial artists and over 1,000 Earth Realm martial artists. Days passed by. Group 10 was as usual, very idle. Even if there were missions, it wouldn't be Group 10's turn, unless it was a large-scale mission. The end of the month, at the beginning of the second month, Li Fuchen's ranking was no longer 198, but had dropped to 215. Li Fuchen didn't mind this. The number of kills was related to the contribution points. Every time an Earthrealm Demon Dao martial artist was killed, he would receive 20,000 contribution points. Li Fuchen didn't lack contribution points, hence he didn't mind his ranking or the number of kills. The Devil's Hand Guild's headquarters was located underground. In a dark meeting hall, a group of black figures sat around a table. Our branch has been wiped out by the Azure Water sect's 7th branch. We can't just stay silent and do nothing. We have to retaliate. Of course we have to retaliate, but we have to be fast. We have to eliminate the seventh branch's strength in the shortest time possible, so that the other branches can't provide reinforcements in time. Let's treat this as a lesson to the Azure Water sect. Let them know that offending our Devil's Hand Guild isn't a good thing. When do we make our move? 3 days later. During these 3 days, we will gather all our men and strive to wipe out the seventh branch in one go. At the same time, we will give a vicious blow to the sixth and fifth branch, which are the closest to the seventh branch. Sure. Once we wipe out the seventh branch in 3 days, everyone will join the 5 Poison Guild. They have already sent their men to our branch. Chapter 188. The pale blue soul spirit allowed Li Fuchen's perception to be unbelievably strong. A few months ago, the true Inferno technique had just broken through to the 14th rank. Now, there were signs of breaking through to the 15th rank. As a mystic class, peak-tier technique, the true Inferno technique required a long time to break through to every rank. Normally, a few years to break through to the next rank was considered fast. A few months wasn't fast, it was breaking the norm. Under the blazing sun, Li Fuchen sat cross-legged and bathed in the sunlight. Within his body, the true Inferno technique was revolving rapidly, absorbing the traces of scorching energy from heaven and earth. Cultivation techniques also required the absorption of energy, but the quantity required was much lesser than increasing one's cultivation level. It had a higher requirement for the quality of the energy. With the 5 hearts facing sky, Li Fuchen felt that there was a sun in his dantian and a sun in the sky. The 2 suns resonated with each other and produced a subtle connection. Every type of martial arts, including cultivation techniques, contained the laws of heaven and earth. Some contained less, some contained more. Martial arts with less would have a lower grade, while martial arts with more would naturally have a higher grade. It was said that heaven-class martial arts existed in this world. When cultivated to the extreme, it would produce intent that could interfere with the operation of heaven and earth. But no one had ever seen such a thing in the legends. But when an earth-class martial art was cultivated to the extreme, the intent could be separated from the martial art and exist independently. It could even be used to kill. In some of the tombs of absolute experts, there were remnants of various intents. Those who entered would usually be attacked by the intents and have a slim chance of survival. What's more, different intents had different effects. Some true meanings had stronger offensive capabilities, while others had stronger defensive capabilities. Like at the entrance of the tomb, a defensive intent could be laid down. Those who didn't have enough ability would not be able to enter. The true Inferno technique might not be an Earth-class technique, but it was very close. The intent of the technique seemed to be related to the sun in the sky. The small sun in his dantian revolved slowly, as traces of flame spread out. Li Fuchen's true Inferno technique intent was slowly getting stronger. At this time, the burning heaven art intent was only a pure concept, and not the true burning heaven art intent that had reached the large success stage. When a martial artist comprehended a cultivation method, they had to comprehend the cultivation method's intent and gradually strengthen it. Only then would they be able to increase the cultivation method's realm. One day, when Li Fuchen breaks through to the 21st rank of the true Inferno technique, the true Inferno technique intent would be terrifying. He might even be able to kill someone with the true Inferno technique intent. As the sun set, Li Fuchen slowly withdrew his technique and spat out a scorching breath from his mouth. The next day, when the sun rose, Li Fuchen continued to cultivate. Noon of the 3rd day. Today's sun was extremely scorching, as if it wanted to roast the entire world into nothingness. The miniature sun in Li Fuchen's dantian was spinning at a rapid pace and the flames were much more than 2 days ago. Not knowing how much time had passed, Li Fuchen felt a burning pain in his dantian and meridians. In the next moment, the true Inferno technique burst out. A surging heat wave, with Li Fuchen as the center, spread to the surroundings. The ground was scorched and cracked. You finally broke through. Li Fuchen was delighted. The 15th layer of the true Inferno technique was exceptionally powerful. When Shaoqian sensed it with his mind, the little sun in his dantian became much brighter, like a clump of pure magma. Just by sensing it with his mind, he could feel a wave of heat. Just now when I felt the burning pain in my dantian and meridians, it seems my cultivation is still too low. If the true Inferno technique was to forcefully break through, it would easily burn the meridians. Only those with a tough body or a high cultivation level would be able to successfully break through. Li Fuchen's body toughness was already top-notch in the Azure Water sect. After all, the Azure Water sect's best body tempering technique was only at the mystic class, high tier. But Li Fuchen's cultivation level was too low. If it was any other first-level Earth Realm martial artist who forcefully broke through to the 15th rank of the true Inferno technique, they would definitely be burnt to death. Of course, such people were rare. How many of them could reach Li Fuchen's level of perception? I hope the Ice Fire Flower can be saved for the 17th rank. The next time I break through to the 16th rank, I will use it first. Li Fuchen obtained a stalk of Ice Fire Flower from the 100 Herbs hidden domain. This stalk of Ice Fire Flower could help those who cultivated blazing heat techniques or icy cold techniques to break through without harming their meridians. Li Fuchen felt that it shouldn't be a problem to rely on his own strength to break through to the 16th rank. After all, it was just some burning pain and it wasn't considered much. Now that the true Inferno technique broke through to the 15th rank, Li Fuchen's true Inferno technique intent had a huge improvement. With the advancement of the true Inferno technique intent, Li Fuchen's cultivation bottleneck had loosened up. This meant that Li Fuchen could now break through to the second level of the Earth realm. This is really a chain reaction. Li Fuchen wasn't in a hurry to break through. He intended to consolidate the 15th rank of the true Inferno technique first. 2 days later, Li Fuchen took a deep breath and prepared to break through to the second level of the Earth realm. As the true Inferno technique revolved, a large amount of energy gathered from heaven and earth. There were signs of a spirit chi tornado forming. I have to rely on pills. This wasn't the 100 Herbs hidden domain after all. The heaven and earth energy was sparse and unable to form a spirit chi tornado. Just by absorbing the heaven and earth energy, Li Fuchen wouldn't be able to break through to the second level of the Earth realm in a short period of time. He could only rely on pills. Consuming a yellow class, peak tier pill, Li Fuchen revolved his cultivation technique to absorb the medicinal effects. A moment later, Li Fuchen consumed another yellow class, peak tier pill. Within 2 hours, Li Fuchen consumed a total of 5 yellow class, peak tier pills. If converted into contribution points, it would be around 40,000 to 50,000. It was all thanks to Li Fuchen's wealth. A few thousand meters up in the sky, a Class 2 spirit beast, cloud-piercing eagle was flying. On the back of the cloud-piercing eagle stood an Earth Realm martial artist. From his attire, he was obviously from the Azure Water sect. This was a scout from the 7th branch and was in charge of scouting the surroundings. The reason why the Devil's Hand Guild's branch was eradicated was because they didn't have any aerial spirit beasts. The method of taming spirit beasts was basically in the hands of the sect. This was the foundation of the sect. If they relied on riding horses or traveling by foot, when the enemies arrived at their doorstep, they probably wouldn't even have the chance to send back any news. The spy was very leisurely, eating fruits while looking down from time to time. From a few thousand meters up in the sky, the scout could see a black tide surging towards the 7th branch. This is the enemy. The scout was shocked. Controlling the cloud-piercing eagle, he turned around and was about to send a message. Die. But right at this moment, in the sky above, a black-clothed man broke through the air and sent a palm strike at the scout. It was a Heaven Realm martial artist. PFFF. The scout, along with the cloud-piercing eagle, exploded at the same time. Swish! A red firework burst into the sky, dazzling and eye-catching. The black-clothed man frowned. He already made his move quickly, but didn't expect the enemy to still release a signal flare. No worries. There is still half a day before we reach the 7th branch. I don't think they will be able to do anything. Another black-clothed man appeared and spoke in a cold tone. 7th branch, branch master, someone released a red signal flare. A scout rushed into the branch hall. Red signal flare. Wang Gan's expression was gloomy. A red signal flare meant that there was an enemy invasion. Pass down my orders. Everyone is to head to the 6th branch and set off immediately. This matter concerned the life and death of everyone in the 7th branch. Wang Gan wouldn't be arrogant enough to stay here and wait for the enemy to come knocking. Everyone doesn't believe in Tai Su's character, they have to believe in the power of the contract. Also, I've been a little stuck these few days. I've reached a turning point in the plot, and it's not easy to grasp. Furthermore, Tai Su is a person who likes to be stuck in a dead end, so it doesn't feel right. It's really painful to write. In any case, my bad habits in the past are indeed affecting me. I'm trying to change them. Tai Su wants to become a professional writer and not look like an amateur writer. Chapter 189. The evacuation was too sudden and too shocking. In the Azure Water sect's territory, the 7th branch actually had to take the initiative to retreat. How terrifying must the invading enemy be? It's probably the Devil's Hand Guild's headquarters taking revenge. Li Fuchen guessed. As one of the top 10 Devil Dao organizations in the Azure Water region, the Devil's Hand Guild's strength was rather formidable. With the strength of an organization, they were naturally able to force the 7th branch to retreat. Moreover, one should never underestimate the power of a demonic path organization. The strength of a demonic path organization might not be weaker than a sect. Some powerful demonic organizations were even stronger than the sections. However, they could not appear in the open and could only hide underground. If they dared to appear in the open, they would immediately be attacked by many sections. The Evil Fist sect was an example. If the Demon Dao organizations were too weak, then the Azure Water region's Demon Dao organizations would have long been wiped out. How could they allow others to sleep in their beds? Everyone from the 7th branch rode their rank 2 demonic blood horses towards the direction of the 6th branch. In the East Unicorn continent, Class 2 demonic blood horses were considered as the best means of transportation. Every sect would tame hundreds of thousands of Class 2 demonic blood horses. As for Class 1 demonic blood horses, they were used by regular martial artists for transportation. The rank 2 demonic blood horse's speed was fast, and its endurance was shocking. It could maintain its high speed continuously. However, no matter how fast the level 2 demonic blood horse was, it could not be compared to the flying speed of a Heaven Dipper realm martial artist. 5 Heavenly Dipper realm demonic cultivators blocked the path of the 7th branch. As for the 7th branch, there were only 3 Heaven realm martial artists. One of them was Hall Chief Wang Gan, and the other 2 were Vice Hall Chiefs. Moreover, among the 5 Heavenly Dipper realm Demon Dao martial artist, one is actually a Heavenly Dipper realm middle rank martial artist, although only Heavenly Dipper realm 4th layer, but also Heavenly Dipper realm middle rank. Everyone, charge forward. Don't look back. Wang Qian roared. This was a moment of life and death. Don't think about saving others. It would be good if you could save yourself first. Of course, as the branch master, he could not escape. The 7th branch had more than 10 true disciples. If he escaped and caused all the true disciples to be annihilated, not only would the upper echelons of the sect punish him, even his family would be imprisoned. Charge! Li Fuchen clamped the horse's abdomen and pushed the Class 2 demonic blood horse to its limits. Beside him were Xiang Tianxiang and several other true disciples. Li Fuchen didn't dare to use his light body technique to travel as he was afraid of attracting attention. If he stood out now, he would die the fastest. As long as we reach the 6th branch, we will be saved. Damn it, these demonic organizations are too arrogant. A true disciple cursed. Humph, just you wait. This time, the sect will definitely be furious, and will definitely send a large number of Heavenly Dipper Realm martial artists to wipe out the Demon Dao organization. Another successor disciple looked gloomy. Li Fuchen glanced at them and seemed to have thought of something. He deliberately kept a distance from them. Xiang Tianxiang was also very smart. Seeing that Li Fuchen intentionally distanced himself, he followed suit. Boom! The intense chi force was like a horrifying storm that engulfed the crowd. At least 7 to 8 Earth Realm martial artists died on the spot. As for the Origin Realm martial artists, at least a few dozen of them died. All of them, along with their horses, exploded into a mist of blood. The one who made the move was a Heaven Realm Demon Dao martial artist. With his Heaven Realm strength, killing Earth Realm martial artists and Origin Realm martial artists was like killing chickens, killing a whole bunch of them. What a close shave. Looking at the route he took, Xiang Tianxiang's scalp went numb. That route had already become a straight line of death. All the men and horses in that straight line were all dead, including those direct disciples. Shortly after, Xiang Tianxiang looked at Li Fuchen. His eyes were filled with rejoice and disbelief. To be honest, when he distanced himself from Li Fuchen, it was all a subconscious action. And this subconscious action actually saved his life. If he previously admired Li Fuchen's perception, now he started to admire Li Fuchen as a person. This person wasn't human at all. With such incredible perception and temperament, he knew that if direct disciples gathered together, it would attract too much attention. You and I better maintain a certain distance. We both look too young. One look and you can tell that we are direct disciples. Li Fuchen said. N. Xiang Tianxiang already understood this point and distanced himself from Li Fuchen. Every time this Heaven Realm Demon Dao martial artist made a move, a large number of lives would be lost. Under his attacks, only 3 of the 7th branch's direct disciples were left. They were Emotionless Sword Xue Feng, Li Fuchen, and Xiang Tianxiang. Soon enough, this Heaven Realm Demon Dao martial artist's attention landed on Emotionless Sword Xue Feng. With his Heaven Realm perception, he could naturally sense that Emotionless Sword Xue Feng's chi presence was extremely sharp and wasn't a regular direct disciple. He should be a gold-class direct disciple. This person grinned and sent a palm strike at Xue Feng. The Class 2 demonic blood horse exploded, while Xue Feng turned into an afterimage and shot out. At the crucial moment, he activated the 2-star secret technique, Divine Movement Leg. Complementing it with his light body technique, his speed reached the limits. He dodged the attack by a hair's breadth. Can you escape? But it's fine too. I, Blood Owl, will play with you first. Blood Owl sent another palm strike at Xue Feng. Xue Feng threw out a handful of Thunder Blast bombs. The so-called Thunder Blast was a firearm that was even more valuable than the Thunderbolt bomb. A single bomb was worth 10,000 contribution points and could easily kill a low-leveled Earth Realm martial artist. A handful of Thunder Blast bombs would be worth a few 100,000 contribution points. Only a direct disciple of Xue Feng's caliber would have so many contribution points. A large handful of Thunder Blast bombs still couldn't stop Blood Owl's palm force, but it still created an opening. Xue Feng made use of this opening to shift his center of gravity to the left and shot out diagonally. Rumble. Xue Feng's original position was turned into a huge pit. This pit was enough to bury a few hundred people. Interesting. I would like to see what other tricks you have up your sleeves. Blood Owl flicked his finger and shot out a finger force with shocking speed. It was many times faster than a crossbow bolt. PFFF. Xue Feng's body exploded and turned into shreds. Taking a closer look, it was just a piece of clothing. It turned out that Xue Feng had already executed a cicada shedding secret technique to escape. Luckily Xue Feng is here to distract us. Li Fuchen rejoiced in his heart. 5 Heaven Realm Demon Dao martial artists. 4 of them dealt with the 7 branch chiefs, while the remaining 1 dealt with the small fries like them. If another one came, he couldn't guarantee that he could survive. Ah! A miserable scream came from the back. It was the voice of the branch vice chief, Lu Kuan. 4 against 3 meant that one of them had to face 2 enemies. Lu Kuan's ability was the weakest, but he had 2 enemies. After withstanding a few hundred moves, he was still killed. Go and kill those small fries. The Devil's Hand Guild leader sent a message to one of them. Yes. The Heaven Realm Demon Dao martial artist flashed and chased after Li Fuchen's group. Not good, another Heaven Realm Demon Dao martial artist is here. Li Fuchen was constantly paying attention to his back. He felt a powerful qi presence chasing after him. His heart was shocked and an intense feeling of unwillingness surged in his heart. I must not die here. At this moment, Li Fuchen no longer had any hopes of luck. With his age, he was destined to be the most obvious target. Executing the Wind Shadow Steps and activating the Mystical Dragon secret technique, Li Fuchen charged from the Class 2 Demonic Blood Horse. His speed wasn't inferior to emotionless sword Xue Feng. Chapter 190. As Li Fuchen expected, this Heavenly Dipper Realm Demon Dao martial artist put the first target on him. As for the Earth Realm martial artist, he just casually sent out an attack. Whether he died or not, he didn't care. A Heavenly Dipper Realm martial artist's flying speed was extremely fast, comparable to a Class 3 flying demonic beast or a flying spirit beast. In just a short moment, he caught up to Li Fuchen. Junior, your speed is so fast, you should be a gold class direct disciple, right? I wonder how it feels to kill a gold class direct disciple. Lai Shan laughed heartily and flicked a finger force at Li Fuchen. Puff! The ground was penetrated with a large hole, and Li Fuchen evaded in advance. His senses are quite strong. As expected of a gold class direct disciple. Lai Shan continuously sent out finger gusts of wind. Pu, large holes appeared on the ground. Li Fuchen utilized the Wind Shadow Steps and Shadowless Leg to the extreme. His body moved left and right, up and down. It was as though he had lost all weight and could change his direction and speed at any time. Apart from that, Li Fuchen's concentration was at an unprecedented level. There were a few times when Lai Shan's finger force was about to be released. Li Fuchen had already predicted his opponent's attack trajectory. Lai Shan was rather surprised. Dodging his attacks once or twice was still acceptable, but dodging every single time was a little too much. Let's see how you dodge this time. Lai Shan took out a weapon from his storage bag. This weapon was a mountain-crashing hammer. The head of the mountain-crashing hammer was half the size of a millstone. It was forged from the extremely heavy black mountain iron, a low-grade profound-level metal. It weighed 4,800 pounds. Not to mention infusing it with true qi, even without infusing it with true qi, when the hammer smashed down, it would be enough to break the earth and shatter everything. Die! As the hammer blasted down, the heaven and earth energy vibrated. A giant hammer shadow covered Li Fuchen, like a small mountain crashing down. Danger! All the hair on Li Fuchen's body stood up. Every inch of his flesh and blood seemed to be screaming. It was an instinctive reaction. Activating the divine movement leg, Li Fuchen turned into an illusory figure that shot out at an unbelievable speed. Rumble! The hammer's shadow smashed 10 meters behind Li Fuchen, the hard ground, as if turned into a water surface, a wave of soil spread out. For a moment, Li Fuchen felt as though the heaven and earth were about to collapse. He was completely unable to control his body and was sent flying along with the powerful shockwave like a straw. Puff! Landing heavily on the ground, Li Fuchen vomited a large mouthful of blood and looked pale. This attack was too powerful. Even though it was just the shockwave, it was enough to seriously injure him. If his physical fitness wasn't so high, just the shockwave alone would have been enough to shatter his bones. Run! Why aren't you running anymore? Lai Shan raised the mountain-blasting hammer high up and planned to smash Li Fuchen into a blood mist. Impudent! Demon cultivators of the demonic Tao, kill them all. 3 figures flew over from the sky. Shockingly, they were 3 Heavenly Dipper realm martial artists. The only Heavenly Dipper realm martial artists who could rush over so quickly were the 3 Hall Masters of the 6th branch. One of the Hall Masters unsheathed his sword, and a stream of sword energy swept toward Lai Shan. Clang! Sparks flew into the sky, and Lai Shan was sent flying. The other 2 Hall Masters followed closely behind him and attacked Lai Shan with their swords. Lai Shan let out a muffled groan, as if he had suffered a serious injury. He hurriedly retreated. The people from the 6th branch are rushing over. You should recuperate properly. One of the Hall Masters recognized Li Fuchen and transmitted a message. Li Fuchen nodded. His injuries were severe and had to be treated immediately. Retrieving a pill from his storage bag, Li Fuchen felt his heart ache and swallowed it. This was a mystic class, low-tier recuperation pill. It was worth 100,000 contribution points. He didn't expect it to be used so quickly. As for yellow class, peak tier or half mystic class recuperation pills, although they had decent effects, they weren't as effective as a mystic class, low-tier recuperation pill. A mystic class, low-tier pill was indeed worthy of its name. After 15 minutes, Li Fuchen's injuries had recovered by 30% to 40%. His ruptured internal organs, flesh, and bones were all recovering at a rapid pace. When his injuries were at least 50% recovered, Li Fuchen stood up. Next, he didn't need to circulate his technique to recuperate. The remaining effects of the pill would automatically heal his injuries. It's good to have contribution points. 100,000 contribution points were spent just like that. Li Fuchen was only left with about 7 million contribution points in the sect. The rest were exchanged for various items. There were Thunder Blast, Mystic Class pills, and the Class 3 high-tier Demonic Beast Pelt armor he was wearing was also exchanged for a Class 4 mid-tier Demonic Beast Pelt armor. The higher the grade of the Demonic Beast Pelt armor, the more exaggerated its value. A Class 1 Demonic Beast Pelt armor would at most cost a few dozen gold coins. A Class 2 Demonic Beast Pelt armor would cost a few hundred gold coins. A Class 3 Demonic Beast Pelt armor would cost a few thousand to tens of thousands of gold coins. A Class 4 Demonic Beast Pelt armor would cost at least 100,000 gold coins, which would be 50,000 contribution points. The Class 4 mid-tier Demonic Beast Pelt armor that Li Fuchen was wearing cost him 150,000 contribution points. Other than that, there were other miscellaneous items that cost quite a lot of contribution points. Of course, most of them were used to redeem pills. Antidote pills, recuperation pills, and cultivation assistance pills. Just redeeming pills alone cost Li Fuchen 2 million contribution points. But Li Fuchen didn't feel it was a pity. After all, nothing in this world was worth mentioning when compared to life. Without life, what was the point of having so many contribution points? The 5th and 6th branch halls were the closest to the 7th branch hall. Just as Li Fuchen was hesitating if he should return to participate in the battle, in the sky, another 3 Heaven Realm martial artists flew towards the battlefield. Time to return. Taking a deep breath, Li Fuchen turned and sprinted towards the battlefield. The Devil's Hand Guild's headquarters was invading on a large scale. It wasn't just Heaven Realm martial artists, there were definitely Earth Realm and Origin Realm martial artists. By the time Li Fuchen returned to the battlefield, the battle was already in full swing. Up in the sky, Wang Gan was the only hall master of the 7th branch left. Luckily, the 6 hall masters of the 6th and 5th branch had rushed over. The number of Heaven Realm martial artists of the Devil's Hand cult had also increased from 5 to 8. The situation was still disadvantageous to them. On the ground, the Devil's Hand Guild was densely packed and were wantonly slaughtering the remnants of the 7th branch. Li Fuqian saw the figure of emotionless sword Xue Feng. Xue Feng was extremely courageous. Even though he was injured, he was still fighting against 3 peak-level Earth Realm martial artists. Although he was at a disadvantage, his life wasn't in danger yet. Kill! Li Fuqian didn't hesitate and joined the battle. Every expert grew up through blood and fire. Since even Heaven Realm martial artists couldn't kill him, he didn't have to fear some Earth Realm martial artists. Li Fuqian's participation had a negligible impact on the entire battlefield. It was fortunate that the battlefield was large enough and spanned across 7 to 8 miles. If not, once Li Fuqian joined, he would immediately attract the attention of the Devil's Hand Guild's experts. 1 hour later, the 7th branch was almost completely wiped out. Xue Feng, Li Fuqian, and the others retreated as they fought, extending the battlefield even further and wider. Demon Dao Demon, how dare you act so presumptuously in my Canglan region? Kill without mercy. Finally, the 6th branch's men arrived. When the 7th branch's scouts realized that the Devil's Hand Guild was invading, they had already released the signal flare. The scouts that passed through the branches released the signal flare one after another, spreading the news very quickly. A few hours ago, the 6th branch's men had already rushed over at full speed. It was fortunate that the various branches weren't too far apart and could reinforce each other in the shortest time possible. If not, no one from the 7th branch would have survived. P.S. I wish everyone a happy Mid-Autumn Festival. Today, the Tai Su clan will be having dumplings and mooncakes. Chapter 191. 2 hours later, the men from the 5th branch arrived. The 2 branches joined forces and temporarily withstood the attacks of the Devil's Hand Guild. For Xue Feng and Li Fuqian, this was the situation they wanted. They were both prodigies among prodigies and had a perfect grasp of timing. Every time they made a move, they would basically claim a life. This was something that many people who were stronger than them couldn't do. Unfortunately, there were too many people from the Devil's Hand Guild. They had almost doubled the number of people from the 2 branches added together. The 6th and 5th branch began to retreat step by step. One more is one more. Li Fuqian's internal injuries had already recovered by about 80%. The mystic class, low-tier recuperation elixirs were extremely potent and had been nourishing his body. PFFF. The black gold sword danced and an Earth Realm martial artist from the Devil's Hand Guild was pierced through the heart by Li Fuqian. Up until now, more than 10 people had died by his hands. On the other side, Xue Feng had killed at least 20 people. Other than the 9th level of the Earth Realm or the peak stage of the Earth Realm, there was basically no one who could withstand a single sword from him. His sword was extremely fast and ruthless. The nickname, Emotionless Sword, was not just for show. With the 2 of them around, the situation gradually improved. However, it was also because of this that the 2 of them attracted even more attention. On Li Fuqian's side, there was an 8th level Earth Realm Demon Dao martial artist and a 9th level Earth Realm Demon Dao martial artist. Li Fuqian believed that if it was just one of them, he would still be able to resist. But if there were 2 of them, then the pressure would be too much. He was now at the 2nd level of the Earth Realm. With the addition of the 15th rank of the True Inferno technique and the Mystical Dragon Secret technique, his combat strength was almost at the 6th level of the Earth Realm. There wasn't much difference between him and an 8th level Earth Realm Evil Dao martial artist. Die! The first to make a move was a middle-aged Demon Dao martial artist with a goatee who was at the 9th level of the Earth Realm. His weapon was also a sword with a forked tip like a snake's tongue. The sword intent revolved and thrust at Li Fuchen. Vaguely, Li Fuchen seemed to see a poisonous snake shooting over. This seemed to be a sword technique related to snakes. The sword intent comprehended had the characteristics of snakes. Li Fuchen didn't clash head-on with his opponent and executed the 9 revolution sword art. Dang! Li Fuchen's strength was reduced to 30% or 40% after the 9 revolution sword art's twisting and turning. He couldn't do anything to Li Fuchen. Force dissipation sword technique? The goateed middle-aged man was displeased. He hated encountering such different martial arts the most. Dancing snakes. The goatee man's sword intent burst out and slashed at Li Fuchen. 100,000 turns. Every time Li Fuchen's 9 revolution sword art turned, it would produce both hard and soft forces, which would neutralize most of the opponent's sword art. Blood-killing palm. On the side, the 8th level Earth Realm man with a sword scar on his face suddenly sent a palm strike at Li Fuchen. In the air, there was a pungent smell of blood that was nauseating. Li Fuchen did not dare to be careless. Demon Dao martial art, 9 out of 10 are very vicious. This blood-kill palm, it is estimated that it is a poisonous palm, cannot be taken. Footwork flash, Li Fuchen figure suddenly disappeared. Under the joint attack of the duo, Li Fuchen found it hard to retaliate. He had to rely on the 9 revolution sword style and the shadowless leg to contend with them. Xue Feng's situation was similar to Li Fuchen's. In fact, he was in a worse state than Li Fuchen. Before the 6th and 5th branch members arrived, he was already surrounded by 3 peak-level Earth Realm martial artists. Now, he was surrounded by 2 peak-level Earth Realm martial artists and 3 9th-level Earth Realm martial artists. Just as everyone was losing ground and was in a bitter battle, the deacon's strongest support arrived. Who dares to act so presumptuously in this old man's patrol area? A firm voice was like the rumbling of thunder, causing everyone's blood to boil. Only to see 5 figures breaking through the sky and descending. The leader had a chi presence that surged like the sea, covering the sky and earth. He was obviously a high-leveled Heaven Realm martial artist. The patrol elder is here. Ha, brothers, kill! Below, the Azure Water sect was overjoyed. The Azure Water region was vast. Just relying on the Divine Wind Hall and the Iron Blood Hall wasn't enough to maintain the situation. Hence, the upper echelons of the sect set up 8 patrol areas in the Azure Water region. They were the East, Southeast, South, Southwest, West, Northwest, North, and Northeast patrol areas. Each patrol area had a high-leveled Heaven Realm martial artist and 4 low- and mid-leveled Heaven Realm martial artists overseeing it. These patrol elders would often patrol their own areas, and if there was any situation, they would be able to provide reinforcements. Not good, it's the patrol elder. Why am I so unlucky to bump into him? The Devil's Hand Guild leader was shocked. If the 10 branches of the Divine Wind Hall were hunting dogs, then the patrol elder was a goshawk. He was even more terrifying than the hunting dogs and was the nightmare of the Demon Dao. Retreat quickly. The Devil's Hand Guild leader couldn't be bothered with the others. After yelling out, he immediately retreated with extreme speed. Wang Gan escaped from death. His body was covered in blood and his heart was filled with joy. It seemed like the heavens still favored him and allowed him to hold on until now. It was a pity that the 2 vice branch leaders were dead. Trying to leave. Did you get this old man's permission? The leader of the patrol elders drew his artifact sword and with a single slash, the sky was filled with thundersword rain. Crackle. The insufferably arrogant Devil's Hand Guild leader was instantly drowned in the rain of swords and was dead beyond death. The other 7 Heaven Realm martial artists from the Devil's Hand Guild wanted to escape too, but how could they escape? They were all killed like vegetables being chopped up. With the support of the Heaven Realm martial artists, the situation on the ground was instantly reversed. The originally aggressive Devil's Hand Guild members were now wailing like ghosts and howling like wolves. They wished their parents had given them a few more legs. The ruler of the Azure Water region is ultimately the Azure Water sect. These demon Tao organizations can only be arrogant for a moment. Seeing the Devil's Hand Guild members dying one by one, Li Fuqian let out a breath of relief. The Azure Water sect's ability was unfathomable and no one could fully grasp it. The Divine Wind Hall and the Patrol region was just the tip of the iceberg. If the Azure Water sect burst out with their full strength, even 1,000 Devil's Hand Guild members would be slaughtered. In less than 1 hour, the entire Devil's Hand Guild would be annihilated. Those that could escape were just some small cats and dogs that weren't worth mentioning. Greetings to Elder Lin. The 7 branch leaders came in front of the patrol elder and bowed with cupped hands. Elder Lin scanned the battlefield and inquired, "How are the casualties?" Wang Qian said in a sorrowful voice, "My 7th branch was almost completely wiped out. Even the 2 branch vice hall masters are dead. Even the true inheritors suffered heavy casualties. As for how many of them survived, I'm not sure." When he heard that the 2 branch vice leaders had perished in battle, Elder Lin's expression didn't change. But when he heard that direct disciples had suffered heavy casualties, Elder Lin was infuriated. "Damn it, a bunch of rats. We have to sweep the Azure Water region once and exterminate all these demon Tao organizations." Every few years or 10 years or so, the Azure Billow territory would wipe out a demon Tao organization. But these demon Tao organizations were hidden deeply and couldn't be eliminated. It seemed as though there was a faction supporting them from behind the scenes. Other than that, every sweep would result in countless casualties. Some of the demon Tao organizations were forced to a dead end and would willfully release poison and murder in the surrounding cities. Sometimes, the entire population of a city would be massacred. But with so many direct disciples dead, no matter how troublesome it was, they had to sweep through them. After all, direct disciples were the future pillars of the Azure Water sect. If they didn't pay attention to them, these demon Tao organizations would continue to be lawless. Chapter 192. After some calculations, out of the 14 direct disciples from the 7th branch, only 3 survived. They were Emotionless Sword Shui Feng, Li Fuqian, and Xiang Tianxiang. Xiang Tianxiang's luck was great. The first Heaven Realm Demon Tao martial artist was chasing after Emotionless Sword Shui Feng. The second Heaven Realm Demon Tao martial artist was chasing after Li Fuqian. Xiang Tianxiang escaped far away and didn't encounter any danger. I wonder what the sect's reaction will be. With the death of 11 direct disciples, even Li Fuqian felt the severity of the situation. A mere Devil's Hand Guild was able to kill 11 of the Azure Water sect's direct disciples. If the top 10 demon Tao organizations were to erupt at the same time, what would happen? Even though the possibility was minute, but as long as there was a possibility, it was a huge threat. With the 7th branch destroyed, Li Fuqian and the remaining members of the 7th branch were temporarily residing in the 6th branch. A few days later, the news reached the Azure Water sect. The upper echelons of the Azure Water sect were enraged. Within the Azure Water Grand Hall, the sect patriarch, the sect protectors, and the inner sect elders who were ranked highly were all present. Damn those demon Tao organizations. This time, we must uproot them. Of course we have to uproot them. It should have been 12 years since the last purge. I wonder how much information the secret faction has. I don't think so. These demon Tao organizations are all very crafty. They would change their location every few years. Some of them even have multiple lairs. It's hard to differentiate between real and fake. It doesn't matter how much information they have. This time, it is time to purge the demon Tao organizations. I have always felt that the original strategy wasn't reliable. It is easier said than done to grasp all the information of the demon Tao organizations and wipe them out in one fell swoop. We should purge them once every few years and force them to leave the Azure Water region. TSK, force them to leave the Azure Water region? Is that possible? When a martial artist cultivates, what do they rely on? Resources. In other regions, they either join other Demon Dao organizations, or they can only live with their tails between their legs, struggling at death's door. But in the Tsanglan region, even though we have the Tsanglan sect, resources are easy to come by. From time to time, we can use commoners or martial artists to practice Demon Dao martial arts, improving at a rapid pace. A Qi realm martial artist who cultivates Demon Dao martial arts will be able to enter the Origin realm within a few years, and the Earth realm within 10 to 20 years. If they are talented, they may be able to reach the Heaven realm within 30 to 40 years. In order to maintain such a rapid cultivation speed, you need your own territory. The inner sect elder who spoke had eyes full of wisdom and had a thorough analysis of the Demon Dao organizations. Elder Gu is right. Demon Dao martial arts can improve at a godly speed. Although it is easy to go berserk during the cultivation process, and the higher the cultivation, the higher the chance of going berserk. But such an astonishing speed of improvement still attracted countless people. And in an unfamiliar territory, they have no way to recruit members. Unless it is a last resort, I don't think they will leave the Azure Water region. An inner sect elder supported. Listening to the inner sect elders expressing their opinions, the white-clothed middle-aged man waved his hand. It is useless to argue about this now. Wait for the secret faction leader to come in and see what she has to say. Sect Patriarch, the secret faction leader has arrived. Outside the door, the guard's voice echoed. Summon her in. The white-clothed middle-aged man said. The secret faction leader was an expressionless middle-aged woman with sharp eyes. Her cultivation was extremely high and had reached the 9th level of the Heaven realm. Sima Lu greets Sect Patriarch. The middle-aged woman bowed and cupped her fist. Sima Lu, tell me about the information that the secret faction has on the nests of the Demon Dao organizations. The white-clothed middle-aged man said. Sima Lu said, after 12 years of hard work, the Secret Hall has already grasped the information of 15 demonic path organizations. 6 of them are the top 10 demonic path organizations. They are the Poisonous Fly Society, Dead Man Valley, and the 5 Poison Society. Oh, they have information on the nest of the 5 Poison Guild? The white-clothed middle-aged man's eyes lit up. 5 Poison is the top 3 Demon Dao organizations in Azure Billow territory. In its organization, there are dozens of Heavenly Dipper realm martial artists. There are 5 leaders. They are 5 Heavenly Dipper realm 9th layer Demon Dao martial artists. They are known as 5 Poison Elders. They are Blue Scorpion Elder, Golden Toad Elder, Red Chain Elder, 1000 Feet Elder, Gecko Elder. They actually have so much information. It seems like the original plan is still feasible. Hearing that Sima Lu had information on the 15 Demon Dao organizations, everyone was shocked. Taking a deep breath, the white-clothed middle-aged man spoke in an unquestionable tone. It is enough to have information on the nests of the 15 Demon Dao organizations. Even if we can't wipe out all the Demon Dao organizations in the Azure Water region, we will at least wipe out most of them. There is no time to lose. In order to prevent the information from leaking out, the operation shall begin now. Someone, invite all the Supreme Elders over. There is no need to invite them. I am here. A gray-haired elder instantly appeared in the Grand Hall. His chi presence was prowess without any anger. In the Grand Hall, only the white-clothed middle-aged man could be on par with him. Elder Xie, you came at the right time. This time, we might need your help to eliminate the 5 Poison Guild. He didn't intend to let all the Supreme Elders participate in the operation. He just wanted to ask which Supreme Elder was willing to join. Since Elder Xia was here, there was naturally no need to inform the other Supreme Elders. A bag of old bones, just the right time to exercise. Elder Xia nodded. A short moment later, more than 200 inner sect elders made their move. In the skies above the Azure Water sect, the densely packed figures covered the sky. Even if they didn't intentionally release their chi presence, their horrific chi presence caused the air to stagnate. Swish, 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 all the inner sect elders were split into 15 groups and flew out instantly. Among them, no one could see Elder Xie's figure, as though he was invisible. On the first day, 4 Demon Dao organizations were eliminated. On the second day, 8 Demon Dao organizations were eliminated. On the third day, Supreme Elder, the 5 Poison Guild is at the bottom of that short mountain in front. The one who spoke was the upper echelon of the secret faction. Elder Xie nodded and spoke to Grand Elder Zhao Wujin, seal the area within a 10-mile radius. Don't let a single fly escape. Yes. Zhao Wujin and the inner sect elders split up. This short mountain is a little troublesome. It seems like we have to use the secret technique. Elder Xie took a deep breath. The moment he exhaled, a horrifying chi presence burst out. This chi presence was about to freeze the void and shatter the sky. Within a few miles radius, this chi presence enveloped everything. At the same time, the clouds in the sky started to swirl. Sect origin swords, condense. Tens of thousands of sword chi appeared out of nowhere and quickly fused together, forming a giant sword that connected heaven and earth. Fall. Raising his right hand high, Elder Xie swung down ruthlessly. Kacha. The short mountain that was close to 100 meters in height was split into 2. Fall. Elder Xie constantly brandished his right hand. The giant sword pierced into the ground, creating huge holes. Each hole was 10 meters wide and unfathomably deep, as though it was going to pierce through the earth. The interior of the 5 Poison Triad had long since descended into chaos. The might of the 10,000 ancestral swords was too great. Every time it descended, there would be a large number of 5 Poison Triad members buried alive or killed by the aftershocks of the might emitted by the gigantic sword. It is a reincarnation realm martial artist. Chapter 193. In the East Unicorn Continent, reincarnation realm martial artists were the true rulers. They ruled over the sects, and the sects ruled over the continent. If a sect didn't have a reincarnation realm martial artist overseeing it, then the sect would be eradicated in a blink of an eye. Only a sect with a reincarnation realm martial artist could be passed down. The leader of the 5 Poison Gang would never have thought that the Azure Waters sect would be able to locate their base. For so many years, they would always return to their base through the various underground tunnels. They would never openly come to the short mountain. Only allowed on creative novels. Come in the blink of an eye, half of the 5 Poison Gang's lair had collapsed. The rest of the places had also successively collapsed. Countless rocks and soil collapsed. Don't even talk about Heaven Realm martial artists, even Reincarnation Realm martial artists wouldn't be able to withstand it. Swish swish swish, one figure after another shot out from the crack and fled in all directions. Judging from their aura, they were clearly Heavenly Dipper Realm martial artists. Scatter, exterminate. Elder Xie sneered and clenched his right fist tightly before releasing it abruptly. Swish 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 swish. Like a fairy scattering flowers or a peacock spreading its tail, the giant sword scattered into tens of thousands of sword chi. Each sword chi could easily kill a Heaven Realm martial artist. Golden Toad Body. An elder in dark gold robes burst out with chi presence. A golden toad shadow enveloped him and blocked off multiple sword chi. Lizard tail severed. There was another elder in brown robes who took the initiative to sever one of his fingers. This finger exploded into a blood mist and formed into a blood-colored figure. The blood-colored figure blocked off the calamity for him. 4-star secret technique. Interesting. A pity that he still has to die. Elder Xie controlled more sword chi to shoot at the two of them. Crackle. The first to die was the elder in gold robes. The golden-toed shadow that enveloped him finally collapsed after blocking off a dozen sword chi. The next to die was the elder in brown robes. This person's 4-star secret technique was incredible. He could constantly mutilate his body to create a blood-colored figure to face the calamity for him. But the speed of the blood-colored figure couldn't match the speed of the sword chi's destruction. After a dozen sword chi, the blood-colored figure along with the original body exploded into a blood mist. Only 2. Elder Xie frowned. He had killed over 20 Heavenly Dipper realm demonic cultivators, but he had only used up a few dozen of his sword chi. What he was concerned about was where the other 3 leaders of the 5 poison triad were. Had they already died underground? 7 or 8 li away. Myriad swords returned to origin. Zhao Wujin let out a loud roar, and several thousand streaks of sword chi shot over, enveloping the Blue Scorpion Elder. The Blue Scorpion Senior Elder's ability was extremely formidable. Even among the Azure Water Sect's inner sect elders, he was ranked top 20. A pity that against Zhao Wujin's sect origin swords, he couldn't do anything and was immediately sliced to death by the countless sword chi. On the other side, 4 inner sect elders joined hands to deal with Grand Elder Qi Lian. After tens of moves, Grand Elder Qi Lian was killed. Only Elder Thousand-Legged was nowhere to be seen. Several hours later, Elder Xia and the others could only helplessly give up. According to the information they had, the 5 poison triads Grand Elder 1,000 Feet was an expert in burrowing into the ground. It was likely that he had already burrowed into the ground and escaped. Although everyone felt helpless about this, they were not too disappointed. Even if a 1,000-legged elder were to cause trouble, he wouldn't amount to much. What's more, if he dared to appear and cause trouble, the Azure Water sect would still be able to find him. This world was huge, there were all sorts of martial arts and secret techniques. Some sects had secret techniques that specialized in tracking. As long as they intercepted a trace of your chi presence, they would be able to chase you to the ends of the world. The news of the destruction of the 15 Demon Dao organizations didn't spread out. The only ones who knew of this inside information were the upper echelons of the Azure Water sect and the remaining Demon Dao organizations. Seeing that the Azure Billow sect was infuriated, the remaining Demon Dao organizations were very obedient and didn't dare to come out to cause trouble. They knew that the Azure Billow sect didn't make a move. Once they made a move, they would be ruthless. In the next few years, it was best to restrain themselves. After staying at the 6th branch for a week, Li Fuchen set off for the Azure Water sect. He had a faint premonition that for a long period of time, the Azure Water region would be very safe. And in a safe era, the Divine Wind Hall and Iron Blood Hall were no different from decorations. Staying here would only be a waste of time. He needed to go back and attempt the Direct Inheritance Tower, before heading out to temper himself. That's right, he was preparing to head out to temper himself. Cultivating step by step wasn't the life he wanted. He couldn't possibly cultivate until he reached the Heaven Realm in the Azure Water sect. That kind of life was too boring and dry. The Direct Inheritance Tower was harder to pass with each floor. As of now, among the direct disciples, only 3 had passed the 3rd floor of the Direct Inheritance Tower. Emotionless Sword Shui Feng wasn't one of them. Li Fuchen naturally didn't have the ability to pass the 3rd floor. His goal was to pass the 2nd floor. Arriving at the Direct Inheritance Tower, Li Fuchen saw emotionless Sword Shui Feng. After not seeing him for a few days, Shui Feng's cultivation was actually at the 6th level of the Earth Realm. He should be here to attempt the 3rd floor, right? Li Fuchen thought to himself. Shui Feng noticed Li Fuchen too. He had a good impression of Li Fuchen and in his heart, he had already treated Li Fuchen as one of them. Withdrawing his gaze, Shui Feng entered the Direct Inheritance Tower. A moment later, the lantern on the 3rd floor of the Direct Inheritance Tower lit up. Passed. Li Fuchen's eyes lit up. The 1st floor of the Direct Inheritance Tower was filled with Class 3 mid-tier demonic beasts. The second floor was filled with Class 3 high-tier demonic beasts, and the third floor was filled with Class 3 high-tier demonic beasts. But the second floor was filled with weak Class 3 high-tier demonic beasts, while the third floor was filled with extremely powerful Class 3 high-tier demonic beasts. Walking out of the direct inheritance tower, Shui Feng's eyes seemed to be a little gentler. Sword Maniac was obsessed with sword arts. Apart from going into seclusion, he would be cultivating and had no intention of going out to temper himself. But apart from Sword Maniac, the rest of them had basically gone out to temper themselves. As for Li Fuchen, he was going out to temper himself. He had already planned that once he passed the third floor of the direct inheritance tower, he would head out to temper himself. If you wish to head out to temper yourself, it is best to go to the 100 Battle region. That is a region that is dozens of folds bigger than the Azure Water region. There are countless opportunities and dangers within. It is the best place to temper yourself. While brushing past Li Fuchen, Shui Feng transmitted a message into Li Fuchen's ears. Li Fuchen let out a faint smile. His training location was indeed the 100 Battle region. This was a region without an owner. There were plenty of factions and martial artists within. It was rumored that there was even a hidden tomb of an absolute master. As such, it naturally attracted more martial artists to head there. With more people, there would be more disputes. It was unknown how many martial artists had died in the 100 Battle region and left behind unique martial arts manuals. It could be said that the 100 Battle region was the easiest place to obtain martial arts manuals. Other than that, the 100 Battle region had countless danger zones. It was rumored that it was once the battlefield of absolute masters. But after the absolute masters vanished, the traces they left behind became dangerous zones. As for why Shui Feng knew that he was heading out to temper himself, Li Fuchen didn't think too much about it. Prodigies were always alone, but prodigies always understood each other's thoughts. Chapter 194. Progressed to the second level of the Earth Realm. Comprehended 3 Mystic Class, Mid-Tier Sword Intense. Li Fuchen passed the second floor of the Direct Inheritance Tower without much difficulty. Passing the second floor of the Direct Inheritance Tower allowed one to redeem a Direct Inheritance. This time, Li Fuchen redeemed a 3-star secret technique. 4-star secret techniques could only be redeemed after passing the 4th floor. As for 5-star secret techniques, they could only be redeemed after passing the 7th floor. To Li Fuchen, it was too far away. This 3-star secret art was called the Primary Clear Hand. It could convert the true qi flowing through the hand into primary clear true qi. The explosive power of the true qi was even greater than the Mystical Dragon secret art. The Mystical Dragon secret art could double the explosive power of true qi, but the Primary Clear Hand could double the explosive power of true qi. But the Mystical Dragon secret technique was an all-round enhancement. While the Primary Clear Hand could only enhance the hand. In terms of preciousness, the Mystical Dragon secret technique was naturally superior. Other than the 3-star secret technique, Li Fuchen redeemed another mystic class, high-tier sword art. In the Azure Water sect, mystic class, high-tier martial arts weren't considered a true inheritance. Only mystic class, peak-tier martial arts were considered true inheritances. Of course, not everyone could redeem a mystic class, high-tier martial art. Except for direct disciples and inner sect elders, the rest of the upper echelons would need to contribute to the Azure Water sect in order to redeem a mystic class, high-tier martial art. The mystic class, high-tier sword art that Li Fuchen redeemed was called the Blaze Devil sword art. This was an extremely fearsome sword art. When cultivated to the extremity, it had the power to repel even gods and ghosts. Li Fuchen didn't expect to comprehend the Blaze Devil sword intent in a short period of time. It wasn't realistic, even with his pale blue soul spirit, it was impossible. His perception was sufficient, but his cultivation level was too far off. Even so, Li Fuchen still redeemed it. He didn't know when he would be able to return from this training trip. Perhaps during this period of training, he might be able to comprehend the Blaze Devil's sword intent. Not in a hurry to train, Li Fuchen calmed himself down and concentrated on studying the primary clear hand. As his understanding of the primary clear hand deepened, Li Fuchen realized that the primary clear hand wasn't inferior to the mystical dragon's secret technique. Even though it wasn't as all-round as the mystical dragon's secret technique, it could still double the burst strength of the hand. In addition, it could also strengthen the hand. Once cultivated to the completion rank, the hand wouldn't be inferior to a yellow class, peak-tier weapon. The primary clear hand had a total of 2 ranks. At the first rank, the palm would turn pale pink. When he reached the second level, the color of his palm turned light yellow. Only by cultivating to the second level of perfection would the color of the palm return to normal. Looking at the pink and tender palm, Li Fuchen didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This pair of palms were too delicate. If one didn't look carefully, one wouldn't even be able to see the pores. However, unlike a woman's hands, this pair of palms were delicate, but not weak. They looked like they were carved from jade, and they were filled with power. Puff! Without injecting any qi, Li Fuchen stuck his right hand into a yellow class, mid-tier ore. Puff puff puff, both of his hands stabbed the ore repeatedly, turning it into a hornet's nest. This is equivalent to a body refining technique for the hand. Li Fuchen was in deep thought. After a period of time, Li Fuchen's palm turned pale yellow. The pale yellow palm gave off a cold feeling, giving off a very violent feeling. It was as if the pair of hands had a mind of its own, ready to take someone's life at any moment. Li Fuchen sized up the familiar yet unfamiliar palm. He realized that after reaching the second rank of the primary clear hand, there were many fine veined patterns on the skin. Upon closer inspection, these veined patterns obviously contained the secrets of the primary clear hand. This secret technique sure is mystical. Li Fuchen lamented. Even though the secret technique was also a martial art. But in fact, it was very different from a martial art. Martial arts required one to comprehend the intent. But the secret technique seemed to be unearthing the mysteries of heaven and earth. The two paths were completely different. One was to create, the other was to unearth. It is time to go out and temper myself. It wasn't an easy task to cultivate the primary clear hand to the completion rank. Apart from opening up all the meridians in the hands, it also required the refinement of the flesh and blood of the hands, making the flesh and blood tougher and able to withstand more force. Which was why perception was useless now. The process that needed to be done couldn't be skipped. You want to go out and temper yourself? In the direct disciple grand hall, Zhao Wujin was surprised. Li Fuchen nodded, yes. Isn't it a little too early? You are only at the second level of the earth realm. It wouldn't be too late to go out after you break through to the 6th level of the earth realm. I believe it wouldn't take you more than a few years. Zhao Wujin advised. Tempering oneself was too dangerous. If 10 direct disciples went out to temper themselves, there would always be 1 or 2 who would die outside. To temper oneself, one didn't just need a certain level of ability, but also luck. If one's luck wasn't good, they might just offend a heaven realm martial artist. Li Fuchen replied, I want to grow faster. The azure water region is no longer able to satisfy me. Grow faster. Zhao Wujin shook his head with a bitter smile. If he was already dead, how could there be any growth? The so-called growth was built on the foundation of being alive. In short, he didn't understand the thoughts of these gold-class direct disciples. These gold-class direct disciples were all unconventional. Once they set their mind on something, even 10 horses wouldn't be able to pull them back. Only Sword Maniac was slightly better. But he knew that Sword Maniac was a special case. He was obsessed with sword arts and didn't care about anything else. Zhao Wujin seemed to have forgotten that he was once a gold-class direct disciple, even though he wasn't one of the elites. Letting out a sigh, Zhao Wujin said, I know you have made up your mind, so I won't try to persuade you anymore. These are 3 devil break arrows and a crossbow that I personally forged. It is for you to protect yourself. If you meet an opponent you can't defeat, a single devil break arrow might be able to turn the situation around. Devil break arrow? Li Fuchen curiously received the 3 arrows that were a foot long and as thick as a chopstick. The arrows were forged with a mystic class, mid-tier metal, black gold iron. At the arrowhead, there was a black crystal that looked extremely lethal. Zhao Wujin explained, the body of the arrow isn't anything special. It is just an ordinary black gold iron. But the crystal on the arrowhead is a rare devil break crystal. It specializes in breaking qi. You can try its power. Hearing Zhao Wujin's explanation, Li Fuchen's true inferno qi emerged from his body and formed a qi protection. Holding the devil break arrow in his right hand, Li Fuchen infused his qi into the qi protection and thrust it at it. PFFF. With ease, Li Fuchen's arrow pierced through the qi protection. What a powerful killing power. Li Fuchen took in a deep cold breath. If anyone used this devil break arrow against him, a single devil break arrow would be enough to claim his life. Of course, the prerequisite was to hit the target. Thank you, Grand Elder. Li Fuchen expressed his gratitude. Zhao Wujin said, it won't be too late to thank me after you return. 3 devil break arrows were ultimately just a small trick. If he met an opponent he couldn't defeat, it was still unknown if the devil break arrows would be effective. Leaving the Direct Disciple Grand Hall, Li Fuchen headed to the Resource Grand Hall and redeemed 2 million contribution points worth of elixirs and other items. The next day, Li Fuchen rode on a Class 2 demonic blood horse and galloped out of the Azure Water sect. Chapter 195. Spirit Hidden Region, the region ruled by the Spirit Hidden sect. If Li Fuchen wanted to go to the 100 Battle region, he would have to pass through the Spirit Hidden region first. Just in case, Li Fuchen put on some makeup to make himself look like he was in his 30s, but he still looked handsome. Black Moon City, one of the main cities of the Spirit Hidden region. This main city had a population of a few million and was at least 10 times larger than Cloud Mist City. The wide streets in the city could easily accommodate 16 horses walking side by side. After resting for a day in Black Moon City, Li Fuchen continued his journey the next morning. In the pitch-black night sky, a lone crescent moon hung above the clouds. The clear and cold moonlight shone upon the land. In the desolate wilderness, a bonfire was gently swaying. Beside the bonfire, a figure was practicing his sword. Occasionally, there would be a flash of a fierce flaming sword light. The journey of training was lonely and solitary. And the life of a prodigy was also lonely and solitary most of the time. The original Li Fuchen couldn't be considered a prodigy, at most he had some perception. But the day the golden amulet entered his body, it was destined that he would deviate from his original path and walk on a new path. And this path might be longer than he imagined. He didn't know where the mysterious golden amulet would lead him. But it didn't matter. As long as he could continue to grow stronger, it was enough. Above the night sky, a meteor shower appeared, streaking across the sky, resplendent and glorious. After leaving the Spirit Hidden region, Li Fuchen arrived at the Heaven Star region. The Heaven Star sect was an extremely formidable sect. A few decades ago, because of a huge treasure, the Spirit Hidden sect and Heaven Fiends sect joined hands to start a war against the Heaven Star sect. But the final outcome was the defeat of the Spirit Hidden sect and Heaven Fiends sect. Had it not been for the Heaven Star sect having a formidable opponent, the Spirit Hidden sect and Heaven Fiends sect would have suffered a huge loss and suffered a great loss. In the East Unicorn continent, there were many sections. The relationship between sects wasn't as simple as strength or weakness. Under the covetous eyes of countless sects, even the formidable sects would have to think twice before acting. They wouldn't dare to start a war and wouldn't dare to fight to the death with their enemies. Every sect had a strong foundation. If they were to fight to the death, both sides would suffer great losses, and the other sects would benefit from it. Of course, after this battle, the Celestial Star sect had made a name for itself. Under normal circumstances, no other sect would dare to provoke them. During his journey in the Stellar Sky region, Li Fuchen heard plenty of information regarding the elite direct disciples of the Stellar Sky sect. The Celestial Star sect had the Celestial Seven, and all of them were at the same level as Sword Maniac and Sword Tiger. Above the Celestial Seven, there was the Celestial Star Young Lord. This Celestial Star Young Lord was the same as Yan Qinggu, a 6-star bone frame. A 6-star bone frame was extremely fearsome, but Yan Qinggu was still young and wasn't able to fully display it. This young patriarch Celestial Star was already 21 years old this year and was 4 to 5 years older than Yan Qinggu. His cultivation was already at the 8th level of the Earth realm. It is said that it even has the strength to kill the Heavenly Dipper realm low-rank martial artist. Whether it is true or false, it is difficult to distinguish. The Heavenly Star Young Master, the Heavenly Star 7. The corner of Li Fuchen's mouth curled up. In this world where geniuses were as common as the rain, it was exciting to carve out a path that belonged to oneself. Otherwise, it would be too boring. After leaving the Heaven Star region, Li Fuchen arrived at the Battle Spirit region. The ruler of the Battle Spirit region was not a sect, but a clan. This clan was called the Battle Spirit Clan. This was an incomparably formidable clan, so formidable that even the Celestial Star sect felt pressured. Decades ago, the reason why the Celestial Star sect didn't pursue the Spirit Hidden sect and the Heaven Fiends sect was because of the Dolin clan. The Dolin clan had an inherited bone frame. It was said that the ancestor of the Dolin clan was an absolute expert who possessed the Battle Spirit bone frame. It was unknown why the Battle Spirit bone frame could actually be inherited by the descendants. Some of the descendants inherited the weaker Battle Spirit bone frame, while some of the descendants inherited the stronger Battle Spirit bone frame. It was fortunate that no one's Battle Spirit bone frame was at the same level as the Dolin clan's ancestor. Otherwise, the entire East Unicorn continent might be ruled by the Dolin clan. Compared to the Celestial Star sect, the Dolin clan had more elite prodigies. The Celestial Star sect had young Lord Celestial Star and the Celestial Seven Sons. The Dolin clan had the Dolin 10 Greats. The Dolin 10 Greats were all at the level of Sword Maniac and Sword Tiger. Even emotionless Sword Shui Feng seemed to be weaker than them. The reason why Li Fuchen made such a judgment was because he had witnessed Shui Feng's ability. Even the weakest of the Dolin 10 Greats had the ability to easily kill a regular peak-level Earth Realm Demon Dao martial artist. Of course, after passing the 3rd floor of the Direct Inheritance Tower, Shui Feng's ability should have increased by quite a bit. As for who was stronger or weaker, it would only be known after a fight. This world sure is vast. Every sect has so many elite prodigies. I wonder how many elite prodigies there are in the entire East Unicorn continent. After passing through the Battle Spirit region, Li Fuchen finally arrived at the 100 Battle region's 100 Battle Plains. 100 Battle Plains, the border of the 100 Battle region. One of the former battlefields of absolute experts. No one knew how strong those absolute experts were back then, or how strong they were. They only knew that after the 100 Battle Plains suffered the devastation of these absolute experts, it became extremely dangerous. There were some extremely dangerous places that even reincarnation realm martial artists would be in danger. Fortunately, the majority of the 100 Battle Plains was still normal. Riding on the Class 2 demonic blood horse, Li Fuchen galloped on the 100 Battle Plains. The demonic blood horse neighed and Li Fuchen got a shock as he rushed into the sky. PFFF. Blood rained down. Below, the Class 2 demonic blood horse's body was pierced. A giant white bone palm came out from the horse's back. White bone palm. Could it be the white skeleton spirit? The white skeleton spirit wasn't a natural life form. It was formed by the resentment of an absolute expert that absorbed the corpses of the 100 battle planes. This absolute expert's resentment was extremely powerful, and the entire 100 battle planes was filled with his resentment. Hence, there were plenty of white skeleton spirits. The weaker white skeleton spirits were still fine, but some of the stronger white skeleton spirits were able to rival reincarnation realm martial artists and even rip them apart. After the Class 2 demonic blood horse was ripped apart, a giant humanoid white skeleton spirit emerged from the ground and roared at Li Fuqian. There is no need to fight with brute force. Li Fuqian gave up on the idea of fighting with the white skeleton spirit. He executed the wind shadow steps and glided with extreme speed like the fastest bird. The white skeleton spirit's empty eye sockets burned with green flames. The green flames locked onto Li Fuqian and chased after him. Such speed! Li Fuqian knew his speed wasn't slow, but compared to the white skeleton spirit, he was still lacking. From afar, Li Fuqian saw a large-scale merchant group. The merchant group's flag was a rose. Frowning, Li Fuqian didn't go near them. He didn't want to cause trouble for others. It's the white skeleton spirit. Everyone attack. Chapter 196. This merchant group had a few dozen Earth Realm martial artists, and 4 of them were at the peak stage of the Earth Realm. Sometimes, the advantage of having more people couldn't be offset. The white skeletal spirit's ability was very strong. It was even stronger than the Class 3 high-tier array demonic beasts on the 3rd floor of the Direct Inheritance Tower. Apart from that, its defense was also very tough. When the attacks from the 4 peak stage Earth Realm martial artists landed on the white skeletal spirit's body, they were only able to leave some marks. Not even a single bone was broken. However, under the attacks of over 10 Earth Realm martial artists, the white skeleton spirit was unable to move freely. If it wanted to get closer, over 10 chi forces would strike it. It would be considered good if it didn't retreat. As for retreating, in the white skeleton spirit's intelligence, there was probably no such word. Half an hour later, the white bone spirit turned into a pile of bones. A peak stage Earth Realm martial artist walked over and rummaged around. He soon found a piece of green crystal. This should be the white bone spiritual crystal. Li Fuqian thought to himself. The white bone spiritual crystal was a crystal formed from the body of the white bone spirit. It had many uses. Even the most ordinary white bone spiritual crystal could be sold for more than 100,000 gold coins. Of course, in order to deal with the white skeleton spirit, they would need at least 10 Earth Realm martial artists. Brother, our young miss invites you over. An Earth Realm martial artist walked over and spoke to Li Fuqian. Li Fuqian nodded and followed him to the most luxurious carriage in the caravan. I am Qin Fuli. Greetings, young lady. Qin Fuli cupped his fist. A crisp female voice came from the carriage. We are from the Rose Merchant Guild. I saw that your Qing Gong was not bad. Are you interested in joining the Rose Merchant Guild? We will offer you good benefits. Rose Chamber of Commerce. Li Fuqian did his best to search for information on the 100 Battle region, but realized he had never heard of the Rose Merchant Guild. The Earth Realm martial artist at the side said, Bro Chen, our Rose Merchant Guild is one of the 2 largest merchant guilds in Blood Color City. We have Heaven Realm martial artists and hundreds of Earth Realm martial artists. If you join us, you will get a discount when purchasing resources from the Merchant Guild. So it was Blood Color City's Merchant Association. There were many cities in the 100 Battles region, and they were all huge. Blood Color City was a city with a population of 5 million. In the Azure Water region or other regions ruled by sects, a city with a population of a few million would already be considered a major city. However, in the 100-battle region, a city with a population of a few million would only be considered a medium to large city. A merchant guild in a city with a population of a few million was naturally not included in Li Fuchen's information. After all, it was just a small merchant guild. Can you let me reconsider? Li Fuchen didn't say it out loud. Sure, why don't you come with us to Blood Color City? Maybe when we get to Blood Color City, you will agree. The lady in the carriage said. The 100-battle region was a region filled with endless wars. It was common for them to recruit soldiers and buy horses. Li Fuchen's cultivation level might not be high, but his light body technique was formidable and had plenty of uses. Then this Chen will respectfully accept. Li Fuchen cupped his fist again. Just like that, Li Fuchen joined the merchant group and followed them towards the 100-battle region's Blood Color City. From these people, he found out that Blood Color City had 2 big trading companies and 3 big families. Every faction had a Heaven Star border martial artist. Among them, the Ma family was the strongest and was the oldest family in Blood Color City, with a history of over 100 years. The other 2 trading companies were about the same strength as the 2 big families. As for the young lady in the carriage, she was the adopted daughter of the trading company's president, L.V. Yao. Qin Xiongdi, where are you from? The 5th-level Earth Realm martial artist, Huang Biao, asked Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen replied, I am from the Battle Spirit region. I intend to come to the 100-battle region to take a look. You sure are something. You dare to barge into the 100-battle plains alone. Huang Biao gave a thumbs up. Even though the 100-battle plains was safer, it was still dangerous for Earth Realm martial artists. Li Fuchen laughed, I thought it was just a rumor, but now I know it isn't true. Jiang Daiqian, who was on the right side of Huang Biao, said, Today is just a small matter. If we encountered a middle-class white-bone spirit, all of us would have perished here. White-bone spirits were separated into low-class, middle-class, and high-class. Low-class white-bone spirits corresponded to Earth Realm martial artists, middle-class white-bone spirits corresponded to Heaven Realm martial artists, and high-class white-bone spirits corresponded to Reincarnation Realm martial artists. Is there anything stronger than high-class white-bone spirits? Li Fuchen inquired. Huang Biao nodded, yes, there definitely is. In the depths of the 100-battle plains, where the resentment chi is the densest. It is said that someone saw a red-white bone spirit there. Red-white bone spirit. Just by hearing this name, Li Fuchen could feel the ferocity of this white bone spirit. For the next few days, Li Fuchen and his group encountered another low-class white bone spirit. This low-class white bone spirit was obviously weaker than the previous one and was destroyed in just 15 minutes. 5 days later, the merchant group exited the 100-battle plains. Flying Blade City is up ahead. A portion of our merchandise will be sold here. Huang Biao said to Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen nodded. He didn't care where they were going, he could just follow along. To enter the Flying Blade City, one had to pay an entrance fee. A regular person would have to pay 1 silver coin, a regular merchant would have to pay 1 gold coin, and a merchant group would have to pay 10 gold coins. After paying a few hundred gold coins, the group was finally allowed to enter the Flying Blade City. Qin Xiongdi, we will be leaving in 3 days. Let's meet at the Flying Fish Inn. Huang Biao said. No problem, see you in 3 days. From start to finish, Li Fuchen didn't even get to see L.V. Yao. Flying Blade City had a lesser population than Blood Color City, with a population of around 4 million. Within the city, there were countless of martial artists. Even Earth Realm martial artists that were rarely seen in the outside world could be seen everywhere. There were even Heaven Realm martial artists drinking at the top floor of the inn. Sir Martial Artist, is there anything you need help with? Walking on the streets, a timid little boy mustered up his courage and walked over. Li Fuchen sized up the little boy. Tattered clothes, malnourished body, he should be a child from the slums. In any city, there would be glamour and darkness. Li Fuchen didn't want to help the opposition for no reason and said, "If there is an interesting place, bring me there. This gold coin is yours." Li Fuchen took out a gold coin and flicked it into the hands of the young boy. 1 gold coin. The little boy's eyes lit up. This was his first time coming out to make a living. As an introverted boy, he was afraid of meeting strangers. In the past, it was always his sister who came out. Now that she was ill, he had to overcome his inner fear. "Let me bring you to the antique street. I heard that martial artists who come to Flying Blade City like to try their luck at the antique street." The little boy tried to suppress his excitement. "All right, let's go to the antique street." Li Fuchen knew very little about the 100 Battle region. This was a good opportunity to experience it. Chapter 197. The antique street was in the shape of a phone, with 1 main street and 6 side streets. Walking on the main street, Li Fuchen would occasionally enter an antique shop to take a look. These antique shops sold everything, and most of them were strange and bizarre. Like a special ore, some weapon fragments, or a withered plant. There was even an antique shop that took out a piece of white bone and said it was a Class 5 demonic beast's bone. Some even said it was a Class 6 demonic beast's bone. Li Fuchen used his consciousness to scan and found out it was just a normal demonic beast's bone. But because of the environment, it looked a little special. "Let's take a look. Our shop is selling a batch of weapon fragments. These weapon fragments came from a dangerous place. There might be some high-grade weapon fragments mixed in." At the entrance of an antique shop called Great Tools Pavilion, a few shop assistants were shouting, "Sir Martial Artist, don't go. This shop often scams people." The boy reminded Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen lowered his head. "Oh right, I still don't know your name." "What is it?" "I am Shao Kong," the boy replied shyly. "Shao Kong, quite a nice name. Are you the only one in your family?" "I have a younger sister." "What about your parents?" "My parents are the same as Sir Martial Artist. They were also formidable martial artists, but they passed away. Only my sister and I are left." Xiao Tsong's eyes were calm, but Li Fuchen could see a trace of sadness. Hearing this, Li Fuchen let out a sigh. Xiao Tsong's situation wasn't an exception. In this world, everyone had the opportunity to cultivate. Many ordinary families had parents who were Qi realm martial artists. When their children grew up, they too would become Qi realm martial artists. As a martial artist, it was inevitable that they would have to venture out to make a living. "Is it safe for your sister to stay at home alone? Why don't you go back first?" Li Fuchen asked. Xiao Tsong shook his head. "Sir Martial Artist, don't worry. I have already locked the door. Also, a person must have integrity. After accepting Sir's gold coins, I will do my job properly." He only brought Li Fuchen to a place and didn't even introduce it, which made him feel uneasy. Li Fuchen laughed. "You go back first. You can bring your sister here too. I will treat you to a meal." Xiao Tsong said with difficulty, "My sister is sick. She used to be the one to come out." After saying that, Xiao Tsong lowered his head, feeling very embarrassed. "If you love your sister, you should go back now. She needs someone to take care of her. Moreover, I will be staying in Flying Blade City for 3 days. Leave me your address. I will look for you and ask you to show me around Flying Blade City." Li Fuchen said. "I live at Leaf Borough, North City, Flying Blade City." "Sir Martial Artist, you are a good person. In the next 2 days, I will bring you around Flying Blade City." Xiao Tsong also felt that it was not good to leave his sick sister at home. If not for the fact that he did not have the money to buy medicine and food for his sister, he would have stayed at home to take care of her. Good people. Li Fuchen laughed involuntarily. Alright, Flying Blade City's North City, Leaf Cave, number 952. I'll remember it. I'll look for you tonight. Li Fuchen didn't have the ability to help everyone, but if it was within his capabilities, he would help those in need. Cultivation was not the only thing people lived in this world. Then, Sir Martial Artist, I'll take my leave first. At this moment, Shalat was already thinking about how many things he could buy with 1 gold coin. He would first prescribe some medicine, then bring back a few buns and biscuits. Go! Li Fuchen waved his hand. Once Xiao Tsong left, Li Fuchen walked into the Grade Tools Pavilion. He wanted to see how this antique shop would fake. Sir, please come in. Seeing that there was a customer, the shop assistant was delighted. These are the weapon shards from the dangerous grounds. Li Fuchen pointed at the basket of weapon shards and asked. The shop assistant replied, Sir, these are all. A single weapon shard is worth 100 gold coins. If you buy 10, you will get 1 free. The more you buy, the more free. Alright, let me take a look. Li Fuchen picked up one of the weapon shards and sized it up. The so-called weapons had tool patterns. The higher the grade of the weapon, the more mystical the tool pattern. Take for example Li Fuchen's black gold sword, which had a mystic class, mid-tier tool pattern. Tool patterns could change the weight and sharpness of a weapon. The material used for the black gold sword was the black gold steel. According to the size of the black gold sword and the weight of the black gold steel, Li Fuchen's black gold sword would normally weigh around 10 kilograms. According to the value of the black gold steel, 1 kilogram of black gold steel would be worth a few thousand gold coins. 10 kilograms would be at least 50,000 gold coins. But with the mystic class, mid-tier tool pattern imprinted on it, the weight of the black gold sword was at least 50 kilograms. It was incomparably sharp and emitted a faint sword chi. Its value had increased by a few folds and would be priced at around 200,000 gold coins in the outside world. In the East Unicorn continent, those that could forge mystic class, high-tier weapons were already master blacksmiths. Those that could forge mystic class, peak-tier weapons were elite blacksmiths. Such individuals were sought after by any sect. As for those that could forge Earth-class weapons, they were no longer master blacksmiths, but blacksmith grandmasters. A pity that there weren't many blacksmith grandmasters in the entire East Unicorn continent. Or maybe there wasn't even one. At least the Azure Water sect only had 1 blacksmith grandmaster. If one could obtain an Earth-class weapon shard, it wouldn't have much value to a martial artist. But to a blacksmith, it was undoubtedly a treasure that could only be chanced upon. Blacksmiths could completely comprehend the tool patterns on the Earth-class weapon shard, allowing their own tool pattern proficiency to reach the next level. Picking up a weapon shard, Li Fuchen scanned it with his consciousness. He couldn't help but laugh. This was just a shard of a yellow class, peak-tier weapon. The core tool pattern on it was extremely simple, but this shop had a knack and actually added some tool patterns on it. Looking at it as a whole, 2 different tool patterns were mixed together, giving off a very complicated feeling. But to martial artists that didn't understand, complexity meant mysticism. After all, they wouldn't be able to understand it. A pity that Li Fuchen's consciousness was extremely strong. After progressing to the Earth realm, his consciousness wasn't any weaker than a Heaven realm martial artist. As for how strong it was, he wasn't too sure himself and didn't have a reference. With a sweep of his consciousness, he immediately noticed the subtle differences between the 2 tool patterns. It wasn't as natural as it seemed. Putting down the weapon shard, Li Fuchen picked up another one. This time, it was even worse. It was just a yellow class, high-tier weapon shard and it had some tool patterns added on. In just a short moment, Li Fuchen had already looked through dozens of weapon shards, but there wasn't a single mystic class weapon shard. Let's take a look at a few more. Li Fuchen casually picked up a dull gray metal shard and scanned it with his consciousness. This seems to be a Mystic class weapon shard. The tool pattern wasn't on the surface of the weapon, but on the inside of the weapon. A regular martial artist would have to use their chi to feel the tool pattern on a weapon. But Li Fuchen used his chi and consciousness. He could feel that the tool pattern on this metal shard was extremely mystical, and it wasn't added on afterwards. He didn't know what was going on. With his consciousness, Li Fuchen immediately overturned his previous thoughts. This wasn't a regular Mystic class weapon shard. At least the black gold sword's tool pattern wasn't as complicated and mystical as this one. Could it be a Mystic class, high tier, or even a Mystic class, peak tier? Li Fuchen wasn't too sure. Chapter 198. This metal shard, I must buy it. Li Fuchen made up his mind. Because of the discovery of the metal shard, Li Fuchen wasn't in a hurry to leave. He continued to rummage around, hoping to find something else. 2 hours later, Li Fuchen had 10 weapon shards in his hands. Among them, only the metal shard was valuable, the rest were yellow class weapon shards. But just in case, Li Fuchen was prepared to buy them all. I'll take all 10 of these weapon fragments. Li Fuchen said to the shop assistant. All right, I will call the shopkeeper over. The shop assistant hurriedly called for the shopkeeper. The Great Tools Pavilion was huge and the shopkeeper was inside greeting other customers. Hearing the shop assistant's call, he walked out and said, buy 10 weapon shards, get 1 free. A total of 1,000 gold coins. The shopkeeper beamed with joy. 1,000 gold coins wasn't a small sum. Usually, the Great Tools Pavilion would only earn around 100 to 200 gold coins a day. It seemed like this batch of weapon shards was rather attractive. As long as one person bought it, they would be able to make a huge profit. After paying the gold coins, Li Fuchen left the Great Tools Pavilion. I am not sure what grade of weapon shard this metal shard is. Why don't I take a look at the weapon shop? Making up his mind, Li Fuchen asked for the address of the weapon shop. The weapon shop wasn't on Antique Street. There were dozens of weapon shops in Flying Blade City. The nearest weapon shop was on Iron Horse Street, which was just beside Antique Street. On Iron Horse Street, a steel-forged iron horse stood in the middle of the street. On the right side of the Iron Horse was a weapon shop named Elite Weapon Pavilion. Dear customer, what grade of weapon do you require? The shopkeeper saw a customer and immediately asked passionately. Li Fuchen asked, what is the highest grade weapon in your shop? The shopkeeper's eyes lit up, our Elite Weapon Pavilion takes the route of quality goods. The highest grade weapon is a Mystic class, mid-tier weapon. But we only have one and it is worth 180,000 gold coins. Those who could forge Mystic class high-tiered weapons were all master blacksmiths. Their Elite Weapon Pavilion didn't have such a person. In fact, there wasn't a need for this. The Flying Blade City might have a population of over 400, but there weren't many who could afford a Mystic class mid-tiered weapon, let alone a Mystic class high-tiered weapon. A regular Earth Realm martial artist wouldn't have the financial capability. Only a Heaven Realm martial artist would have the financial capability. Oh. Then do you know which weapon store in the Flying Blade City has Mystic class, high-tier weapons for sale? Li Fuchen wasn't interested in Mystic class, mid-tier weapons. The shopkeeper was a little disappointed, but he still said, in the Flying Blade City, only the Mystic Tools Pavilion has Mystic class high-tier weapons for sale. But customer, you are an Earth Realm martial artist. It isn't worth it to buy a Mystic class high-tier weapon. You might be targeted easily. Furthermore, an Earth Realm martial artist would find it hard to utilize the full power of a Mystic class high-tier weapon. Li Fuchen smiled and didn't explain anything. The shopkeeper was right. Most of the Earth Realm martial artists used Mystic class, low-tier weapons. Very few of them used Mystic class, mid-tier weapons. As for mystic class, high-tier weapons, they didn't even dare to use them. In this place where there was endless war, carrying an artifact on one's body would be a capital offense. It would be easy to be targeted. But Li Fuchen didn't intend to buy a mystic class, high-tier weapon. He just wanted to observe the tool patterns within a mystic class, high-tier weapon. After asking around, Li Fuchen arrived at the busiest street in the Flying Blade City, the Flying Blade Street. And the most luxurious place in the Flying Blade Street was undoubtedly the Mystic Tools Pavilion. The Mystic Tools Pavilion, as the name suggested, only sold Mystic class weapons. Yellow class weapons weren't sold. There were plenty of customers inside. Most of them were high-leveled Earth Realm martial artists, but there was also a Heaven Realm martial artist. Customer, what class of weapon do you require? Once he entered the door, an attendant came forward to welcome him. As for the shopkeeper, he was serving the Heaven Realm martial artist. Li Fuchen replied, Mystic class, high-tier weapon. The attendant got a shock and thought to himself, could this be a young master from a major clan? A mystic class, high-tier weapon was worth a few 100,000 gold coins. Only those young masters from clans that had a Heaven Realm martial artist overseeing the clan could afford it. Customer, follow me. The mystic class, high-tier weapons weren't on the first floor, but the second. Arriving at the second floor, the attendant said, Customer, these are all mystic class, high-tier weapons. Sabers, spears, swords, halberds, everything is available. These are mystic class, high-tier weapons. They are indeed extraordinary. Li Fuchen picked up a sword. This sword was dark silver in color and wasn't light in his hand. It was around 250 kilograms in weight. When the sword was unsheathed, there was a flash of dark silver light. A strand of Li Fuchen's hair was sliced off. Such intense sword qi. Li Fuchen was rather surprised. The black gold sword only had a trace of faint sword qi. In terms of the density of the sword qi, it wasn't even 30% of this sword. No wonder only blacksmiths who could forge mystic class, high-tier weapons were considered master blacksmiths. The tool pattern proficiency required was too high. With his qi and consciousness entering the sword, Li Fuchen could see the tool pattern within the sword. Frowning slightly, this sword might be a mystic class, high-tier weapon, but the tool pattern proficiency was still far inferior to the tool pattern within the metal shard. Seems like this metal shard is at least a shard of a mystic class, peak-tier weapon. Li Fuchen lost interest and spoke to the attendant, bring me to see the mystic class, peak-tier weapon. The attendant said with difficulty, Mystic class, peak-tier weapons are our Mystic Tools Pavilion's treasures. If this customer is sincere, I can inform the shopkeeper. If you aren't sincere, Mystic class, peak-tier weapons aren't usually shown to others. Why? Can't I even take a look? If I don't take a look, how will I know if I want to buy it? Li Fuchen replied indifferently. Perhaps suspecting that Li Fuchen was a young master from a major clan, the attendant didn't dare to be negligent, then I shall inform the shopkeeper. Soon enough, the shopkeeper ran over. This customer, are you looking for a mystic class, peak-tier weapon? May I know your surname? The shopkeeper asked. Li Fuchen replied, Chen. Hearing this, the shopkeeper tried his best to recall. Could it be Storm City's Chen clan? Storm City was a famous city in the 100 Battle region. It had a population of more than 10 million and the Chen clan's status was extremely high. They had over 20 Heaven Realm martial artists. If he was the Chen clan's young master, then he would be an esteemed guest. The shopkeeper inquired carefully, is this customer from Storm City's Chen clan? Li Fuchen replied vaguely, why? Am I not a Chen clan's descendant and cannot purchase a mystic class, peak-tier weapon? Of course not. Customer, please follow me. Hearing Li Fuchen's words, the shopkeeper was certain that Li Fuchen was an important descendant of the Chen clan. Mystic class, peak-tier weapons were on the third floor of the Mystic Tools Pavilion. On the third floor, 3 Mystic class, peak-tier weapons were hung on 3 walls. Each of them gave off a murderous chi presence, as though they would kill at any moment. But none of the 3 Mystic class, peak-tier weapons were swords. Picking up one of the Mystic class, peak-tier weapons, Li Fuchen's chi and awareness entered it. Such mystical tool patterns. Li Fuchen couldn't help but gasp when he observed with his awareness. This Mystic class, peak-tier weapon was a halberd. The halberd's tool patterns were complex and unadorned. But as compared to the metal sheet, it seemed to be inferior. The tool pattern on the metal sheet was only a small portion of the tool pattern and wasn't a complete tool pattern. It was imaginable how mystical a complete tool pattern would be. Chapter 199. No wonder it is the Mystic Tools sect. In the entire East Unicorn continent, only the Mystic Tools sect would sell Mystic class peak-tier weapons. The backer of the Mystic Tools Pavilion wasn't any ordinary person, but the renowned Mystic Tools sect in the East Unicorn continent. The Mystic Tools sect was famous for forging weapons. For other sects, it was already not bad to have one pinnacle blacksmith master. However, Mystic Tools sect had dozens of pinnacle blacksmith masters. As long as they had enough materials, they could continuously forge Mystic class peak-tier weapons. Almost every city in the realm of 100 battles had a profound tool pavilion, and every profound tool pavilion would sell top-grade profound-grade weapons, ranging from 1 to 5. Of course, Mystic class peak-tier weapons were extremely expensive. Out of the 3 Mystic class peak-tier weapons in the Mystic Weapon Pavilion, the cheapest one cost 6 million gold coins while the most expensive one cost 8 million gold coins. This was simply daylight robbery. 8 million gold coins piled together was like a small mountain of gold. After hearing Li Fuchen praising the Mystic Tools sect, the Mystic Tools Pavilion's shopkeeper spoke proudly, "Of course. My Mystic Tools sect has never lacked elite blacksmith masters. Perhaps, a blacksmith grandmaster might appear in the future." A forging grandmaster had an extremely esteemed status. To a certain extent, it was even superior to reincarnation realm martial artists. For example, if a forging grandmaster found a sect to be an eyesore, a single word from him might cause countless sects to attack that sect. Li Fuchen replied, "Shopkeeper, I need a Mystic class, peak-tier artifact sword. I wonder which Mystic Tool Pavilion has it." Li Fuchen naturally couldn't say that he wasn't here to buy a Mystic class, peak-tier weapon. If he said that, it would inevitably cause problems. The shopkeeper frowned. He didn't even need to think to know that this deal was over. He replied, "Young Master Chen, there are too many people who use swords and sabers in the East Unicorn continent. I reckon that if you want to purchase a Mystic class peak-tier artifact sword, you will have to make a reservation at my Mystic Tools sect. As for when you will be able to get it, I have no idea." The Qin clan might be a major clan, but it wasn't considered much in the entire East Unicorn continent. If one wanted to reserve a Mystic class peak-tier artifact sword, it was normal for them to queue for 8 to 10 years. It was normal for them to not be able to get it for their entire lives. After all, those with backing could cut the queue. If that's the case, then I better go to other cities to try my luck. Li Fuchen pretended to be very disappointed. "Take care, young Master Chen." At the entrance of the Mystic Tools Pavilion, the shopkeeper sent Li Fuchen out. Walking on the street, Li Fuchen was in an excellent mood. If an earth-rank weapon fragment was brought to the Mystic Tools sect, it would definitely be a priceless treasure. Selling it for several million gold coins shouldn't be a problem. Of course, he wouldn't do that. An Earth-class weapon shard had too many implications. It was best to bring it back to the Azure Water sect for the elite master blacksmith to comprehend. If this elite master blacksmith was able to comprehend something and step into the ranks of the Grandmaster blacksmith, the Azure Water sect status would be as stable as a mountain. We'll talk about the future in the future. This Earth-level weapon fragment can be my trump card at this stage. The Earth-class weapon shard didn't even have 1% of its original power, but it was still extremely sharp. Li Fuchen had tried it before. After pouring qi into it, it could easily penetrate his qi protection. The effect of breaking qi wasn't inferior to the Devil Break Arrow, it might even be better. The sky gradually darkened, and the red sunset emitted its final radiance. Slowly letting out a breath, Li Fuchen inquired and headed towards the Leaf Cavern. Flying Blade City was huge, with roads leading in all directions. After walking for close to an hour, Li Fuchen arrived at the north side of the city. On a small path towards the Leaf Cavern, Xiaotsong had just returned. With 1 gold coin and 4 silver coins, he bought the medicine, then spent a few dozen copper coins to buy a few buns and biscuits, as well as a skewer of his sister's favorite candied haws. As for the remaining 5 silver coins, he put them in his pocket, ready to hand them over to his sister to manage. Due to his small and frail body, it took him 6 hours to reach the north side of the city. His face was sallow and his body was emaciated. His lips were chapped, but he was filled with excitement and couldn't wait to fly back home. Yo, isn't this Xiaotsong? He actually bought buns and biscuits. Seems like he earned a fortune today. A few hooligans in their 20s blocked Xiaotsong's path. Xiaotsong's eyes were vigilant as he turned and ran into an alley. Little bastard, you dare to run after seeing your Luo Ji. The hooligans were enraged and chased after him to kick him to the ground. One of the hooligans searched Xiaotsong's pocket and found 5 silver coins. Brother Luo, here are 5 silver coins. Snatching the 5 silver coins, the delinquent called Brother Luo grinned and said, Brother Luo will kindly accept these 5 silver coins. However, if I don't teach you a lesson for daring to run away after seeing your Brother Luo, wouldn't I lose my dignity? Brother Luo picked up a bun and took a bite before kicking Xiaotsong on the back. Xiaotsong almost fainted. However, being an introvert, he was very stubborn and only bit his lips tightly. You're quite stubborn. This must be the medicine for your sister. Brother Luo looked at the medicine that was scattered all over the ground and stepped on it. You can take the rest, but don't step on my medicine. Xiaotsong's eyes were red. I insist on stepping on it. What can you do about it? Brother Luo laughed and stepped on it with all his might. Xiaotsong finally couldn't hold it in anymore. His tears fell like rain. Ha, brothers, let's go. Brother Luo was very happy. The 5 silver coins were enough for him to eat for a few meals. As for the life and death of Xiaotsong and his sister, it had nothing to do with him. How sad. We're all from the slums. Why are there still scum like you? A voice was heard. Who's that? Brother Luo looked at the source of the voice with vigilance. Li Fuchen walked over slowly. Xiaotsong saw Li Fuchen and said excitedly, Sir Martial Artist, they snatched my medicine. Li Fuchen nodded and looked at Brother Luo. Brother Luo's legs were trembling. How could he not know that Li Fuchen was a martial artist? They were just ordinary people who didn't have the chance to cultivate. Any Qi realm martial artist could easily torture them to death. Sir Martial Artist, we were just joking with him. Xiaotsong, I'll return you the silver coins. The extra silver coins can be used to buy the medicine. Sir Martial Artist, we will leave first. Brother Luo and the others took out all their silver coins and placed them in Xiaotsong's hand. Brother Luo thought to himself, this Sir Martial Artist wouldn't protect Xiaotsong forever. He will find a chance to take revenge. Who allowed you to leave? With a wave of Li Fuchen's hand, a weak qi burst out. Bang, 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 Brother Luo and the others vomited blood and crashed into the wall of the house. At least half of their bones were broken. Even if they recovered in the future, they would still be crippled. If the rescue wasn't done in time, they might even die on the same day. Xiao Tsong, let's go. Li Fuchen used his right hand to pull Xiao Tsong to his front. Sir Martial Artist, the medicine is gone. It's okay, I have it. Leaves Cove, one of the few slums in Flying Blade City. Here, the dilapidated houses were extremely crowded. A small house could probably house 3 generations of a family. Even moving around was a challenge. Xiao Tsong's house was a small house. It was only 2 meters in length and was no different from a dog house. Unlocking the door, Xiao Tsong pushed the door open and walked in. Chapter 200. On the dirty bed laid a small figure. It was a 6 or 7-year-old girl. She was breathing weakly like a kitten and looked extremely pitiful. Brother, you are back. The little girl opened her eyes, revealing a trace of joy in her lifeless big eyes. Brother, who is he? Looking at Li Fuchen, the little girl asked. Just as Xiao Tsong was about to introduce, Li Fuchen reached out his right hand and gestured for him to keep quiet. Taking the pulse of the little girl, Li Fuchen spoke slowly, long-term malnutrition coupled with catching a cold. If this drags on for another 2 or 3 days, your sister might not be able to survive. A child's body was weak. For a child who was malnourished for a long period of time, a small illness could easily claim her life. Sir Martial Artist, please save my sister. I only have this one sister. Xiao Tsong begged. Li Fuchen laughed, don't worry, saving your sister is just a small matter. As he spoke, Li Fuchen retrieved a yellow class, high-tier recuperation pill from his storage bag. With a pinch of his finger, the pill was broken into pieces. Gently opening the little girl's mouth, Li Fuchen stuffed a small piece of the pill into her mouth. He then helped her up and pressed his right hand on her back to circulate his qi to help her refine the pill. For a child, a yellow class, low-tier recuperation pill would suffice. But Li Fuchen felt that the recovery speed was too slow and he wanted immediate results. But a yellow class, high-tier pill was too strong and the little girl wouldn't be able to handle it. Hence, he had to crush it. Visibly, the little girl's face turned rosy and the cold qi was cleansed by Li Fuchen's qi. At the same time, the medicinal effects of the recuperation pill quickly nourished her body. Her skinny body seemed to have some plumpness and her skin wasn't as dry as before. 15 minutes later, the little girl had completely recovered. Even the symptoms of malnutrition were gone. Apart from being skinny, she was full of energy and didn't look like she was seriously ill. Witnessing this scene, Xiao Tsong was dumbfounded. He didn't expect his sister to recover so quickly. The shopkeeper at the pharmacy said that it would take at least a month for her to recover. How could he know that the pharmacy only sold the most common of herbs, which couldn't even compare to yellow class, low-tier herbs? A single yellow class, high-tier pill was worth a few thousand gold coins. What's more, Li Fuchen personally cleansed the little girl's cold qi and smoothed out her qi and blood. I'm healed. The little girl was very happy. Lying on the bed, she felt very hopeless and insecure. Everything is fine now. Thank you, Lord Martial Artist. Xiao Tsong was even happier than his sister. Your condition isn't much better than your sister's. If you get sick, you might die too. Come, sit up. Li Fuchen got Xiao Tsong to sit on the bed and fed him an elixir. He then revolved his qi to help Xiao Tsong refine the elixir effects and regulate his qi and blood. In less than half a cup of tea's time, Xiao Tsong's complexion was rosy again. The injuries that he had sustained earlier had all healed. His qi and blood were rather lively, and he did not look malnourished at all. So comfortable. Xiao Tsong felt warm all over his body, as if he had returned to the embrace of his parents in his dreams. Croak. Croak. At this moment, the siblings' stomachs began to rumble, causing them to blush. Let's go, I'll take you to dinner. Li Fuchen didn't bring the siblings to feast on fish and meat. He brought them to a kanji shop. Do you have any other relatives? While eating the kanji, Li Fuchen asked. Sister Xiao Chao replied, I heard from my mother that she has a brother in Blood Color City. His name is Zhang Afa, and he is the shopkeeper of a restaurant. Blood Color City, huh? Li Fuchen couldn't just leave the two of them alone. If no one took care of them, no one would know if they died of hunger or illness. Are you willing if I bring you to Blood Color City? Li Fuchen asked. Yes. Xiao Chao nodded. Me too. Xiao Tsong nodded. They knew that Li Fuchen wouldn't always help them, so they hoped that their uncle, Zhang Afa, would take them in. After dinner, Li Fuchen brought the two of them to an inn to rest. In the blink of an eye, it was already the third day. Flying Fish Inn, Qin Xiongdi, why did you bring two kids? Huang Biao asked curiously. Li Fuchen laughed, while I'm at it, they have relatives in Blood Color City. Qin Xiongdi is such a good person. Then let them follow us back to Blood Color City. In his heart, Huang Biao categorized Li Fuchen as a martial artist with a strong sense of justice. This type of martial artist was more trustworthy. The merchant caravan departed from Flying Blade City and headed towards Blood Color City. Sitting in one of the carriages, Xiao Tsong and Xiao Chao sized up the outside curiously. To them, the outside world was unfamiliar and mysterious. This was their first time leaving the city. Roar! A giant demonic beast attacked, giving Xiao Tsong and Xiao Chao a shock. But soon enough, they realized that a martial artist in the caravan killed the demonic beast with a casual strike. Sir Martial Artist, I wish to become a martial artist in the future too. Xiao Tsong said to Li Fuchen. If you want to become a martial artist, then study hard. Only when you are literate can you practice martial arts. Li Fuchen patted Xiao Tsong's head. Yes, I will study hard. I want to study hard too and become a martial artist. Xiao Chao didn't want to be left out and raised her hand. The journey from Flying Blade City to Blood Color City was uneventful. On the afternoon of the sixth day, the group arrived at Blood Color City. With the help of the Rose Merchant Guild, Li Fuchen found Xiao Tsong and Xiao Chao's uncle, Zhang Afa 3 days later. Zhang Afa expressed that he was willing to take in Xiao Tsong and Xiao Chao. Removing a burden, Li Fuchen let out a breath of relief. Qin Xiongdi, it is a pity that you didn't join the Rose Merchant Guild directly. Just becoming a third-grade guest doesn't bring you any benefits. Huang Biao felt it was a pity. A third-grade guest didn't have any salary or benefits. The only benefit was the ability to purchase items from the Merchant Guild. What I want is freedom. A third-grade guest isn't bad. Li Fuchen laughed. The Rose Merchant Guild's guests were separated into 3 grades. A first-grade guest could only be a Heaven Realm martial artist, a second-grade guest was an elite Earth Realm martial artist, and a third-grade guest was an Earth Realm martial artist with some talent. Huang Biao shook his head and didn't say anything else. Arriving at Blood Color City, Li Fuchen naturally planned to take a stroll on the antique street. He believed that the antique street had plenty of good items, but it all depended on whether you had the eyes or not. Li Xiongdi, this is Blood Color City's antique street. Look carefully, you might find something good. On the antique street, a group of youths walked together. One of them was the Heaven Fiend sect's young sect leader, Li Wuxue. Walking alongside him was the Ma clan's young patriarch, Ma Tianyang. Even though the Ma clan was Blood Color City's #1 clan and the #1 faction, but compared to the Heaven Fiend sect, they paled in comparison. Towards Li Wuxue, he tried his best to flatter him, hoping to build a good relationship with him. Li Wuxue's expression was rather arrogant. His eyes only looked around casually and didn't enter the antique shop. A figure flashed in front of him. Li Wushue's expression suddenly changed as he shouted, "Catch him!" Chapter 201. Walking out from an antique shop, Li Fuchen immediately saw Li Wushue. Although he thought that with his makeup, Li Wushue shouldn't be able to recognize him. But just in case, Li Fuchen still turned around immediately with his back facing Li Wushue. "Capture him!" Li Wushue's roar echoed from behind. A few youths rushed forward and were about to restrain Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen turned around and asked blankly, "Why are you looking for me?" In the city, it was best not to be exposed if possible. The youths around Li Wushue all had some background. Li Wushue frowned. Looking at the back view, he thought it was Li Fuchen. He didn't expect the front view to be different and the age wasn't right either. Ma Tianyang said to Li Wushue, "Li Xiong, this person offended you. Why don't you bring him back, lock him in the dungeon and torture him daily? Let him perform the wooden horse ride." Another youth with fair skin said evilly. Li Wushue waved his hand, "Get lost." Since it wasn't Li Fuchen, he couldn't be bothered with him. Hearing this, Li Fuchen quickly left. Something wasn't right. Something wasn't right. After Li Fuchen left, Li Wushue felt that something was wrong. The back view is so similar, but the front view is different. He must have put on makeup. Li Wushue thought of the crux of the problem. "Quick, find that person for me. Whoever finds him, Li Wushue, will be eternally grateful." Li Wushue roared. Ma Tianyang and the others were stunned. They thought to themselves, "Everyone says we are abnormal, but this Li Wushue is even more abnormal. One moment he asked the person to get lost, the next moment he wants to find the person. Is he messing with us?" Even though he was a little depressed, Ma Tianyang still sent someone to chase after Li Fuchen. After leaving Li Wushue's sight, Li Fuchen executed his footwork and with 3 turns and 4 turns, he left the antique street. Li Wushue must have seen my back view and found it familiar. Once he regains his senses, he will definitely send someone to search for me. Li Fuchen's thoughts were meticulous and he was secretly planning something. No, the most important thing now is to leave Blood Color City. Li Fuchen's thoughts spun quickly. He thought of himself as Li Wushue, and if he couldn't be found, the next step would be to put up a wanted poster. Once the wanted poster was out, he would definitely be recognized if he walked on the streets. If he wanted to leave Blood Color City, he would be recognized by the city guards and the city gates would probably be closed. The only thing Li Fuchen could do was to disguise himself again or leave Blood Color City in advance. The former carried a certain amount of risk, while the latter was the best plan. With a bitter smile, Li Fuchen walked towards the city gate. 10 minutes later, Ma Tianyang's men returned, saying that they couldn't find the person. Li Wushue was extremely unwilling, and said to Ma Tianyang, "Seal the city gates and put up a wanted poster. I don't believe that we can't catch him." Right now, he was filled with regret. He regretted making a decision too quickly. Since their backs were so similar, he should have captured them first. There was no need to let them go. "Brotherly, I'm afraid I don't have the authority to seal the city gates." Ma Tianyang was in a difficult position. Sealing the city gates was something that the Ma clan patriarch could do. He was just a young patriarch of the Ma clan and didn't have the authority to do so. As for putting up a wanted poster, it was a simple matter. Li Wushue said coldly, "Then inform the people who can make the decision. Tell them that my Heaven Fiend sect's young patriarch, Li Wushue, wants to seal the city gates and capture the enemy of the Heaven Fiend sect. His Heaven Fiend sect might not be the strongest sect in the East Unicorn continent, but his Heaven Fiend sect didn't care about a mere Blood Color City. If anyone dared to disobey his orders, he would teach them a lesson sooner or later. The signal flare was shot into the sky and the gates of Blood Color City were all closed. What is going on? Why did they seal the city gates? I have to rush back. Damn it, what is wrong with Blood Color City? Those who were locked up in Blood Color City were all shouting in anger. At the same time, groups of patrolling soldiers began to paste up Li Fuchen's portrait. There were two portraits, one was Li Fuchen's original appearance, and the other was Li Fuchen's disguised appearance. Why does this person look so much like Qin Xiong? On the streets outside the Rose Merchant Guild, Huang Biao frowned as he looked at the portrait. It can't be Qin Xiong, right? Jiang Daiqian hesitated. The two of them looked at each other. At this moment, Li Fuchen had already left Blood Color City. This Li Wuxue sure is a lingering spirit. If I have the chance, I must eliminate him. Li Fuchen hated the feeling of being chased around. If he didn't escape, he might have been caught. After all, there were plenty of Heaven Realm martial artists in Blood Color City. Furthermore, Li Wuxue was probably accompanied by a Heaven Realm martial artist. A few days later, with a wave of Li Wuxue's hand, all the furniture in the room exploded. Damn it! This Li Fuchen must still be in the city. I have to capture him. In fact, he had a feeling that Li Fuchen had already left Blood Color City. The enemy was so smart, which made Li Wuxue even more furious. Boom! On this day, the Ma clan's main gate, along with the two stone lions, were sliced into pieces by a single blade. A sharp sword chi was emitted, just like a terrifying storm. Who dares to act so presumptuously in my Ma clan? 3 figures skimmed out, they were 3 Heaven Realm martial artists. I am the Azure Water Sect's inner sect elder. Has your Ma clan overstepped your authority? The newcomer stood in mid-air and was a middle-aged man. If Li Fuchen was here, he would have recognized him as the inner sect exam's main examiner, Elder Yu Hua, who was at the 6th level of Heaven Realm. Direct disciples had to venture out to temper themselves. Inner sect elders would also venture out to seek for opportunities. Azure Water Sect. The Ma clan's forefathers had a change in expression. When did we overstep our authority? One of the Ma clan's forefathers suppressed his anger and asked. Yu Hua spoke in a cold tone, the person you are looking for is a gold-class direct disciple of our Azure Water Sect. If you don't wish for the Ma clan to be exterminated, withdraw the warrant immediately and apologize to the entire city. If not, the Ma clan shall be exterminated within 3 days. Yu Hua's voice was calm, but the calmer it was, the more fearful the forefathers were. In the East Unicorn continent, there wasn't a single sect that the Ma clan could afford to offend. If the Azure Water Sect said they were going to exterminate the Ma clan, then they would definitely do so. Even the Heaven Fiends sect couldn't stop them, unless it was the Celestial Stars sect or the Dolin clan. Yu Hua left. Not long after he left, all the warrants in the streets and alleys of Blood Color City were withdrawn and replaced with letters of apology. The content was that someone from the Ma clan had abused the law and wronged an innocent person. They were specially apologizing to the wanted person and hoped that the other party would forgive the Ma clan's mistake. Ma clan, Pa. Ma clan patriarch Ma Tianba slapped Ma Tianyang's face, who asked you to curry favor with the Heaven Fiend sect's young sect master. Father, didn't you always say to befriend these sect disciples? Li Wuxue is the Heaven Fiend sect's young sect master. If we can befriend him, it will be a good thing for our Ma clan. Ma Tianyang said unwillingly. Ma Tianba said, remember, do not provoke or offend these sect disciples in the future. In short, maintain a certain level of etiquette. His Ma clan couldn't afford to offend either the Heaven Fiends sect or the Azure Water sect. Yes, father. Ma Tianyang was stunned too. The commotion in Blood Color City naturally couldn't be hidden from Li Wuxue. He came to the Ma clan to denounce them. Ma Tianba smiled apologetically, young Master Li, please don't make things difficult for our Ma clan. Earlier on, the Azure Water Sect's inner sect elder had already warned us that if we don't withdraw the warrants, our Ma clan will be exterminated within 3 days. He dares. Chapter 202. In the 100 Battle region, there were killings everywhere. There were large groups of people killing each other, experts killing each other, martial artists and demonic beasts killing each other. Fresh blood stained every inch of the 100 Battle region. 10 days later, Li Fuchen was already far away from Blood Color City. This was a small valley with a clear stream flowing out from the valley. On both sides of the valley were lush trees. Sitting on a boulder by the stream, Li Fuchen took out his rations and started eating. The rations were abundant, with wine, meat, and snacks. With a storage bag, Li Fuchen didn't have to worry about not having enough space to store his rations. After eating the dry rations, Li Fuchen was preparing to get up. Suddenly, a series of piercing sounds came. In the valley, there were 3 more figures. The first 2 figures were obviously injured. Fresh blood spilled into the stream and dyed the stream red. The next figure that landed was dressed in silver clothes. There was a black claw on the chest with 3 fingers. Silver Cloth Sect. The first 2 were dressed casually and Li Fuchen couldn't tell which sect they were from. But for the third figure, Li Fuchen knew that he was a disciple of the Silver Cloth Sect. From the Silver Cloth Sect Patriarch to the Outer Sect disciples, they all wore silver robes. The claw on their chest was used to distinguish their ranks. A black claw with 1 finger was an Outer Sect disciple, a black claw with 2 fingers was an Inner Sect disciple, a black claw with 3 fingers was a Direct disciple, and a golden claw with 3 fingers was a Gold-class Direct disciple. It was obvious that this was a direct disciple of the Silver Cloth Sect. Fan Qiansong, Fan Qianyu, the 2 of you will not be able to escape. When I, Lu Guangfeng, make my move, I will not return without blood. The silver-clothed youth had a stern expression. The youth named Fan Qiansong gritted his teeth. Lu Guangfeng, if it wasn't for your poison, do you think I, Fan Qiansong, would be afraid of you? In terms of ability, he wasn't any weaker than Lu Guangfeng. But he didn't expect Lu Guangfeng to have a poison pill. When the poison pill exploded, he and his sister were both poisoned. Ha, the winner takes it all. What's the point of saying all this now? Lu Guangfeng mocked. Should I make a move? On top of a large tree, Li Fuchen had a hesitant expression. He could see that Lu Guangfeng's cultivation was at the 8th level of the Earth Realm and was extremely formidable. However, it was said that the Silver Cloth Sect and the Heaven Fiends Sect were on good terms. The wife of the Heaven Fiends sect leader seemed to be from the Silver Cloth Sect, and one of the Silver Cloth Sect's supreme elders was also related to the Heaven Fiends Sect. The friend of the enemy was naturally the enemy, and the enemy of the enemy was naturally the ally. Fine, I can take this opportunity to test the power of the Earth-level weapon shard. Thinking about it, Li Fuchen decided to make a move. Lu Guangfeng was in his 30s while Fan Qiansong was in his mid-20s. Just now, Fan Qiansong said that before he was poisoned, his strength was not inferior to Lu Guangfeng's. This meant that he was most likely a gold-class direct disciple in the sect. Being on good terms with a gold-class direct disciple was not a bad thing. Lu Guangfeng made his move. His first move was a killer move. Numerous silvery light beams shot towards Fan Qiansong. Fan Qiansong's weapon was a 6-foot-long iron rod. He brandished it and shattered the silver beam, but the force of the silver beam caused him to vomit blood and fly backward. Hiss! In the air, there was the sound of cloth ripping. A black light suddenly appeared and vanished. Not good. Lu Guangfeng was appalled. A dreadful sense of impending death shrouded his spirit, causing his entire body to tremble. A silver long saber brandished. PFFF. this saber brandished into thin air. The black light shot through Lu Guangfeng's chest and came out from his back. It brought along a large amount of fresh blood, internal organs, and even some bone fragments. This effect is much stronger than I imagined. Li Fuchen didn't doubt the power of the earth-level weapon shard. But when he shot the shard, it vanished in mid-air, which shocked him. If he didn't guess it wrongly, this should be part of the effect of the earth-level weapon. Without this effect, Lu Guangfeng might have blocked the earth-level weapon shard with a single saber. Collapsing with his back facing the sky, Lu Guangfeng had an unresigned expression. Fan Qiansong and Fan Qianyu, who were prepared to die, let out a joyous expression. No one wanted to die, they weren't an exception. Many thanks to Benefactor for lending a hand. Fan Qiansong and Fan Qianyu are eternally grateful. The two of them cupped their fists in a general direction. With a flash, Li Fuchen asked, "Which sect are you disciples from?" Fan Qianyu replied, "We are disciples from the Carefree sect." Carefree sect? Li Fuchen understood. The Carefree sect's ability was similar to the Azure Water sect, maybe even slightly inferior. But this sect had a great reputation. Carefree. From the name, one could tell that this sect had an attitude of standing aloof from worldly affairs. Of course, the reason why the Carefree sect was called the Carefree sect wasn't because they stood aloof from worldly affairs. The Carefree sect was most famous for the Carefree Manual. The manual was passed down by the founder of the Carefree sect, Spiritual Master Carefree. That was how the Carefree sect got its name. The poison isn't light, it is better for you to detoxify it first. Li Fuchen said to the two of them. That's right. The two of them weren't afraid that Li Fuchen would harm them. If he really wanted to harm them, they couldn't do anything about it. The two of them immediately sat down and consumed a detoxification pill before circulating their qi to detoxify the poison. As for Li Fuchen, he placed his attention on Lu Guangfeng. Reaching out his hand, Lu Guangfeng's silver long saber landed in his hand. This was a mystic class, mid-tier artifact saber and was worth around 200,000 gold coins. But it had the silver cloth sect's insignia on it and couldn't be sold directly. Soon enough, Li Fuchen found a storage bag on Lu Guangfeng. There were plenty of things in the storage bag. There were 3 gold cards, a few thousand gold coins, plenty of pills, and other miscellaneous items. The 3 gold cards could be exchanged for 550,000 gold coins. The pills were all from the Silver Cloth sect. Some of the pills were different from those from the Azure Water sect. Other than that, there were plenty of life preservation items. There were firearms, poison pills, hidden weapons, and many other miscellaneous items. Worth it. Li Fuchen estimated that Lu Guangfeng's net worth was already over 2 million gold coins. Even though it wasn't comparable to his own, it wasn't to be underestimated. Keeping the storage bag, Li Fuchen looked at Fan Qiansong and Fan Qianyu. The two of them weren't in good condition. It seemed like the poison was too deep and the detoxification pill wasn't of much use. "Do you need my help?" Li Fuchen asked. His true Inferno Qi was rather effective in detoxification. Fan Qiansong opened his eyes and forced himself to speak, "I can still hold on for a while. Can Benefactor help my sister detoxify first?" "Sure." Li Fuchen came to the back of the young lady and pressed on her back with his right hand, injecting his true Inferno Qi. With the help of the true Inferno Qi, the effects of the detoxification pill was greatly enhanced. It penetrated deep into the young lady's limbs and even seeped into her bone marrow. In just a short moment, the young lady opened her eyes. Her face was a little red. "Many thanks Benefactor for your help." She felt as though her entire body had been seen through by Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen smiled and withdrew his palm. He then walked to Fan Qiansong's back and began to detoxify the poison. After some time, Fan Qiansong regained consciousness and felt that it was a close shave. "You're tuning into the Blissful Bookshelf YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.